Chapter 1691, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Wanbai obediently stepped aside. She then stared at Gu Ruoan as her eyes filled with anticipation. She believes that as long as Gu Ruoan was around, her mother's illness would not be a problem. Your mother is afflicted with tuberculosis, Gu Ruoan concluded after examining Kui Rong. This is not a serious problem. I will give you a medicine list later. Follow the medicine list and make a prescription for your mother. She should be better after a few days. To her, tuberculosis was not a serious issue at the present and does not require much treatment either. Master, will mother really be cured? Gu Wanbai's eyes lit up as she asked. Gu Ruoan nodded. I need to head over to the first city first. Wait for your mother to get better before you come to look for me in the first city. I will get the Li family of Cloud Town to take care of you before I leave. Go to the Li family house before you buy the medicine. When the time comes and you don't want to go to first city alone, you can come with your mother. I will ask the Li family of Cloud Town to escort you there. Gu Ruoan believes that after the shock she had given Li Ying, no matter what she asked those people to do, they would not dare to refuse. Even though the Li family was not particularly powerful, protecting Wanbai and her mother should not be a problem for them. Master, you're so amazing. Gu Wanbai smiled innocently and her eyes curved upwards like two crescents. It was an adorable sight. Mother, do you know that I've got a nice sounding name now? Master had given it to me, it's Gu Wanbai. She smiled at Kui Rong and said. Kui Rong's heart was filled with immense gratitude. My lady, care. No, she is now Gu Wanbai. As your disciple, it is only right that Wanbai should have your surname. Unfortunately, I'm just a simple villager, so I had given her a simple name. It is Wanbai's fortune to meet such a noble person like you in this lifetime. Wanbai. Gu Ruoan smiled and lowered her head to look at Gu Wanbai. Take note of these medicinal ingredients and use them to concoct medicine for your mother. Your mother should get better after this. Gu Ruoan had thought about bringing both mother and daughter along, but she was in a great hurry and it would not have been convenient to do so. Besides, Kui Rong still needs treatment. Hence, she had no choice but to leave first. She believes that the Li family members would send them safely to the first city. All right. Gu Wanbai blinked and replied with a smile. Gu Ruoan then told Gu Wanbai which medicinal herbs was needed for the treatment. It was a good thing that Gu Wanbai's memory surpasses that of the average person. Hence, Gu Ruoan only needed to tell her once and she had easily remembered it all in her mind. Once Gu Ruoan had provided Gu Wanbai with this information, she left the thatched house with Xiao Zunsa by her side. The arrival of the Li family of Cloud Town had attracted the attention of many of the villagers who then watched the scene unfold from outside the house. When they saw Gu Ruoan and Xiao Zunsa emerge, they began to exclaim in admiration with the utmost sincerity. Aunt Xiang, who had previously advised Kui Rong, turned towards Gu Wanbai who had followed Gu Ruoan out the door and exclaimed with envy, Care, is this lady your master? Was she the one who had chased those Li family members away? When the little maiden heard Aunt Xiang's address towards her, Wanbai placed her hands on her hips and said, I have a name now. My name is Gu Wanbai. From now on, you can't call me Care. Gu Ruoan overheard Gu Wanbai's youthful voice from far away. However, she did not turn back and held onto Xiao Zunsa's hand as they left this place. Chapter 1692, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The first city has changed greatly ever since Gu Ruoan and the others had left. The ones to bear the brunt were the Red Lotus Territory and the Secret Order which were attacked by the Dark Earth Realm's underworld. Gu Ruoan knows that the underworld belongs to Chanbei and Chanbei had given the underworld to her. Therefore, she was shocked to the core when she heard that the underworld had attacked the Red Lotus Territory. Mother, Xiao Zunsa blinked as he turned towards Gu Ruoan and asked innocently, didn't you say that the underworld was father's territory? Why is father attacking maternal grandfather and grandmother? Gu Ruoan fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and her expression changed. Xiao Zunsa was so frightened when he saw his mother's expression that he did not dare to say another word. He thought that his words had caused his mother to become unhappy, so he kept quiet and stared at her with his large, teary eyes. Zixi. Gu Ruoan gently took a breath and communicated through her soul. Is anyone aware of Kang Ming and Xiao Yi's similar looks? After a moment, Zixi's gruff, demonic voice echoed within her mind. I'm afraid that only Chanbei Yi knows about this matter. It's been 10,000 years and we've known him for so long, yet we never figured out his relationship with Kang Ming. I believe that he would never tell anyone else. Since that's the case, I'm convinced that the person who had ordered the underworld to attack the Red Lotus Territory must have been Kang Ming. However, based on Kang Ming's power, he doesn't need anyone else's help if he wants to attack the Red Lotus Territory and the Secret Order. He could do it himself. Why has he not appeared and only asked the underworld to do his dirty work? Gu Ruoan could not figure it out at all. What worries her even more was that since Kang Ming now controls the underworld, does that mean that something had happened to Xiao Yi? Little girl, you can rest assured. Chanbei Yi is powerful, so he shouldn't fall so easily. Besides, based on what you've just said, if something had really happened to Chanbei Yi, I fear that Kang Ming would have broken through to the full circle state. If that's the case, he wouldn't need to ask the underworld to do his dirty work. Zixi consoled soothingly. I believe that both sides have been seriously wounded. Chanbei Yi must have gone to recover his wounds in an unknown location and Kang Ming had hidden himself in the underworld. He then used his striking similarity to Chanbei Yi and took over the underworld. Someone like Chanbei Yi would head off to an undisclosed location once injured and would not return to the underworld. Hence, Zixi had also concluded that the person controlling the underworld was certainly not him. I hope that's the case. Gu Ruoan took a deep breath, yet her heart still carries a worry which could not be quashed. Zixi, can you help me with something? What is it? I need to rush to the Red Lotus Territory. Otherwise, mother, father, and the others will certainly be in danger. However, I can't stop worrying about Xiao Yi too. I want to ask you to find him for me. A wave of silence hung over her soul. After a long pause, Zixie's voice rang out once again, all right. As long as it was Gu Ruan's wish, he would fulfill it. Even if the person he has to save was his rival in love. Thank you. Gu Ruan lowered her eyelids and her gaze filled with sincere gratitude. Zixie, I owe you too much in this lifetime and you've never asked for anything in return. Chapter 1693, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Silly girl, Zixie laughed. His laughter was just as demonic as ever, but it was filled with a sense of indulgence. Helping you is equivalent to helping me. Don't forget, the two of us have a life and death contract. Only by following you can my powers be further restored. Hence, helping you is also helping myself at the same time. There's no need for you to feel burdened. You only need to remember that no matter what I do it willingly. I will never regret it. Gu Ruan's heart trembled. In her lifetime, it was her good fortune to have a husband like Chanbei and a companion like Zixie. She would sacrifice everything for these two. Little girl, remember this, only enter the last door in the ancient divine pagoda when you have no other way out. The thing behind that door can help save your life once. If you go in there now, it will never be able to save you again in the future. Since Gu Ruan has broken through to the 9th transformation state, she could now unlock the last door in the ancient divine pagoda. However, Zixie had informed her that she should not enter the last door unless she was in danger. Only when she was in peril could she use the thing behind the door in exchange for her survival. I understand. Zixie, go ahead. Based on your current power, you can definitely leave my side and not suffer the restrictions of our contract. Gu Ruan smiled and her voice was slightly melancholic. All right. Once Zixie had spoken, a purple ray of light flew out from her body and turned into a phoenix. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, letting out a soft cry before disappearing into thin air. Gu Ruan turned away and looked at the pitiful-looking little child next to her. Let's go, Zunsa. We'll go and meet your maternal grandfather and grandmother now. They're certainly going to be overjoyed when they see you. Co Zunsa nodded obediently as he clutched Gu Ruan's hand. Gu Ruan's earlier change in expression had indeed frightened him. Even now, he does not know if he had said something wrong and had angered his mother. The Red Lotus Territory. Two sides were striving to oppose each other. If Gu Ruan was here, she would immediately recognize the green-robed woman amongst the underworld's troops as Murong Qian of the Murong family. The Murong family was a member of the Four Great Protectors and Murong Qian was the pearl of the Murong family. Naturally, she was extremely spoiled. That was why she had pestered Chanbei after meeting him and wanted to kill Gu Ruan. Murong Qian. The Secret Order's Order Master noticed Murong Qian amongst them and laughed icily before she exclaimed with disdain, I never thought that the Murong family would betray the first city and join forces with the underworld. Are you not ashamed of your decision? Murong Qian raised her head and puffed her chest before replying arrogantly, so what if I join forces with the underworld? The master of the underworld is my man. I will definitely stand on his side. Once she had said this, she turned to look at Grand Lord Hong Lian and his wife and jeered, where is that SLT, Gu Ruan? What, has she hidden away to cry after being cast aside by her man? Let me tell you this, Chanbei is the master of the underworld. I have now been accepted by Chanbei as his concubine. Gu Ruan has now been cast off. Powerful energy exploded from Grand Lord Hong Lian's being and flew towards Murong Qian with a bang. Before the people around her could react, this force hit Murong Qian and her body stumbled back as her expression became even more furious. Chapter 1694, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's the truth, I have become Chanbei's woman and I'm pregnant with his flesh and blood. Gu Ruan is an unwanted woman that he has cast aside. I had once said that no man could possibly devote himself wholeheartedly to one woman. Isn't that so? Ultimately, Chanbei has made me his concubine. Once I give birth to his child, I can become his wife. Murong Qian raised her head and her face was filled with arrogance. Now, each time she thought of that peerless and beautiful face, her heart would feel overjoyed. It was likely that the Murong Qian from several years ago would never think that one day, that man would have found her again and allowed her to become his woman. The tenderness he had shown Gu Ruan was completely directed towards her now. That man was so careful even in the bedroom, afraid of hurting her. Unfortunately, Murong Qian does not know that there was another person who looks exactly like Chanbei. The child in her belly was not Chanbei's either. Instead, it was the child of a terrifying man named Kang Ming. After all, Murong Qian was not Gu Ruan. Only Gu Ruan who knows Chanbei inside out could discern the difference between the two. To another's eyes, Chanbei and Kang Ming were exactly the same. How could they be differentiated? If you speak any more nonsense, I will kill you immediately. Grand Lord Hong Lian clenched his fist tightly as his black eyes flashed with a cold light. However, the confidence in his heart has dipped. After all, Gu Ruan had once mentioned that the Dark Earth Realm's underworld was a force which belongs to Chanbei. Now, this woman has brought the members of the underworld here. How could he not feel suspicious? However, when he recalled the things that Chanbei had done for Gu Ruan, he squashed his suspicions. Impossible. Even though I'm jealous that Chanbei had snatched my daughter away, I'm sure of Chanbei's moral character. How could that man possibly cast Yunsa aside? Besides, Murong Qian cannot be compared to Yunsa and Chanbei was not blind, either. Would he have abandoned Yunsa for this woman instead? I want to see Gu Ruan now. Murong Qian raised her chin and spoke arrogantly. Ask Gu Ruan to how herself. If she doesn't appear, the underworld will kill everyone here. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed coldly as the aura within his body exploded once again. His aura was as sharp as a knife which would make one's heart tremble with fear. It was obvious that during Gu Ruan's absence, Grand Lord Hong Lian has also received a substantial opportunity. As a result, his powers have grown rapidly. I'd love to see what power you're going to use to kill the people of the Red Lotus Territory. His voice boomed coldly. Besides, I don't believe a single word you've said unless Chanbei Yi steps forward himself. Murong Qian stared at Grand Lord Hong Lian's cold features with contempt. My husband is a powerful cultivator and most powerful cultivators are very busy. Who are you compared to him? Are you even fit to see him? In the past, Gu Ruoan had been his woman so he would at least give you some face. Now, his eyes only hold me and our flesh and blood. Do you think he will still come to see you? Murong Qian stroked her stomach as she spoke and smiled happily. Where's Gu Ruoan? I've caused so much trouble in the Red Lotus territory for such a long time but she's still not coming out. I can tell that she's in so much sorrow that she cannot live any longer. Ha ha ha. Murong Qian burst into wild laughter and her voice was filled with even more disdain. Chapter 1695, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as she had spoken, a clear and cold voice suddenly chimed in and rang in her ear. Who can't live any longer? Who are you talking about? The woman's voice was just as chilly and calm as ever with no sign of emotion, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A green-robed woman was standing silently under the splendid sunlight. She was holding a soft, jade-like little boy by the hand. This little boy looked to be about 2 years of age. He was carrying a fluffy little beast like a ball of fur in his and stared at his surroundings with wonder and curiosity. Even though this child was still very young, it was immediately apparent that his features bore a similarity to Chanbei Yi, especially the head of silver hair. That was Chanbei Yi's outstanding feature. Yun sir. Grand Lord Hong Lian was shaken for a moment before he dashed towards Gu Ruoan as if seized by madness and violently pulled her into his arms. His entire being was trembling at that moment. You're back, you've finally returned. It has been 3 years. She has been away from the Red Lotus territory for 3 years now. Only the heavens know how they had endured these past 3 years. They had worried about Gu Ruoan's safety at every moment until they had been unable to have a good night's rest for the past 3 years. Grand Lord Hong Lian had reacted so intensely when he had seen Gu Ruoan because they had suppressed their feelings for the past 3 years. It was to the point that ever since Gu Ruoan had left, no sound of happiness or laughter had been heard in the Red Lotus territory. Dongfang Yu secretly wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and gazed tenderly at the father and daughter in front of her as she smiled silently. Even though Gu Shangshao did not speak or show any emotion, his grim eyes were flashing with joy. He stared unblinkingly at Gu Ruoan and could not bear to look away. Maternal grandfather, you're hurting mother. As Grand Lord Hong Lian was hugging Gu Ruoan very tightly, a tender, childlike and soft voice rang out from the side. Only then did he notice the little toddler who was standing by Gu Ruoan's leg. What did you just call me? Grand Lord Hong Lian asked dazedly, in shock. Xiao Zunse patted his tiny lips irritably. You were hugging her so tightly, mother would not feel comfortable. If you heard Zunse's mother, Zunse will never call you maternal grandfather again. This time, Grand Lord Hong Lian heard it very clearly. After he stared blankly for a moment, he lifted his hand and pulled the little child into his arms. His voice was filled with excitement. Yunse, is this your child? He's my maternal grandson. Gu Ruoan nodded and smiled gently. His name is Chanbei Zun. The words Chanbei Zun echoed in the crowd. It also rang in Murong Qian's ear at the same time. She had guessed as much when she had laid eyes on Xiao Zunse. Now, after she had heard Gu Ruoan's words, the rage in her eyes spilled over like flames. She scoffed coldly. Gu Ruoan, so you've finally found the nerve to show yourself. Let me tell you this, I'm now Chanbei Yi's woman. You two, both mother and son, have been cast aside. Only I have the right to receive his love. You are only a discarded woman. Yunse. Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart clenched. He was afraid that Gu Ruoan would believe in Murong Qian's words and quickly tried to advise her. Unexpectedly, the woman merely turned around to look at Murong Qian indifferently and replied serenely, Oh. Oh. Murong China widened her eyes. Doesn't this woman love Chanbei Yi very much? How can she remain so nonchalant after she heard this? Or is it because she could not accept this shock and has already gone mad? That must be it. Chapter 1696, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoan. Murong Qian gritted her teeth and spat. Gu Ruoan coldly turned around and glanced at her. That one look caused Murong Qian to feel as if a hand was gripping her neck savagely. Her face turned red and she was unable to make a sound. Are you going to leave on your own or shall I send you off? Gu Ruoan's voice was incomparably chilly and caused Murong Qian to shake. She glared viciously at Gu Ruoan. Your man doesn't want you anymore. Did you not hear what I have just said? You and your son have been abandoned. You should be wailing in agony or hang yourself in suicide. Murong Qian simply could not stand Gu Ruoan's tranquil demeanor. She really wanted to see the woman's crying face. Unfortunately, Gu Ruoan would never allow her to witness this side of her. Return and tell Kang Ming that I won't let him ruin the underworld. The underworld was an organization founded by Chanbei Yi and she would never let anyone use the underworld for evil. Hence, this was why she had not attacked the underworld. Another matter was more important, she has to find Chanbei first. Kang Ming. Murong Qian was stunned. Who is Kang Ming? I don't know him. Gu Ruoan calmly lifted the corners of her lips and swept her gaze towards Murong Qian's bump, the man who had put that seed in you. Gu Ruoan, did you not hear what I had just said? I'm carrying Chanbei's flesh and blood, not some Kang Ming. I don't even know this Kang Ming. Murong Qian was so furious that her stomach ached. This woman must have suffered a powerful shock, so her brain has had a mental lapse. Was she calling Chanbei Kang Ming? Could she not even differentiate people? Father, mother, brother, let's go. There's no need for us to be concerned about them now. If they dare to attack, I will kill every single one of them. If one comes at us, I will kill that one person. If they attack in pairs, I will kill them both. I don't care if they're people of the underworld or anyone else. The bottom line is that they won't be able to set a single foot in the Red Lotus territory. If they stepped into the Red Lotus territory, she would kill them even if the person was from the underworld. As Gu Ruoan spoke, she released her 9th transformation state aura and smashed it towards the members of the underworld. The Grand Lord was shocked. Daughter, are your powers now at the 9th transformation state? He asked, seeking confirmation. Just as he had spoken, the entire territory fell into silence. The Secret Order's Order Master stared at Gu Ruoan in shock. She could clearly sense that the woman before her was indeed at the 9th transformation state. Only a few years had passed and she has jumped from the late stage in the exceptional state to the 9th transformation state. How much talent does one need to have to reach this level? 9th transformation. She's broken through to the 9th transformation state. Murong Qian's expression changed as she staggered backward. She then gritted her teeth. This is impossible. How could this woman have broken through to the 9th transformation state? However, the aura that Gu Ruoan had released caused Murong Qian's heart to palpitate ceaselessly. Murong Qian did not dare make any rash decisions at the thought of this. She glared at Gu Ruoan contemptuously and said, Gu Ruoan, even if you have broken through to the 9th transformation state, so what? My husband's power is greater than yours. Now that you've bullied me, he will avenge me. Let's go. Once she had spoken, she led the members of the underworld and left the area. What's the meaning of this? Once they had left, Grand Lord Honglian knitted his brows. Where's Xiao Yi? Why hasn't he returned with you? No matter what, Grand Lord Honglian would never believe that Chanbei would abandon Gu Ruoan. However, when she heard Chanbei's name, Gu Ruoan's eyes sank. It's a long story. Let's talk inside. Chapter 1697, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Grand Lord Honglian saw the look on the woman's face, he felt apprehensive. It can't be like what Murong Qian has said. Chanbei Yi. Father, Gu Ruoan chuckled. Don't you trust Xiao Yi? He's not that kind of person. It's a long story, but there's one thing that I can tell you now. There's someone who looks exactly like Chanbei Yi and his name is Kang Ming. Kang Ming's identity is still unclear, but not only does he look like Xiao Yi, but his aura is also exactly alike. This was the reason why the citizens of the underworld have been fooled. Cultivators can differentiate people not just through their appearance alone. What matters the most was their aura. Therefore, if the aura was the same, any cultivator, no matter how powerful, would have been fooled. As Grand Lord Honglian listened to her explanation, his suspicions deepened. Yunsa, are you certain that someone else has the same aura as Chanbei Yi? Gu Ruoan nodded in conviction. That's right. In the beginning, Kang Ming had masqueraded as Chanbei Yi and followed me around, trying to find an opportunity to snatch a treasure in my possession. However, I had seen right through him and it was Chanbei Yi who had rushed over to save me. In order to save me from getting hurt, he had used a formation to seal me off and left to fight Kang Ming. I had to stay in that formation for 3 years before I was able to leave. Now, I have no idea how that fight between Xiao Yi and Kang Ming had turned out. However, I assume that both sides ended up getting seriously injured. Gu Ruoan did not want Grand Lord Honglian to be worried about her, so she had revealed everything which had happened in the end. Once Grand Lord Honglian discovered that the person who had impregnated Murong Qian was not Chanbei Yi, his heart immediately felt more at ease. However, when he remembered that Chanbei Yi's whereabouts were still unknown, his ease turned into worry again. Yunsa, I will send everyone in the Red Lotus territory to look for Chanbei Yi after this. The Secret Order will do so as well. The Secret Order's Order Master stepped out and smiled. Lady Gu, give that man's portrait to me after this. I will mobilize everyone in the first city to find him for you. Since you had lost contact with him on the East Peak mainland, I will send every citizen in the first city to journey across the mainland. With so many people involved, I believe that we will find him. She was talking about the first city, not the Secret Order. In all of the first city, only the members of the Secret Order were this courageous. Even the governor has no way of mobilizing the whole of first city to look for one person. All right. Gu Ruoan nodded. With the participation of so many people, it was much better than her looking for him alone blindly. Xiao Zunsa, I'm your maternal grandmother. Dongfang Yu stepped in front of Xiao Zunsa and lifted the little fellow from Grand Lord Honglian's arms. Come, call me maternal grandmother. I'd like to hear it. Xiao Zunsa knitted his adorable brows. Maternal grandmother, can you put Zunsa down? Dongfang Yu was stunned. Why? Because mother says that it is improper for men and women to touch each other. Zunsa is a man and maternal grandmother is a woman. How can you hold Zunsa? His words were like a stroke of lightning. Everyone was shocked into tender crispiness from Xiao Zunsa's words. Dongfang Yu did not hold back. She burst into laughter and looked at Gu Ruoan with a smile in her eyes. Did you teach him this? Gu Ruoan looked rather embarrassed. It's like this, Xiao Zunsa doesn't have any concept of men and women and wanted to take his trousers off in front of a little maiden, so I had taught him this phrase. Unexpectedly, he has actually learned it and is applying it with full vigor. Chapter 1698, Returning to the Red Lotus Territory once again, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha, Dongfang Yu laughed and she gently brushed her finger across Xiao Zunce's little nose. You, little one, are really too cute. It's definitely not proper for you to take your trousers off in front of maidens, but I'm your maternal grandmother. Hugging you for a moment is fine. However, you must remember that aside from your mother, maternal grandmother, maternal grandfather, and uncle, no one else can hug you. Xiao Zunce twiddled his little fingers and cocked his head to the side to look at Dongfang Yu. What about father? Your father certainly can hug you, but he's not here at the moment. Dongfang Yu was afraid that Xiao Zunce might be deceived and taken away by someone else, so she was teaching him diligently. Xiao Zunce blinked. He then saw Gu Shangshao, who had walked to Dongfang Yu's side and called out in a childish voice, "Uncle." His voice was soft and light, causing Gu Shangshao's expression to melt into softness. Xiao Zunce, tell me, how did you know that he's your uncle? Dongfang Yu stared at Xiao Zunce indulgently as she asked. Xiao Zunce giggled. Maternal grandmother, you're so silly. Uncle, maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother are so alike, how could Zunce possibly fail to recognize you? Dongfang Yu was shocked. This little fellow was only 2 years old, but she was stunned at how well he could converse. She never expected him to be so clever. Instantly, her heart was filled with even more love towards Xiao Zunce. Besides, Xiao Zunce looked around. Godfather has always talked about uncle. He says that uncle is cold and grim and that out of everyone here, uncle is the grimmest person. Zunce had guessed that he's my uncle because of that. Godfather. Dongfang Yu was shocked once again. Who's your godfather? How had a godfather appeared out of thin air? Zunce's godfather is Zhao Shangchen. Godfather likes uncle. He always talks about uncle. Xiao Zunce was not aware of the implications of his words, so he had blurted it all out. Gu Shangshao's expression froze as his grim features turned awkward. Zhao Shangchen and I have a life and death friendship pact. 1. He meant that he has no romantic inclinations towards Zhao Shangchen. Yunse, you've been living outside for so many years and you've finally returned after much difficulty. Follow us back to the Grand Lord's residence and let me take a good look at you. Dongfang Yu looked at Gu Ruan with heartache in her eyes. Gu Ruan nodded. Alright, let's go back to the residence first. You can send people to find Xiao Yi after this. I want every corner of the mainland searched. At this moment, the group which had been discussing the search party had no idea how much of a storm the decision would cause on the East Peak mainland. Every cultivator from the first city gathered together and charged out in search of Chanbei Yi. No one on the mainland could figure out what was going on and which so many martial saints would suddenly appear. Ziyun, Chuluo and the others that Gu Ruan had taken in did not remain idle either and sent all the Devil Sect's disciples out. Lan Ji also sent word, and everyone in the Cloudy Wind Empire, including its citizens, had gone out to search for Chanbei Yi. Of course, Gu Ruan did not stay idle as well. Once she had sent her orders out, she left the Red Lotus territory to look for Chanbei Yi. Xiao Zunce, however, had remained in the territory. Unfortunately, even with the bustling crowds, there was still no news of Chanbei Yi. Just as Gu Ruan was reaching the end of her limit, Zixie's voice, which had not been heard for a long time, finally echoed within her soul. Due to their contract, no matter how far away they were from each other, they could project their voices into each other's heart. This was also the reason why Gu Ruan had asked Zixie to help look for Chanbei Yi. Little girl, I found Chanbei Yi. Zixie's announcement was like a lantern in the darkness and revived Gu Ruan's ashen heart in an instant. Chapter 1699, Trouble Befalls Chia Linyu, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zixie, is this true? A wave of joy washed over Gu Ruan's heart and her being instantly filled with excitement. Where are you two? I'll go to find you right now. The voice in her soul fell silent. After a long pause, the man's demonic voice rang out once again. Little girl, Chanbei Yi is currently unable to see you. However, I guarantee you that he's not in any danger. We are now at a place you can't get to. Give us some time and we'll come to look for you. Gu Ruan was shaken and knitted her brows. Zixie, where on earth are you? Why can't I go there? During this period of time, she had journeyed through half of the mainland in order to find Chanbei Yi but could not find his whereabouts at all. Now, Zixie had told her that Chanbei Yi was at a place that she could not get to. Though the entire mainland was massive, what place could be completely out of her reach? Little girl, we don't have much time now. Zixie sighed and said, you still have other tasks to complete. Your task is to work hard in your cultivation and achieve a greater breakthrough. Kang Ming had suffered substantial injuries from his battle with Chanbei Yi, so he's probably recuperating now. You have to take advantage of his healing period and quickly cultivate so that you can fight against him when the time comes. Gu Ruan knows that Zixie was right. Even though she had broken through to the 9th transformation state, she was still a little ways off from being able to stand against Kang Ming. Gu Ruan took a deep breath and nodded. Zixie, I'll leave Xiao Yi in your care. I hope that the two of you can arrive in front of me, safe and sound soon. Be it Xiao Yi or you, you're both extremely important to me. If any of you are injured, I would worry. One was the man she loves while the other was a friend that she could stay with forever. She does not wish for any of them to get hurt. Besides, in this lifetime, she owes Zixie too much. Little girl, we'll be back soon. After he had said this, Zixie's voice was cut off and the entire world returned to silence. At this moment, a silver-haired man was seated cross-legged on the ground on an island with both his eyes shut. His peerless and beautiful face was extremely pale while the space between his brows carried a deep agony. You really don't want her to come? The purple-robed man looked at the silver-haired man who was seated on the ground and asked in an aloof manner. The silver-haired man opened his eyes slightly as his crimson robes fluttered against the sea breeze. His smile was so beautiful that everything on earth seemed to have lost their color. I just don't want her to worry. Zixie eyed Chanbei Yi. If it wasn't for the fact that you've done so much for her, I would never have let you have her. Chanbei chuckled. He knows better than anyone of the feelings hidden deep within Zixi's heart. Gu Ruoan was the only one who was oblivious. The things you've done for her in both lifetimes aren't any less than the things I've done. Zixi curled the corners of his lips as his face lifted into an absolutely demonic smile. However, the one she had chosen in both lifetimes was you, and I respect her decision. It's because of this that I would help her to search for you. Chanbei, I hope that you don't let me down. If I find out that you've betrayed her one day, I'll kill you even if my soul is destroyed in the process. Chapter 1700. Trouble Befalls Jia Linyu 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei laughed once again. That peerless smile on his face was very enticing. Don't worry, there won't be a need for you to sacrifice your soul. This assurance touched Zixi's heart and he laid his resistance towards Chanbei to rest. In the past, he had viewed Chanbei with such animosity because he had mistakenly believed that Chanbei was the person who had murdered Gu Ruoan. Now that he had discovered that it was Kang Ming who had impersonated Chanbei back then, he had laid down all of his misgivings. I don't wish for her to know of my feelings towards her. It would trouble her, so I hope you won't say anything to her. Zixi glanced at the recuperating Chanbei and raised the corners of his lips. I only wish to stay by her side, nothing more. If Gu Ruoan finds out that he has feelings for her, based on her character, she would choose to dissolve their contract in order to avoid troubling him. Rather than being separated from her without the chance to see her again, he preferred to keep his feelings secret. This way, he could stay by her side as a companion and never leave her. She's my woman, so I would naturally ache to see her. If she knows about your feelings, she would certainly feel sad and guilty. Chanbei gently raised his brow. So I won't tell her. Zixi nodded lightly. I will construct a formation for you to heal your wounds here. Once you're done, you can step out and find her. She has been thinking about you non-stop for the past 3 years. Actually, Zixi simply could not understand it. I had stayed by her side the longest through both lifetimes and have watched her grow from the weakest to her peak. Why did she choose Chanbei in both her lifetimes? He wondered. Perhaps Chanbei was good at expressing his feelings and I could only rely on banter and teasing words. It may be because of this that I have lost out on her. However, losing out was losing out. No matter what, I will respect her decision. Thank you. Chanbei murmured earnestly as he stared at the demonic and handsome man before him. Zixi looked at him, crossed his arms and replied in a lazy and evil manner. You don't need to thank me, I'm doing this all for Yunsa. These two were supposed to be love rivals. However, they were no longer fighting against each other. Instead, they were now working together for a woman's sake. Chanbei did not say anything more as he continued to meditate and entered into a healing state. The underworld. A silver-haired man dressed in black robes was seated on the dragon's throne with his chin propped on his hands. His cold and wanton gaze turned to the guard who was kneeling on the ground as he asked, has Muronqian returned? His voice was as cold and arrogant as ever with a hint of disdain in its tone. Reporting to the palace lord, Madame Murong has led a party of underworld members into the first city and caused a great disturbance in the Red Lotus territory. However, she seems to have suffered some sort of grievance and has now returned with an agitated aura. The man raised his sharp brows and laughed icily. Since she has returned, bring my male lion out for a spin. My male lion has been rather inhibited over these past few days, and since Muronqian has returned, it's time to let my male lion enjoy a good time. As you command. The guard joined his fists and backed away. Not too long after the guard had taken his leave, a figure rushed into the room. The woman was weeping pitifully and looked incomparably tragic. Yi, you have to stand up for me. Chapter 1701, Trouble Befalls Jia Linyu 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Muronqian threw herself into the man's arms and cried tragically. Yi, your rejected woman had bullied me. You must avenge me. Kang Ming grabbed Muronqian's chin and gently wiped the tears away from the corner of her eyes. You had gone to cause trouble for Gu Ruoan. She's back. It's been 3 years. That woman should have returned by now, but I still don't know where that fellow, Chanbei, is hiding. Unfortunately, I'm still recovering from my wounds. Otherwise, I would never have remained in the underworld for so long. Muronqian nodded and sobbed. Yi, that woman even said that I was not fit to carry your flesh and blood. She is clearly jealous that you've rejected her and fallen for me. She even claims that only she is fit to have your child and wanted to get rid of our child. Yi, you have to revenge me. Kang Ming's eyes darkened as the corners of his lips curled into a forced smile. Did she really say that? Yi. When she noticed the man's darkened gaze, Muronqian felt even more aggrieved. Don't you believe me? She had really said all that and humiliated me. You have to revenge me. Slap. The man lifted his arm and flung it at Muronqian, sending her body flying onto the ground. Muronqian was instantly stunned. She looked at the tall man before her in disbelief as her eyes welled up with tears of grief. Yi, what's wrong with you? Muronqian, I can give you an absolute love and I can also make you my wife. I can even give the child in your belly a legitimate identity, but I won't tolerate your lies. Gu Ruoan would know that he was not the real Chanbei, so why would she say such a thing? Muronqian had relied on his indulgence and dared to lie to his face. In this life, only he could fool others. He would not let anyone fool him. Yi, I did not. Muronqian burst into tears of grief and stared pitifully at the man's cold and arrogant features. I had not lied to you. Gu Ruoan had really said all this. Kang Ming slowly walked down from the throne and approached the woman lying on the ground. He then pinched her chin with his fingers tightly as the corners of his lips curled into a smile. It seems that you've been corrupted by bad examples during the past few days. You have the nerve to lie to my face. Since that's the case, I have to punish you to make you understand how to be an obedient pet. Though his eyes have returned to their original tenderness, the words which sounded from his mouth were incomparably cruel. Kang Ming slowly turned around and raised his hand before waving it. A gust of wind blew out the candle on the table and the entire hall turned pitch black. Murong Qian shivered as a sense of delight flashed across her face. She knows that this man has a strange character. For example, when it comes to these sort of matters, he liked to blow out the candles and have intercourse with her in the dark. Hence, when she saw the man's actions, she knew what was going to happen next. Yi, I know that I have done wrong. Can you be a little gentler later? Murong Qian looked bashful and no longer felt her previous terror. However, she also did not notice the sense of disgust which flashed across the eyes of the man in front of her. There was no gentleness to speak of. Take your clothes off. The man's arrogant voice rang out like an emperor ordering his subordinates about. Indeed, Murong Qian obediently walked to the side and removed her clothes. During that period of time, she did not notice that the man, who had been standing by her side, had silently disappeared. Chapter 1702, Trouble Befalls Chia Linyu, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Outside the main hall. A guard led a raging inferno line into the room and approached the man. The man stared indifferently at the pitch-black main hall behind him before he turned towards the raging inferno line and said, "This woman has lied to me and arrogantly relied on indulgence to try and use me. There's no need for you to be gentle with her today. As long as you don't harm the child in her womb, you can play with her until you are satisfied." This woman was of no consequence to him. It was the child in her belly that he wanted. Otherwise, he would have killed her long ago. Everyone knows that demi-beast humans' talents have always been powerful. That was the result of reckless mating. If he chose a pair of compatible beast and human and conducted relations between them, the demi-beast human child that they would produce would be even more powerful. He had first selected the raging inferno lion before selecting Murong Qian. Poor Murong Qian, she never knew that it had been a lion copulating with her all along and not the peerlessly beautiful man who had moved her heart. The thing in her belly was a monster. The raging inferno lion's eyes flashed when he heard the man's words. He then pushed the door open excitedly and walked towards Murong Qian, who was lying on the ground waiting to get lucky. Lewd noises soon echoed through the main hall, but when Kang Ming heard the moaning, he showed no indication that he had heard anything at all. After receiving the news of Chanbei Yi's situation, Gu Ruan's tense heart in the past few days finally relaxed. She was about to return to the Red Lotus territory and relay this news to her parents when she received more news from Lan Ji. Gu Lan has arrived in the Cloudy Wind Empire and the situation doesn't look too good. The letter only contained these few words, but it caused Gu Ruan's heart to thud heavily. Back then, Chia Linyu had decided to leave her side to avoid dragging her down and train in the outside world on his own. Gu Lan, the daughter of the Gu family, had followed him in order to escape a forced marriage. Now, Gu Lan has arrived in the Cloudy Wind Empire and said the situation was dire. Does that mean that something had happened to Yue? Gu Ruan's heart sank. In her past life, she had not managed to take good care of her brother and her oversight had caused her brother to suffer many dangers in this life. Therefore, she would never permit anyone to hurt him anymore. A wave of murderous energy flickered from Gu Ruan's eyes. She did not hesitate and sped quickly towards the Cloudy Wind Empire. The Cloudy Wind Empire was a newly risen organization which had appeared in the past few years. As it was under General Lan Ji's command, the Cloudy Wind Empire holds great prestige on the mainland. Many people have tried to discover the Cloudy Wind Emperor's identity, but it was to no avail. No one could figure out who the Emperor was. It was as if the Emperor was some kind of extremely mystifying puzzle. At this moment, two guards were standing in Gu Ruan's way at the Cloudy Wind Empire's palace gate. This is the Imperial Palace of the Cloudy Wind Empire. If you wish to enter, you must show us your token. A token? Gu Ruan frowned. Lan Ji had not mentioned a token and she never expected to be stopped outside the gate. She replied, "Tell Lan Ji that Gu Ruan has arrived." The two guards were stunned when they heard Gu Ruan's response. They did not say much, but their eyes were clearly aloof. "Miss, there are many people who wish to see General Lan Ji. Unless you produce a token, we can't let you enter." The two guards were still rather courteous and did not chase Gu Ruan immediately. They were only asking her to show her token. Chapter 1703, Trouble Befalls Chia Linyu, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What's going on here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Just as Gu Ruan turned around to take a look, that person had also noticed her. It was a handsome, tall and slim youth. He was waving a fan in his hand and a frivolous smile was plastered on his face. However, he was shocked when he saw Gu Ruan. "Hey, Gu Ruan, why are you detained outside the gate?" "Lu Yue, what a coincidence." Gu Ruan gently raised her brow as her eyes flashed with a smile. The young man before her was the person who had impersonated her in the past and was a friend to her in her past life, Lu Yue. Ever since she had parted ways with Lan Ji, Lu Yue had followed by Lan Ji's side. Between the two of them, one was an intellectual while the other was well versed in strategy, and with their cooperation, they have brought the Cloudy Wind Empire to new heights. "Take me to Lan Ji." Lu Yue narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze towards the guards who were standing in Gu Ruan's way. His eyes flickered with a dangerous light. "Don't you two have any idea who she is? You had the nerve to stand in her way. If General Lan Ji were to find blame, I certainly cannot protect you." The two guards were shaken as a hint of terror flashed in their eyes. They never thought that Gu Ruan was actually acquainted with General Lan Ji. They were finished. "Forget it." Gu Ruan shook her head at Lu Yue. "They were only doing the duty. There's something even more important at hand. Take me to Lan Ji and Gu Lan. I want to find out if something has happened to Yue." Lu Yue put his fan away as the frivolous smile on his face turned serious. He then nodded and said, "Come with me." Gu Lan was seated on a stone bench by a stream at the rear of the palace. Her cheek was propped against her hand and she looked listless. Just as she turned around, she saw a green-robed woman by Lu Yue's side. Her expression shook and she bit her lips as her bloodshot eyes stared at Gu Ruoan, who was walking towards her. Gu Lan. Gu Ruoan walked towards Gu Lan and raised her brow. There was a sense of anxiety in her voice as she asked, "Tell me, has something happened to Yue?" Gu Ruoan's question seemed to have that triggered Gu Lan, for she finally burst into tears. When Gu Ruoan saw that, her heart was filled with even more worry. Could it be that something's really happened to Yue? Older sister Gu. Gu Lan's expression was full of agony and she held her head in her hands. Yue has forgotten about me. What should I do? He has completely forgotten everything we've gone through. He even wants to kill me. Gu Ruoan's heart thumped. She then raised her hand to pat Gu Lan's shoulder soothingly as her frown deepened. Tell me exactly what happened. There's no need to hurry, you can slowly explain things to me. Gu Lan bit her lips as her tender and lovable features filled with bitterness. Older sister Gu, Yue and I have gone through a lot during this period of time. We had managed to avert disaster each time and we have grown a lot through this. However, I really don't know what to do this time. It was a good thing that I had happened to run into Lan Ji along my way to the Cloudy Wind Empire. He had then brought me to the Imperial Palace and told me that he would inform you about this matter. Gu Lan's expression became even more agonized as she spoke and her body trembled endlessly. One could imagine how much she has had to endure during the past few days. Chapter 1704, Trouble Befalls Chia Linyu, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Lan, how could Yue have forgotten about you? What have you gone through? Even if he has forgotten about you, there's no reason why he should possibly want to kill you. Gu Ruoan furrowed her brows as she questioned. Gu Lan's tears were streaming down her face endlessly. She stared at Gu Ruoan tearily as she answered, Yue and I were passing through the Dragon Moon Empire when the Empire's Princess Yiluan fell in love with Yue and wanted to make him the Empire's son-in-law. Yue had refused, but I don't know what the agents of that empire had done to Yue and caused him to lose all his memory. He doesn't even recognize me. He's become obedient to Princess Yiluan and is following her orders to kill me. Sob, Sister Gu, what should we do? Yue doesn't remember us now. Gu Ruoan's expression slowly sank. Princess Yiluan's love for Chia Linyu was not a crime, but she had sinned by hurting Yue. Gu Ruoan would never allow anyone to hurt her loved ones. Gu Lan, take me to the Dragon Moon Empire now. Gu Ruoan lowered her gaze as a cold light flashed in her eyes. Since the people of Dragon Moon Empire had dared to touch my brother, I won't ever let them get away with it. But, Sister Gu, Yue has forgotten all about us. If we crash into the Dragon Moon Empire, I'm afraid that Princess Yiluan will use Yue against us. I don't want him to get hurt. If that had not been the case, she would have mobilized the Gu family to save him by now. I don't know what she has done to Yue, but as long as I can see him, I can save him. Gu Ruoan turned towards Gu Lan. Take me to the Dragon Moon Empire now. I'd love to see how Princess Yiluan had found the nerve to touch my brother. A sliver of hope flashed in Gu Lan's eyes as she nodded, all right. She has great faith in Gu Ruoan. As long as Gu Ruoan was in the picture, there would not be any problems. At this moment, everything was peaceful in the Dragon Moon Empire, blissfully unaware of the oncoming calamity. A delicately handsome youth was standing with his back against the door in a luxurious bedchamber in a palace. His clear and limpid eyes stared intently out the window as his graceful brows were knitted into a frown, deep in thought. Sunlight streamed in from the window and lit up the youth's lanky, tall and slim figure as he placed his hands behind his back. He was keenly aware that someone was approaching him from the back, but he did not move. Sir Chia, what are you thinking about? The woman's graceful voice rang out behind him and caused Chia Linyu to jump. He slowly turned around and his clear gaze settled on the woman's pretty and dignified features. Princess Yiluan, you're here. He looked at Yiluan, who was walking towards him, and smiled. The man's voice was like the sound of a clear spring. It was comforting and caused the listener to feel as though their soul was being cleansed. Sir Chia, we will be married in a few days' time. Before we get married, I wonder if you could. Yiluan's graceful features turned a little shy. Could you embrace me for a while? We've known each other for so long, but you've never hugged me. Are you avoiding me, Sir Chia? Yiluan's eyes filled with tears and she looked so pitiful that one could not help but be moved to tenderness towards her. Chia Linyu's heart softened in the face of Yiluan's teary gaze. He walked towards Yiluan. Yiluan's eyes filled with anticipation as she saw the youth reach his hands out to embrace her. Suddenly, he stopped. Chapter 1705, Trouble Befalls Chia Linyu, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No, I can't do it. Chia Linyu buried his head in his hands in agony. I can't remember a thing, but I can't bring myself to go near you. Princess Yiluan, we were once lovers, right? Why do I feel so conflicted about your body? Yiluan froze, but a cold light flashed across her eyes when Chia Linyu was not paying attention. However, she soon recovered her graceful and gentle demeanor. Sir Chia, you simply honor the rules too much and don't want to touch me before the wedding. You're doing this because you don't want to hurt me, so your heart is causing you to feel conflicted about approaching me. Is that the case? Chia Linyu looked puzzled and he furrowed his brows. Does that mean that after we're married, my conflict towards you should disappear? Yiluan nodded. That's right. Sir Chia, you must remember that you love me the most. That little SLT Gu Lan is a villain who had killed your entire family in order to have you. Her evil crimes have filled the heavens with grief. She had not hesitated to kill your whole family to have you. If she causes trouble during our wedding, you must kill her. The woman's voice was like the voice of the devil as it rooted itself and grew in Chia Linyu's mind. Chia Linyu's expression gradually calmed down as if he was affected by Yiluan's voice. His expression no longer held the youthful innocence that Gu Ruoan was so familiar with. Instead, it was now filled with a thirst for slaughter. I will kill her. Anyone who causes trouble will be killed. Yiluan smiled in satisfaction. Sir Chia, I'll leave now so I won't disturb your rest anymore. Our wedding is in a few days and I want an unforgettable event. I believe that it will be a memorable one for you too, Sir Chia. Once Yi Luan had said her piece, she looked at the cold and solemn Chia Linyu before she turned around and left. After she had stepped out the door, she spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. The hypnotic charm one that Master had given me requires the loss of my lifespan as the price for me to control it with my level of power now. However, in order to have Chia Linyu, I have no other way. Yi Luan lifted her head and her face no longer displayed her previous gentle grace. Chia Linyu's powers are too strong so most hypnotic charms cannot control him. Only the absolute hypnotic charm too that Master had left behind has the ability to control him. I had used the absolute hypnotic charm to seal all of his memories and make him believe that I'm his lover and that Gulan is his enemy. I can even control his emotions. However, she paused before she continued. Why is he resisting each time I ask him to touch my body? Is my body so unattractive that even the absolute hypnotic charm is rendered useless? Yi Luan simply could not figure this out. She chose not to overanalyze this. No matter what, we shall be married in 3 days. If that little SLT, Gulan, dares to cause trouble here, I will ensure that she will never leave alive. A murderous intent flashed across Yi Luan's eyes. Besides, I will force her beloved to kill her and let her experience the agony of despair. No one in this world should dare to fight against me, Yi Luan, for my man. Princess. Just as Yi Luan was pondering over Gulan, a woman dressed in palace garments hurried to Yi Luan. Your Royal Highness, His Imperial Highness has asked you to see him. My Imperial Father wants to see me. Yi Luan was shaken. Why does he want to see me? Yi Luan furrowed her brows. After a long while, she replied, tell my Imperial Father that I will go to see him now. Chapter 1706, Trouble Befalls Chia Linyu, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The atmosphere was stern and majestic in the Imperial study. Emperor Yi Qin, who was dressed in yellow, was reading a memorandum. Just then, a eunuch entered the study to report that Princess Yi Luan was here to see him. Luanaire is here. Yi Qin put the papers down and replied in an aloof manner, let her in. Yes. Just as he had spoken, the door to the Imperial study was slowly pushed open. Yi Luan entered gracefully and was bathed in the magnificent sunlight. Her face was filled with a smile and her demeanor was absolutely noble. Imperial Father, why have you summoned me? Yi Luan looked at his favored daughter and smiled. Luanaire, are you really going to marry Chia Linyu? That's right. Yi Luan nodded. I love him. I had fallen in love with him from the moment I had laid eyes on him. In this lifetime, I will marry no one else but him. Do you know anything about his background? Asked Yi Qin. Imperial Father, Yi Luan replied unhappily, I will be marrying him in just 3 days and you've already given us your permission. Are you going back on your word now? Chia Linyu's powers are notable, are you still afraid that he can't match up to me? Yi Qin sighed and his face was full of exasperation. I'm not afraid that his background is unfit for you, I'm afraid that his background is too great that you would suffer grief by marrying him. You must know that our great empires are not the only things that exist on this mainland. However, I'm not worried if he's an emperor, what I'm worried about is that he's from the first city. The people of the first city have always looked down upon us in the secular world. Why would they allow you to marry one of them? Imperial Father, Yi Luo laughed. You can rest assured in this. I had asked Chia Linyu if he was from the first city when we had first met. He had denied it and said that he had come from a small family and only received great power by chance. Back then, he was only trying to learn from experience by journeying away from home. Chia Linyu had been telling the truth, he was indeed from a small family. However, someone has a powerful sister who was rushing towards the Dragon Moon Empire right now. Imperial Father, you and I are two of the same and we don't want to complicate matters. Please, Imperial Father, fulfill my wish. Yi Luan knelt down as she spoke earnestly. However, even Yi Qin never felt that Chia Linyu was not as, two of the same, as Yi Luan had described. He was under the control of her absolute hypnotic charm. All right, Yi Qin sighed. He waved his hand and bade the kneeling Yi Luan to stand up. Luanaire, you're the child that I favor and feel the proudest about. None of your siblings have surpassed you but I hope that you know your limits in your decisions. If Chia Linyu's status is higher than our own, you have to give him up. There are so many men in the Dragon Moon Empire that you won't lack for a husband. Yi Luan smiled. Imperial Father, I've always been mindful of my limits and one Chia Linyu really isn't a member of the first city. He's only a genius from a small family. Don't worry, no problems will arise during our wedding in 3 days. Since your heart has decided, I will go along with your decision. Yi Qin waved his hand. All right, you may leave. Yes, Imperial Father. Yi Luan joined her fists, turned around and walked out of the Imperial study. Her face was full of determination and her eyes were filled with a particular resolution. No matter what, I will have Chia Linyu. Chapter 1707, Guruan rushes over, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Have you heard? They say that it's Princess Yi Luan's wedding day tomorrow. The Imperial son-in-law is apparently a genius from a small family but his talents are outstanding and is an ideal match for the princess. TSK. Princess Yi Luan is the Dragon Moon Empire's #1 genius and has unsurpassed skills as well. Mark my words, that man must have climbed the social ladder for her. However, it is the eve of the princess ceremony so why has security in the Imperial city been tightened? Don't you know, there's a woman named Gulan who is also fantasizing over the Imperial son-in-law. However, the Prince Consort doesn't like her and only loves the princess. To prevent her from causing trouble, the princess has issued the order for stricter security. The streets were bustling in the Dragon Moon Empire and the crowd was discussing fervently on the street. Based on their conversations, one could sense that they have a good impression of Princess Yi Luan. However, no one had noticed that the tender and lovable woman had paused in the street and was clenching her fists so tightly that her hands were shaking. There was only one voice in her head. Xiao Linyu is marrying Princess Yi Luan. They're going to get married. A sour taste bubbled up within her heart and her eyes turned red. Each time she thought about Xiao Linyu and Yi Luan's wedding, she would feel an unbearable pain in her heart. The courage she had gathered to journey into the Imperial Palace has disappeared. Sister Gu. She bit her lips and turned with reddened eyes to the green-robed woman next to her and said, Yue has lost all his memories of me. Even if I go, he won't remember me. I can only watch him marry someone else. To a woman, nothing was crueler than having the man she loves to become another's husband. Gu Lan was beginning to have second thoughts at this moment. Gu Ruan turned around. Her clear and cold eyes looked at the girl as she asked calmly, if you want to leave things as it is, I will understand. However, if I were you, I would try to stop things and save him no matter the outcome so that I will have no regrets. After hearing about what had happened to Xiao Linyu, Gu Ruan had also considered that if Chanbei had lost his memories of her one day and was about to marry someone else, what would she do? Perhaps she would only make one choice. Even if blood has to flow like a river and even if she has to murder countless people, she would stop the wedding. Chanbei was her man and no one else apart from her could get a share of him. If someone else does, she would not hesitate to destroy an entire country to stop all of this from happening. However, Gu Ruan also believes that if Chanbei were to forget her again, he would never marry someone else. He would find a way to recover his lost memories and find her even if he had to search for 10,000 years. I understand. Gu Lan's eyes slowly filled with resolution and flickered with a dazzling light. Sister Gu, I will go with you. Even if Yue still doesn't remember me, I want to see him for the last time at least. Besides, they are only getting married tomorrow. We still have a chance to stop them today. Gu Ruan smiled serenely when she saw that Gu Lan has finally figured it out. She placed her hand in front of Gu Lan and smiled as she said, Come, let's bring Yue home. Come, let's bring Yue home. Gu Ruan's words sent tremors down Gu Lan's heart, causing her to blink to force her tears back. She then put her hand into Gu Ruan's hand as she spoke. Sister Gu, thank you. I'm truly fortunate to have met them in this lifetime. Chapter 1708, Gu Ruan rushes over, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What did you just say? Yi Luan rose to her feet in a luxurious bedchamber. Her eyes flickered with a cold light as she said, Did you just say that the little SLT, Gu Lan, is on her way to stop me from marrying Xiao Linyu? That's right, Your Royal Highness. Based on our spy's report, she has returned to the Dragon Moon Empire and she has even brought backup this time. Backup, Yi Luan sneered, who is this backup that she has brought? Reporting to the princess, the backup Gu Lan has brought is a young woman. Hee. Yi Luan sniggered coldly when she heard this and the corners of her lips curled in disdain. A young girl is not a big enough threat for me. Besides, I still have Xiao Linyu under my control. I don't think that these people could just take Xiao Linyu away from under my nose. They're simply reckless. I had allowed the little slut, Gu Lan, to escape not too long ago but I never thought that she would still risk her life and return. If this was not reckless behavior, what is? Does she think that just because she has brought help that she could take Xiao Linyu away? Servants. Yi Luan's expression sank as she ordered coldly, Inform all the powerful cultivators in the palace to come with me to the palace gates and welcome the little SLT, Gu Lan. Yi Luan then straightened her robes and left the bedchamber. The guards who had been guarding the gates of the Imperial Palace were flung to the ground. 2 women then stepped into the Imperial Palace. Where's Yue? Gu Ruan raised her hand to lift one of the guards off the ground. She then asked in a chilly voice, Tell me now, where's Yue? The guard ignored her question and scoffed icily, This is the Dragon Moon Empire's Imperial Palace. You must be tired of living if you have the audacity to act with impudence here. Offending the Imperial family is the path to death. Slam. Gu Ruan threw the guard against the palace gate. His head collided with the large gate and he slumped to the ground immediately. Speak, where's Yue? Gu Ruan then walked towards the other guard and asked in a cold voice. The other guard had gone pale from fright after witnessing his companion's grisly end. He stammered, He's in the rear palace with Her Royal Highness, the princess. Wham. Gu Ruan also flung the other guard out of the way. Just as she was about to make her way into the rear palace, a graceful woman led a group of guards towards them. Gu Lan's expression changed in an instant. Her eyes were nearly spitting fire as she said, Sister Gu, she's Yi Luan, the one who's detaining Yue unjustly. Gu Lan. Yi Luan walked towards Gu Lan and stared coldly at her. I never thought that you'd have the nerve to show your face again here. What, are you purposely sending yourself to the grave because you didn't die the last time? You even had the audacity to accuse me of detaining Sir Chia. We are clearly in love and will be married soon. The only one he will marry in this lifetime is me. Gu Lan's face turned red from anger. You're speaking nonsense. You're the reason why Yue no longer remembers me. You've clearly done something to him. This accusation caused Yi Luan to laugh. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Gu Lan, he doesn't remember you because your charms are not as great as mine. Why would he remember you after meeting me? If you're here to attend my wedding, I absolutely welcome you. If you're here to cause trouble, I won't remain courteous. As Yi Luan was mocking Gu Lan, a chilly voice suddenly rang out, You have 3 minutes. Hand Yue over or I will raise the Dragon Moon Empire to the ground. Chapter 1709, Chanbei Yi returns, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Luan stared at Gu Ruan icily with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She obviously does not hold her in high regard. I'd love to see how you're capable of raising the Dragon Moon Empire to the ground. Gu Ruan glanced at Yi Luan aloofly before she slowly raised her hand. Boom. Powerful energy exploded into her surroundings and enveloped her like a hurricane. The hurricane ripped rocks and bricks from the ground while nearby trees whirled into the sky. At that moment, it seemed almost as if the entire world was collapsing from that woman's power. Yi Luan gritted her teeth and commanded, "All of you, attack. Take that woman down." "Yes, princess." The powerful cultivators of the empire moved to stop Gu Ruan when they heard this. However, before they could get near to Gu Ruan, they were hit by powerful energy. That energy slammed into their chests and caused their bodies to fly away with a thud. None of them had even managed to touch the corner of Gu Ruan's robes. The hurricane continued to rage around them and began to suck the roof tiles above their heads into the air. The people in the houses were terrified and quickly rushed out to stare in shock at the woman in green beneath the wild winds. Yi Luan began to feel frightened and she roared angrily, "Stop it this instant." Wham! Yi Luan then attempted to rush towards Gu Ruan to stop her, but who would have thought that the woman would shoot her an indifferent glare. This one look caused Yi Luan to lose control and fly out of the way. She spat out a mouthful of blood as her face was drained of color. "I'll give you one last chance, where's Yue?" Gu Ruan asked coldly as she stared at Yi Luan, who was on the ground in a domineering manner. Yi Luan clenched her jaw and did not reply. She refused to hand Chia Linyu over no matter what. "His Imperial Highness has arrived." A loud, gruff voice rang out through the palace. The crowd of onlookers then saw Yi Qin, who was dressed in bright yellow robes, rushing over. His handsome face was full of panic, and when he saw the troublemaking Gu Ruan, he sped up and immediately walked towards the woman. "My lady, may we ask if anyone in the Dragon Moon Empire has offended you? Tell us and we shall grant you justice." Yi Qin took a deep breath. He understands that Gu Ruan has great power, hence, he could only use soft persuasion at a time like this. Gu Ruan swept her gaze towards him. "I'm here to bring Yue home. Since you're insisting on keeping Yue inside, I can only burn the Dragon Moon Empire to the ground." "Yue?" Yi Qin was shocked. "Do you mean Chia Linyu? May we ask how you are related to him?" "I'm his older sister." Gu Ruan replied indifferently and her voice was tranquil and calm. However, the murderous intent thickened within her being, causing them all to shiver. Yi Qin laughed bitterly as he stared accusingly at Yi Luan, who had fallen onto the ground. He had long asked her to investigate Chia Linyu's past, but in the end, his sister had not agreed to their matrimony and had stormed right in. Besides, this woman's power was superior to theirs and she was likely to have attained a rank above a martial saint. Only a member of the First City would have such power. "My lady, are you from the First City?" He thought for a moment before asking the question. Gu Ruan nodded. "That's right, I'm from the First City. You will now hand Yue over. Otherwise, I will make the Dragon Moon Empire disappear from this world." Chapter 1710, Chanbei returns, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gasp. The color drained from Yi Qin's face. He had asked the question to confirm his suspicion, but he never expected this woman to have really come from the First City. "Luanaire, this is the disaster you've brought." Yi Qin shot Yi Luan an icy glare and his intonation no longer carried his usual loving nature. Yi Luan's expression changed greatly. She also never expected the little SLT Gulan to have connections to a member of the First City. Regardless, Yi Luan does not really see Gu Ruan as Chia Linyu's sister. After all, Chia Linyu had told her that he had come from a small family. More importantly, the two of them does not share the same surname. How could Gu Ruan possibly be his elder sister? Imperial father, is it wrong for Sir Chia and I to love each other? Yi Luan still refused to hand Chia Linyu over. She then bit her lips and turned her eyes towards Gu Ruan. "I don't know why you're protecting Gulan and would try to separate Sir Chia and me for her sake. We love each other, so why can't we be together? You're tearing a loving couple apart, aren't you afraid of gossip?" "Young lady," Yi Qin sighed exasperatedly and turned towards Gu Ruan. "You're a cultivator from the First City and the Dragon Moon Empire's princess is certainly not fit for someone of Sir Chia's position. However, these two young ones are madly in love. Please, young lady, fulfill their wishes." At that moment, the ruckus in the Imperial Palace had attracted a crowd of curious citizens. When the onlookers heard these words, they began to pity Yi Luan and they even viewed Gu Ruan's attempt to separate the happy couple with contempt. However, no matter how angry they were, no one dared to show it. If she could casually speak of destroying the Dragon Moon Empire, what about them, the average citizen? My little brother would never have such bad taste. Gu Ruan glanced at the pale-faced Yi Luan. He would not have fallen for this woman. Yi Luan was enraged by this insult. Gu Ruan's words were the biggest humiliation to her. That was because she does not believe that she was any worse off than that SLT, Gulan. What had Gu Ruan meant by that? What was she getting at by saying that Yi Luan does not match up to Chia Linyu's tastes? When Yi Qin heard this, he laughed and said, "Young lady, we shall send someone to bring Sir Chia over. Whether he loves Luanaire or not, let him say it himself. If the two of them truly love each other, we ask that you let them go, Lady Gu." Gu Ruan nodded. "All right. If Yue really has fallen for her, I will respect Yu's decision. My only fear is that he's under someone's control and is not himself." Gu Ruan stared at Yi Luan for a very long time as she said this. Yi Luan's expression changed, but she soon recovered. Her face curled into a cold smile. "No one can lift the absolute hypnotic charm that Master has given me. Even if this woman is from the First City, she would be helpless in the face of the absolute hypnotic charm. Since that's the case, why not let that woman, Gulan, reconcile herself with her loss and make her understand that Chia Linyu isn't fit for just anyone? Men, bring Sir Chia over." Yi Qin's eyes darkened as he commanded coldly. A man joined his fists immediately upon receiving the order and quickly headed towards the rear palace. Not too long after that, a guard quickly led a handsome and delicate-looking youth towards them. He soon appeared before everyone's eyes. Gulan stared at Chia Linyu, who arrived with the guard. Her eyes reddened and she nearly burst into tears. She could only stare unblinkingly at the features that she had yearned for day and night. Chapter 1711, Chanbei returns, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sir Chia. Yi Luan's heart leaped and she crawled up from the ground to rush towards Chia Linyu. Her eyes flashed with hatred but her face was incomparably bashful. Sir Chia, this SLT, Gulan, has come to cause trouble for us. She has even brought someone who claims to be your sister. These two women want to take you away. Tell them now that you love me and that you don't want to leave with them. Chia Linyu did not speak. His limpid eyes stared at Gu Ruan as a hint of confusion appeared in his gaze. Who are you? Why does this woman feel so familiar to him? It was as if they were connected through their souls. Actually, Chia Linyu's sense of familiarity towards Gu Ruan was entirely due to the fact that they had been reincarnated through the ancient divine pagoda. This was why he feels a sense of familiarity from Gu Ruan's being. Gu Ruan slowly walked towards Chia Linyu with a gentle smile on her face. Yue, I'm here to take you home. Take me home. Chia Linyu blinked and walked towards Gu Ruan. His vision was hazy. However, he understood that as long as he follows her, he would find the answer. Sir Chia. Yi Luan did not expect this to happen. She panicked and quickly summoned the absolute hypnotic parasite in his mind. However, Chia Linyu did not seem to hear her voice and continued to walk towards Gu Ruan. Yue. Gu Ruan stepped forward to hold Chia Linyu's hands tightly. She looked into the youth's hazy eyes and her heart throbbed with agony. A wave of fury then rose from within her heart. Yi Luan of the Dragon Moon Empire. I will make those who've hurt Yue pay. Whack. Gu Ruan smacked Chia Linyu's head with a heavy blow and directed her spiritual energy into Chia Linyu's brain. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A blood-red worm was wriggling in the blood. Oh no. Yi Luan staggered and her body crashed heavily to the ground. She stared at the youth in front of Gu Ruan in despair as a searing pain gripped her entire heart. Chia Linyu stood quietly under the wild wind as his limpid eyes stared at Gu Ruan intently. After a long pause, his lips moved and he cried out, "Big sister." His cry caused Gu Ruan to lose all restraint. She pulled the delicate youth into her arms and hugged him tightly before she slowly murmured, Yue, I've come for you. No one can hurt you while I'm around. At that moment, the crowd has lost all comprehension over what was going on. Moments ago, this youth had asked who the green-robed woman was. In the next moment, he had spat out a blood-red worm and called the green-robed woman his sister. Yi Qin finally came to a realization and he shot an angry glare at Yi Luan who had fallen onto the ground. Yi Luan, you have brought disaster upon the Dragon Moon Empire this time. Most people may not be aware of what the absolute hypnotic parasite was, but it was impossible for Yi Qin to be ignorant of this. Yi Luan had tricked a cultivator from the first city into swallowing the absolute hypnotic parasite and had lied to him that the latter had come from a small family. If Yi Qin had known about this, he would never have allowed Yi Luan to do such a thing. Gulan. Chia Linyu did not pay any attention to the crowd behind him. Gulan's trembling body was enveloped in his clear and limpid eyes. I'm sorry, I had forgotten you and hurt you. Chapter 1712, Chanbei Yi returns, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gulan bit her lip and shook her head. Yue, I don't blame you and it's not your fault. You remember who I am. How wonderful. That was right. In Gulan's opinion, as long as Chia Linyu remembers her, that was enough. She does not want anything else from him. Sister. Chia Linyu turned to look at Yi Luan and his limpid eyes grew cold. I had fallen into this woman's plot. She had used an absolute hypnotic parasite to seal my memories and place me under a spell to make me believe that she and I were lovers. Boom. His words struck like a stroke of lightning on a clear day. The citizens who had greatly revered Yi Luan of the Dragon Moon Empire were shocked. No one dared to believe that the goddess in their heart would actually do such a thing. Yi Luan was still staring at Chia Linyu reluctantly and spoke with an agonized look on her face. Why must you treat me this way? What's so bad about me? Why don't you like me? If you had loved me, I would never have resorted to doing something like this. One could harm others as well as oneself in the name of love. Yi Luan envied couples who were deeply in love. If Chia Linyu had accepted her, she would not have crossed the line like this. Yi Luan, I hate you. Why would I even like you? Chia Linyu glared coldly at Yi Luan. You had manipulated me and nearly made me kill Gulan. I will personally make you pay for this. Chia Linyu turned towards Gu Ruan. Sister, I want to deal with this matter on my own, alright. Gu Ruan nodded. Based on Chia Linyu's current power, he could definitely deal with this matter. Alright, deal with it however you wish. It's fine even if you destroy the entire Dragon Moon Empire. Chia Linyu smiled delicately as his clear eyes flashed with an indifferent light. Sister, you and Gulan should leave this place first. The next part is going to be a little bloody. It would be a big mistake to think that Chia Linyu was a kind person. He had endured so much torture during his past life, how could he possibly carry a kind heart now? Besides, everything Yi Luan has done had crossed his limits. Alright. Gu Ruan nodded. Gulan and I shall wait for you in the Cloudy Wind Empire. Do you know Lan Ji? Ever since I had taken that fellow in, he and Lu Yue have then founded the Cloudy Wind Empire. The crowd, which had been silent, instantly exploded upon hearing these words. General Lan Ji from the mysterious Cloudy Wind Empire was this woman's subordinate. Does that not mean that she was the ruler of the Cloudy Wind Empire? Yi Qin laughed bitterly. He knows that they were all going to be slaughtered this time. It was said that the Cloudy Wind Empire's Lan Ji was extremely powerful. Some of the major organizations in the first city has to respect him, and even the Dragon Clan, which had always looked down on humans, was now in constant communication with the Cloudy Wind Empire. If Lan Ji was her subordinate, how powerful was this woman? Yi Qin simply did not dare to ponder this any further. He was afraid that he would die of fright once he has figured it out. Let's go. Gu Ruan pulled Gulan along and walked out of the palace. Gulan was a little hesitant. She took one last look at Chia Linyu before she followed Gu Ruan and left that place. Chia Linyu's issue was now settled. Gu Ruoan had immediately returned to the Cloudy Wind Empire after leaving the Dragon Moon Empire. She then began to cultivate in the Cloudy Wind Empire. Many civil and military ministers soon found out about Gu Ruoan's position through Lan Ji. They understood that this young woman who had come from the first city was the Cloudy Wind Empire's emperor. Chapter 1713, Chanbei Returns, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As the Cloudy Wind Empire's actions were unprecedented and their power was as great as a demon's, the Cloudy Wind Empire's emperor gained the nickname of the Demon Emperor. However, it was also likely that they never expected the Cloudy Wind Empire's emperor to be a woman. Initially, the Cloudy Wind Empire was managed by the oracle, Lu Yue. This time, after Gu Ruoan had returned, Lu Yue had offloaded the responsibility to her and handed the matters of the morning court to her as well. It was a good thing that Gu Ruoan has Lan Ji and Lu Yue to handle other matters. Aside from attending the morning court, she was also cultivating every day. Unfortunately, she, who has broken through to the 9th transformation state, cannot raise her rank through cultivation alone. At this moment, a cabinet minister has just stepped forward to present a report in the morning court. Reporting to your Imperial Majesty. You're reaching the age of 30 but your Imperial Majesty is still unmarried. The Cloudy Wind Empire's imperial harem can't be without a male imperial concubine so. The meaning behind the cabinet minister's words was clear. This young woman has great power and hails from the first city. If he could give her a youth from his family as a concubine, their family status would rise as a result. Even though most people on this mainland regards men as superior to women, they had never had a female emperor before. As long as one could become the emperor, the gender of those serving in the imperial harem was irrelevant. Lan Ji furrowed his brows when he heard what the cabinet minister had said. The Cloudy Wind Empire's citizens do not know much when it comes to matters pertaining to the first city. They were also unaware that Gu Ruoan already has a fiancée. Lan Ji recalled the powerful and devilish-looking man and was about to speak up to stop the cabinet minister when a gloomy laugh suddenly echoed in the hall. It pierced through the sky to ring in every ear. I'd love to see who would have the courage to become her male concubine. The man's voice was just as gloomy and domineering as ever, as if he had just emerged from hell. It was absolutely frightening. However, Gu Ruoan had risen to her feet to stare fixedly out the door when she heard that voice. A silver-haired man was slowly walking towards the main hall before the eyes of the crowd. When his demonic eyes caught sight of Gu Ruoan, he could not turn away. It was as if there was nothing in this world which important than her in his eyes. Who are you? The cabinet minister who had spoken up had not caught on to the situation and bellowed sharply. This is the Cloudy Wind Empire's imperial palace. Who gave you permission to enter this place? Where are the guards? Send this man away. Suddenly, the cabinet minister's voice came to a spontaneous end. The silver-haired man in scarlet robes had turned around to look at him. At that moment, a cold and eerie sensation crept up within the cabinet minister's heart. It enveloped his entire being and caused his mouth to drop open in horror, yet he was unable to make a sound. Who am I, you asked? The man chuckled softly while his smile carried a bloodthirsty aura. He then turned back to Gu Ruoan. When his demonic eyes landed on her, his gaze softened and he winked at the woman. I should be her empress. After saying this, the man no longer cared about the loquacious minister and walked towards Gu Ruoan with large strides. He brushed his robes and sat down before pulling the green-robed woman into his arms as he stared at the cabinet ministers beneath him with his brows raised. I alone am enough for Yunce's harem. If anyone intends to take her away from me, I will shed their blood on the spot. Gu Ruoan did not speak as her smiling eyes turned to look at the man by her side. Her lucid and elegant features were enveloped in a faint, tender glow. He's back. He's finally back. Chapter 1714, Chanbei Returns, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As Gu Ruoan thought about their separation over the past 3 years, she clutched Chanbei's hand tightly, afraid that he would leave again. Xiao Yi is right. Gu Ruoan turned to look at the minister who was so terrified by Chanbei that he dared not speak any longer. My harem is complete with him alone. I don't need any other man. Out of all of the women on the mainland, the one he has chosen was her alone. This goes the same for her. There were so many potential lovers to choose from, but she would only ever choose one. That was enough for her. All right, you may all take your leave. Gu Ruoan took her eyes off Chanbei's face and turned to face the civil and military cabinet ministers who were kneeling on the ground. She then spoke indifferently. I want to court my empress and I have no time to deal with you now. Also, Lu Yue, don't call me for any more future morning courts. You had built the Cloudy Wind Empire with Lan Ji. The administration of it has nothing to do with me. Don't do this, your Imperial Majesty. Lu Yue wailed. Don't be so cruel. I had only impersonated you that one time. How can you be so cruel and push such a great responsibility on me? Don't you want me to live? This really was a case of, do wrong once and you'll never hear the end of it. A few years ago, Gu Ruoan's fame had spread far and wide. He had not hesitated to impersonate her to get free food and drink. It was also this very action which has resulted in the tragic circumstance of his life now. It was likely that he would be enslaved by her for the rest of his life and suffer unspeakable torment. Master, master. Lu Yue panicked as Gu Ruoan led Chanbei away. Even his manner of address towards her has changed. Don't do this, I don't want to preside over the morning court. Why must I be the one responsible for this? Lan Ji, you should be the one to preside over the morning court. When Lu Yue noticed that Gu Ruoan was ignoring him, he took the opportunity to push the responsibility to Lan Ji. Lan Ji chuckled and said, do you want to disobey her order? After all, she had asked you to preside and not me. Lan Ji then ignored Lu Yue's wailing and turned around to head out of the great hall. Beastards, you're all a bunch of beastards. Lu Yue stomped his foot angrily and his entire face was filled with resentment. The cabinet ministers feared that Liu Yue would vent his frustrations on them and quickly hid far, far away. All of them left hurriedly before even taking their leave. The imperial harem. Gu Ruoyan and Chan Beiyi were seated against each other in the rear garden. Her chilly eyes warmed as her gaze turned towards the peerless-looking man. Xiao Yi, where's Zixi? Why didn't he come back with you? Chan Beiyi smiled. He had some last-minute business, so he'll be away for a while. I couldn't wait to see you, so I had come back first. What business is it? Gu Ruoyan was surprised and asked with a furrowed brow. His business concerns you. He wants to give you a surprise, so he hasn't told you about it for now. Chan Beiyi pulled Gu Ruoyan into his arms. He gently stroked her fine hair with his fingers as his demonic red eyes filled with tenderness. Yunsa, I've missed you during these past few years. Gu Ruoyan gazed upon the man's tender and peerless face and smiled. Me too. The man tightened his grip around her when he heard this, as if he wanted to pull her into his bones. If I had come back a moment too late, would you be setting up for a concubine? His voice was full of jest as he stared with a forced smile at Gu Ruoyan's features. Gu Ruoyan narrowed her eyes gently before she lifted her head and kissed the man's lips. She then lifted her hand and pushed him onto a nearby flower bed before leaning over him. They were a hair's breadth away from each other. Gu Ruoyan's eyes were filled with a tender light. Chan Beiyi was startled before he returned to his senses in a short moment. He then put his hand on the woman's back and held her before flipping him over and acted out an intensely passionate scene in the bed of flowers. Chapter 17:15, Chan Beiyi returns, 7. During this period of time, the entire mainland was buzzing with two pieces of news. It was said that the mysterious demon emperor of Cloudy Wind Empire was a young woman. Furthermore, the Cloudy Wind Empire has sent out glad tidings that a grand wedding would be held within a month to celebrate the marriage of the emperor and the empress of Cloudy Wind Empire. Hence, this news shook the mainland like a turbulent storm. The underworld. Murong Qian was stroking her belly when she went into shock after hearing the report from her servant. Gu Ruoyan is the Cloudy Wind Empire's emperor. Furthermore, she's getting married. Do you know the name of the man she'll be marrying? This. The man in front of her eyed her carefully before saying, it's said that the man who's marrying her has silver hair and is dressed in crimson robes. Every trait is strikingly similar to the Palace Lord, but he can't possibly be the Palace Lord. After all, the Palace Lord. Wham! Murong Qian's hand slammed on the table and her face twisted sinisterly. It must be Yi, no one else would have these traits aside from Yi. Besides, Gu Ruoyan would never marry any other man. No, I must see the Palace Lord immediately. Lady Murong. The man in front of her had barely uttered those words when Murong Qian hurriedly rushed out. She was breathing rapidly and her expression was full of rage. However, she was blocked by a guard just as she arrived at Kang Ming's bedchamber. Lady Murong, the Palace Lord has issued an order. He will see no one. The guard coldly blocked Murong Qian's way and spoke with an icy tone. Murong Qian was very annoyed when she heard the way the guard had addressed her. Regardless of the situation, she was carrying Yi's child. Why was she still being addressed as Lady Murong? They should be addressing her as the Palace Lady. However, no matter how angry Murong Qian was feeling, she did not dare to let it out at a time like this. She took a deep breath and said, please inform the Palace Lord and tell him that I have something important to ask him. The Palace Lord has already instructed that he will see no one. The guard's features were grim as he mercilessly rejected Murong Qian's request. Murong Qian clenched her fists tightly. Let me pass. I'm carrying the Palace Lord's child. If anything happens, can you shoulder the blame? The guard stared at Murong Qian in disdain and replied frostily, if you have the nerve to hurt the child, I reckon that the first person the Palace Lord will look for is you. Lady Murong, I advise you to go back to your room and rest. The Palace Lord has said that he will see no one and he means it. You. Murong Qian's chest heaved and she shot the guard a fierce glare. The Palace Lord had promised me that once I've given birth to this child, he will make me his wife. When that happens, I will ensure that you live a difficult life. Once she had finished saying her piece, Murong Qian turned around and left. The contempt on the guard's face deepened as he watched her leave. Wife. You'd still need to able to survive to that moment. This woman still believes that the Palace Lord has fallen for her. All the Palace Lord wants is the child in her belly. Murong Qian angrily returned to her room. In her fury, she threw everything onto the floor. Her tender features were twisted with a sinister air. He's refusing to see me. Does he really plan to keep me in the dark and marry that SLT, Gu Ruoyan? No, I won't allow it. I must rush over to the Cloudy Wind Empire on her grand wedding day and trash this wedding. Chan Beiyi is mine alone. I will never give him over to any other woman. Chapter 17:16, Chan Beiyi returns, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Murong Qian's expression grew increasingly vicious at the thought of this and her eyes filled with layers of murderous intent. A man was standing with his back against the window in a magnificent bedchamber. The faint moonlight shone upon him, lighting up features which look exactly like Chan Beiyi's. Has Chan Beiyi returned? He laughed icily. His smile was as arrogant as ever. Furthermore, he intends to marry Gu Ruoyan. Hee, I reckon that it'll be a lively wedding. Perhaps I should go and join the fun. This matter would end one day. Only one of them could continue to live on in this world. The second one was not permitted to exist. It was this very reason that caused their last stand as irreconcilable adversaries. The Demon Emperor's grand wedding was a universal celebration. With Gu Ruoyan and Chan Beiyi's prestige, both humans and spiritual beasts had journeyed from far and wide to participate in their union. At this moment, the Cloudy Wind Empire was bubbling with incomparable excitement. The Cloudy Wind Empire's citizens saw countless birds soaring through the air and many cultivators who were at the Marshal Saint rank and above arriving in the Cloudy Wind Empire. Of course, this was not all that shocking. The thing that shocked them the most had come later on. On the night before Gu Ruoan and Chan Beiyi's marriage ceremony, many powerful dragons had shot through the sky from a distance before hovering in the air. They were not hallucinating. Aside from the powerful cultivators who had arrived to join their wedding ceremony, even the incomparably proud Dragon Clan had arrived. The Dragon Clan's extraordinary arrival plunged the Cloudy Wind Empire into unprecedented chaos. The day of the wedding. Countless spiritual beasts were circling the sky above the Cloudy Wind Empire. However, those spiritual beasts only stayed quietly in the sky as if they were waiting to escort the newlyweds. Zhao Shangchen was holding Xiao Zunsa in his arms. His eyes were staring curiously at Gu Ruoan as Chan Beiyi led her into the main hall. He then secretly whispered into the man's ear. Godfather, I had secretly slipped into Mother's room to see her. Mother looks absolutely beautiful today. In the future, Zunsa wants to find a wife who's as beautiful as Mother. Zhao Shangchen patted Xiao Zunsa's head and remarked, You, little one, are you only going to judge a person based on looks in the future? That's not right. Xiao Zunsa pouted. Godfather, if uncle wasn't so good looking, would you still like him? Zhao Shangchen's expression froze. How should I respond to this question? Am I supposed to tell Xiao Zunsa that no matter what Gu Shangxia looks like, I would still like him? Doesn't this mean that I'm confessing my feelings? Xiao Zunsa, you little imp. Zhao Shangchen smiled bitterly in exasperation. Do you even know the meaning of, like, your uncle and I? Xiao Zunsa did not wait for Zhao Shangchen to finish talking and interrupted him. The little toddler blinked and snickered at Zhao Shangchen. Godfather, when are you going to marry my uncle and become my aunt? Cough, cough. Zhao Shangchen nearly choked on his own saliva. He shook his head in exasperation as he looked carefully at Gu Shangxiao who was seated next to him with his peach blossom eyes. When he saw the detached look on Gu Shangxiao's face, his peach blossom features lifted into a bitter smile. Xiao Zunsa, your uncle and I have a life and death pact, so our relationship is different from your mother and father's relationship. You must understand that in this world, a relationship between men is not accepted. Only men and women can join together. Otherwise, they can't have children. Chapter 1717. A Grand Wedding, A Universal Celebration, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhao Shangchen was afraid that he would be a bad influence on Xiao Zunsa, so he had quickly tried to educate the child diligently. He certainly does not want this little fellow to bring a man home one fine day. If that were to happen, his father and mother would come after him. Really? Xiao Zunsa cocked his head to the side and blinked his eyes in confusion. Isn't it the case that if two people love each other, they could get married? Godfather clearly likes uncle, so why won't he marry uncle? Yunsa, I had once said that I would give you the world as your engagement gift. In the main hall. Chan Beiyi looked at his veiled bride who was standing next to him. His eyes filled with gentleness as he continued, I'll make this come true now. Be it the first city or the East Peak mainland, I have subdued every spiritual beast in this world long ago. From now on, you're their master and they must all listen to your command. Do not underestimate these spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts had been unable to live up to human standards because the strife amongst spiritualdom was very great. They were not like humans. Humans, regardless of strife, would unite against a common enemy and fight against the adversary together. Amongst the spiritual beasts, however, the strong would always prey on the weak. They could never join forces to fight against humans. However, if someone were to tame all the spiritual beasts, the combined power would surpass all of humanity. This explains why so many spiritual beasts have rushed over to attend our wedding ceremony. It's all because of you. Gu Ruoan smiled. She was only acquainted with the fire spiritual beasts and the Dragon Clan. The remainder were all unfamiliar to her. Of course, she knows that the Beast King in the Nemesis Forest that she had met in the past belongs to Chan Beiyi. Otherwise, the Beast King would never have helped her. Chan Beiyi replied. He then held Gu Ruoan's hand tightly. There's one more thing I've forgotten to tell you. Actually, the fire spiritual beasts have long belonged to you. I was there with them when you had subdued them back then. Gu Ruoan was startled. Even though she had saved the fire spiritual beasts from Wind Valley, those fire spiritual beasts had yielded to her easily. Only now does she realize that this had been all because of Chan Beiyi. This man had been quietly helping her behind the scenes. She had not known about it at all. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, clear and bright laughter burst into the main hall. Little girl, I had rushed over with Yinuo when I had received your news. We should be on time. When Gu Ruoan heard the familiar voice, her heart immediately filled with glee. She hurriedly lifted the veil and turned her gaze towards the white-robed old man who had just walked into the main hall. Master. Gu Ruoan felt moved when she saw the old man and smiled. The holy doctor, Bai Junction, burst into laughter. Little girl, I never thought that you would finally get married after all these years. I had run into Supreme Jin on my way here, so he had followed me to attend your wedding ceremony. After Bai Junction had spoken, Gu Ruoan turned her gaze towards a man dressed in gold robes. This man had been her best friend through her past life to her present reincarnation. Even after she was murdered by Chiaming, he had continued to look for her and had never given up. Now, after being separated for so many years, she has reunited with Supreme Jin once again and her heart filled with warmth. Long time no see. My good friend from a past life. Supreme Jin's gaze was complicated. He never thought that Gu Ruoan would achieve so much greatness in these short few years. Her achievements were so great that he would never be able to catch up to her even if he had used up the remainder of his lifespan. Chapter 1718. A Grand Wedding, A Universal Celebration, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Congratulations on your marriage. In the end, thousands of unspoken words were condensed into this one sentence. The youth, Yi Nuo, was not as sentimental as Supreme Jin. He pursed his lips and remarked, Bodyguard Gu, this man next to you isn't too bad, so I will resign myself to the pain and give you up to him. Heaven knows how terrified Yi Nuo was of Chan Beiyi several years ago. After all, this man was far too frightening. One glare from him felt like a knife at the throat. Yet, of all people, his bodyguard Gu had fallen for him. Therefore, he could only abandon his plan to marry bodyguard Gu and sincerely wish them well. Of course, bodyguard Gu, if this fellow is ever unkind to you, remember to look for me. I'll marry you instead. Chanbei narrowed his eyes as a dangerous light flashed across them. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. He paid no attention to little kid like Yi Nuo. Ever since the beginning, Zixi was the only one who could be considered as his rival in love. It was a good thing that Zixi had not tried to fight him over Gu Ruan in the beginning. Otherwise, he does not have the confidence to say that Gu Ruan would definitely have chosen him now. If Zixi wants to fight him now, it would be too late to change anything. Yi Nuo scoffed and pursed his lips. That may not be so. He was only saying this to annoy Chanbei Yi. It was this fellow's fault for taking his bodyguard Gu away. It was his fault that he has to remain unmarried. Actually, Yi Nuo does not quite know how he really felt about Gu Ruan. Was it love? That does not seem to be the case. He had been very young back then and the powerful Gu Ruan had given him a sense of security. Thus, he had announced that he wanted to marry her so that he could continue to be by her side. Back then, he believed that as long as Gu Ruan marries him, she could protect him forever. Now that he thought about it, this boy's idea was a bit of a joke. Almost everyone is here now. Lu Yue stepped in front of the crowd and cleared his throat before saying, since that's the case, let's begin the wedding ceremony. You, put the wedding veil back over your face. Can't you see that many men are now staring straight at you? Do you intend to continue the ceremony this way? After all, this was the first wedding that Lu Yue was officiating and he certainly does not want anything to go wrong. Gu Ruan did not say anything as she draped the bridal veil back over her head and turned towards Grand Lord Hong Lian and his wife who was seated at the parents' seat. Grand Lord Hong Lian was bursting with joy and no longer displayed his usual cold and grim air. His dark eyes were full of smiles. Grand Lord Hong Lian was bursting with joy and no longer displayed his usual cold and grim air. His dark eyes were full of smiles and his handsome face looked absolutely radiant. The first bow to the heavens and earth. Lu Yue cleared his throat once again and announced in a high voice. The second bow to the parents. Gu Ruan and Chanbei Yi then bowed to Grand Lord Hong Lian and his wife. Thirdly, enter. Stop. Before Lu Yue could finish his sentence, an angry cry cut him off. Lu Yue frowned irritably as his face flashed with annoyance. At the same time, everyone followed his gaze and turned to look at the woman who had walked into the great hall. This woman was dressed in green robes. However, her tender and pretty features were mad with rage. She glared at the woman who was holding Chanbei Yi's hand as a jealous flame sparked from her eyes. The crowd's eyes soon moved from the woman's face to her big belly. A pregnant woman. The crowd was in shock. Why has this pregnant woman come to the empire to stir up trouble? Does she have some sort of relationship with the empress? Chapter 1719, A Grand Wedding, A Universal Celebration, 3. Grand Lord Hong Lian's features sank when he saw the pregnant woman and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Slam! He smacked his hand on the table and instantly rose to his feet. His cold eyes glared at the pregnant woman as he replied in an icy voice, Murongqian, what do you want this time? Do you think that this is your territory? Grand Lord Hong Lian, are you shamed into anger? Murongqian sneered. Naturally, I'm here to look for my husband. Once she had spoken, she turned her gaze towards Chanbei Yi and her once furious eyes turned calm as she slowly spoke. Yi, have you forgotten our promise? My belly is carrying your child. Why have you thrown me away to marry this woman? Murongqian pointed at Gu Ruan as she stared at Chanbei Yi hurtfully. What spell had she cast to make you marry her? Boom. Her words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day. The guests who had arrived to attend the wedding were shocked and everyone stared at Chanbei Yi with disbelief. Could it be that the empress has had a scandal with another woman and as a result, this woman had come for him? Chanbei Yi's face gradually turned vicious. Suddenly, he curled his lips and his peerlessly beautiful face lifted into a cold smile. Do you think that I would ever have eyes for you with Yunsa by my side? I wonder which man had the illicit affair with you and caused you to get pregnant. Yet, you had been cast away and are now trying to plant false accusations on me. Chanbei Yi may not fully understand the situation but he knows very well that the child in Murongqian's belly was not his. He has never touched her, so how was she supposed to have his child? Hence, he could tell that Murongqian must have been impregnated by someone else and was trying to pin the child on him. Unfortunately, he had eyes for no one other than Gu Ruan in this lifetime. Yi, what are you saying? Murongqian's face drained of color as she stared at Chanbei Yi bitterly. Have you forgotten everything that's happened between us in the past year? You were clearly so gentle with me on the bed but now, you've turned around and denied my existence. You have truly forgotten honor at the prospect of profits. Her voice was filled with accusation. In the eyes of those who do not know the truth of the situation, her resentful expression caused them to think that Chanbei Yi really was a villain who had forgotten honor at the prospect of profits. Chanbei Yi's expression grew even uglier as his demonic eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. I had closed myself off to heal my wounds during these past few years. I've never even seen you. If you insist that this child is mine, I don't mind digging it out right now to meet its new relatives in blood. Gasp. As Murongqian was dazed with shock, Chanbei Yi had already appeared next to her. His slender fingers landed on her belly and the murderous intent on his being was so thick that he would only need to exert a bit of force to gouge out the child in her belly. A wave of terror crept up in Murongqian's heart as she cried out in horror. Yi, don't do this. This is your child and even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. How could you be so cruel? Stab. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Chanbei Yi's hand and he stabbed it into Murongqian's belly. Red blood spilled out and set off his crimson robes magnificently. Based on Chanbei Yi's power, there was no need for him to use a dagger. However, he was afraid that Murongqian's blood would sully his hand, so he had used the dagger to pierce her belly and disembowel her. Chapter 1720. Murongqian's Despair 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You have no right to call my name. The man's features were completely dark as his demonic eyes flashed with an eerie red light. Furthermore, the word that comes out of your mouth fills me with disgust. Since you claim that this child is mine, I will spill its blood and let it meet its new relatives now to uncover your pretense. Murongqian's heart was filled with horror as she felt the agonizing pain in her womb. She wanted to cry out, but her words seemed to be choked up in her throat and she could not make a sound. At this moment, her heart was filled with despair. She never thought that this man would be so cruel that he would not even spare his own child. That was right. From Murongqian's point of view, her child must be Chanbei's. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, yet this man was so cruel. Banned. Just as Chanbei was about to split Murongqian's belly open, a powerful energy exploded from outside the grand hall. Chanbei immediately abandoned Murongqian and used his robes to block the sudden burst of power. A powerful aura then exploded through the grand hall with a bang and filled everyone's heart with terror. Chanbei, it's been 3 years since we've last met, but I never thought that your powers would have grown so much. A cold and arrogant voice echoed from outside of the great hall and caused the crowd's hearts to palpitate. However, everyone was shocked when they turned their eyes to look at the intruder. That man also has silver hair and was dressed in black robes. He slowly walked into the hall and his peerless features were filled with arrogance as he stared domineeringly down at Chanbei before him. He looked as if his opposition was of no importance to him at all. However, everyone else was clearly unable to wrap their heads around this. What's the meaning of this? There's another Chanbei. They had believed that a peerless and beautiful man like Chanbei one of a kind. They never thought that there would be another man who looks just like him. However, the crowd could clearly discern that Chanbei has something that this silver-haired man in black could never have. Hence, even though both parties have the same looks, Kang Ming was still inferior to Chanbei. That's impossible. Murongqian's already pale face grew ever paler and her body began to shake. How can it be like this? How can there be two Chanbei? The child in my belly. Whose child is it? When they heard Murongqian's sharp screams, the crowd was suddenly enlightened. The person who had impregnated her must have been this man who looks exactly like Chanbei. In the end, she had mistaken him for Chanbei and had come to cause trouble at the wedding because of this. Everyone looked at Murongqian with contempt and disdain at the thought of this. It seems that this child is now useless. Kang Ming looked at Murongqian and his eyes were just as arrogant as ever. What a waste of my efforts. Murongqian trembled. She could now confirm that this black-robed man was the lover who had impregnated her. Even though she loves Chanbei, this man's looks were not too bad either. He had even treated her with such tenderness. Most importantly, his powers were not inferior to Chanbei's. If she could stay with him, she would not be at a loss. Murongqian regained her senses as Kang Ming walked towards her. She dragged her bleeding body and threw herself at Kang Ming. Yi, save me and take me home. Kang Ming furrowed his brows and avoided Murongqian. His peerless features no longer displayed the tenderness he had once showed her. Instead, his eyes were now filled with hatred. Chapter 1721. Murongqian's Despair 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi. Murongqian was shocked and she could not understand what was going on. Why was this man treating her this way? I'm not Chanbei. Kang Ming shot her a cold glare. My name is Kang Ming. Murongqian's eyes slowly lit up. Could it be that Kang Ming was angry because I had called him Yi? Does that not prove that he really loves me? 1. Ming, I was wrong. I should not have mistaken you for someone else. Our child is hurt. If we don't do anything to save him, he will lose his life. Take me home, okay? She does not care about the agony she was feeling in her body as she stared pitifully at Kang Ming. Kang Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Are you certain that the child you're carrying is mine? Murongqian was shaken and asked, confused, Ming, what do you mean? He's definitely our child. Have you forgotten everything which has happened between us this past year? Kang Ming did not speak and only looked dispassionately at the gash in Murongqian's belly. Murongqian's belly was still bleeding and caused her to become extremely frail. Despite the bleeding, the fact that she had not collapsed proved the valiant form she was in. Unfortunately, Kang Ming shook his head and spoke sympathetically. If you had obediently stayed in the underworld's palace, this child would have been born not too long after. However, you had to go running around. As a result, he had to leave this world before he could even open his eyes. When Murongqian heard the regret in Kang Ming's voice, she believed that he still cared for their child and her heart bloomed with hope. Ming, we can avenge our child. It was Chanbei and Gu Ruoan who had killed him. As long as we have our revenge, we can. Stab. Suddenly, a large hand reached into her belly and caused Murongqian shake. Her eyes opened wide in disbelief. You, what are you doing? The violent pain caused her voice to tremble as she asked with pale lips. Even though this child is dead, it's better than nothing. As for you, you have no other use. Kang Ming then exerted a bit more force and pulled the child from her belly. When Murongqian saw the dead fetus, her eyes popped as if she had just seen a ghost. She then shrieked, impossible. This is impossible. That's not my child. It's not. There was a little fully formed lion cub in Kang Ming's hand. Its eyes were closed serenely and its body was still covered by the translucent white caul like a proclamation that it had lost its life before arriving into the world. Heavens, this woman had intercourse with a spiritual beast and tried to push the blame on our imperial consort. Our imperial consort already has our emperor who is the perfect wife, so how could he have fallen for this woman? It's clear that she had joined with the spiritual beast some time ago and could not find the spiritual beast to take responsibility, so she wanted to implicate the imperial consort. The cabinet ministers of the empire, incited by Lu Yue, began to discuss fervently. The looks they threw at Murong-Kian were of absolute disdain. Crash! Murong-Kian stumbled back as if a stroke of lightning had exploded over her head. She then lost all strength and collapsed onto the ground. Only one sentence was echoing in her mind. All this while, it was a spiritual beast who had been affectionate with me. No wonder this man would always turn the lights off every time they were intimate. It was to make things convenient for the spiritual beast to join with me. As a result, I've been carrying this demi-beast human all the while. Chapter 1722, Murong-Kian's Despair, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Why did you do this to me? Murong-Kian stared at Kang Ming with despair. We have no grudge between us, why had you let a spiritual beast hurt me? Each time Murong-Kian thought about how she had copulated with a spiritual beast, her heart would twinge painfully. Why? Kang Ming laughed icily and slowly swept his gaze across Murong-Kian with eyes filled with contempt. You're not worthy to know that. You're not worthy to know that. This reply was like a sword which stabbed violently into Murong-Kian's heart and caused her to feel unbearable pain. Suddenly, she smiled, but that smile was absolutely wretched. I regret it. I regret believing in your sweet nothings. I regret losing my judgment and mistaking you for him. Did you know how happy I was when you had descended from the sky and asked me to become your woman? I had mistaken you for being Chanbei and you had not denied it. How would I have known that you were someone else? Kang Ming, do you feel no pity for me after being together with me for 1 year? She widened her eyes and looked at Kang Ming as her frail voice slowly rang out. Kang Ming coldly shot her a look. There has never been love in my heart and I certainly would not feel pity for you. Murong-Kian, you're too stupid. You can't blame anyone else. Murong-Kian slowly closed her eyes. Her features turned even paler as the pool of blood grew. Indeed, it was my extreme stupidity which had caused me to believe him. However, who would have thought that there would be someone in this world who looks exactly like Chanbei? When faced with such a peerless man, who could resist his powerful charms? Hence, it was because of this that I had fallen into his hands, unable to escape. Once Murong-Kian came to this realization, her hands slowly slipped to the ground and she gradually stopped breathing. Her death had not affected anyone in the Great Hall. Everyone was indifferent as if they had not seen her at all. Instead, they were staring cautiously at the man who looked exactly like Chanbei. Chanbei. Kang Ming's eyes slowly landed upon Chanbei before his cold, arrogant voice rang out again. In this world, I can't exist if you exist and you can't exist if I exist. One day, the two of us shall fight to the death. Once he had said this, he carried the dead little lion and flew out of the Great Hall. Some had wanted to rush out to stop him, but Gu Ruan restrained them. Stay, we have no way of defeating this fellow at the moment, so chasing after him would be useless. However, I wonder what he plans to do with that dead demi-beast human. Gu Ruan knitted her brows as her eyes filled with confusion. Lan Ji looked at Gu Ruan before he slowly explained, that demi-beast human may be dead but his talent is substantial. He can be considered to be a product by chance in 10,000 years amongst demi-beast humans. If my guess is right, he intends to eat this demi-beast human to raise his own power. Also, it's a good thing that this demi-beast human is dead. Otherwise, he would be unstoppable when he grows up. Lan Ji was glad about this. When the dead demi-beast human had stepped into the world, he had sensed a terrifying power about it. It was a good thing that Murong-Kian had come here to stop Chanbei from marrying Gu Ruan. Otherwise, no one could stand in this demi-beast human's way in the future. Continue the ceremony. Chanbei turned away and spoke indifferently as he looked at Liu Yue, who was shocked into a daze. Chapter 1723, Murong-Kian's Despair, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His demonic purple eyes flashed with a light. The wedding continued despite Murong-Kian and Kang Ming's interruption. It was as if the two had never appeared at all. Once the eunuchs and maidservants had removed Murong-Kian's body, the wedding proceeded as before. The first bow to the heavens and earth. Liu Yue returned to his senses, cleared his throat and announced. Murong-Kian's appearance had disrupted the wedding, so they had to start the wedding ceremony from the beginning again. The second bow to the parents. Thirdly, into the bridal chamber. Once the last syllable has been uttered, Chanbei did not wait to be led into the bridal bedchamber as he scooped Gu Ruan up in his arms and disappeared from the great hall in a flash. Ahem, Liu Yue awkwardly cleared his throat. The imperial consort is too impatient. Since that's the case, this concludes the wedding ceremony. I hope that our emperor's body will still be able to support itself tomorrow. 1. The crowd burst into laughter when they heard this, but no other person dared to speak in the same manner as Liu Yue, who has Gu Ruan's absolute trust. They could only hold their words back in their heart. The underworld. A dead lion cub lay on a table in a luxurious room. A black-robed and silver-haired man was standing next to the little lion on the table as he stared quietly and coldly at it. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Chanbei, you've killed the demi-beast human that I've worked so hard to nurture. I will make you pay for this. He slowly stepped in front of the little lion and picked it up. He then bit into it emotionlessly. A ripping sound could be heard as he tore off a piece of its flesh before chewing it slowly. Kang Ming ate the little lion bit by bit. As the flesh entered his mouth, he felt as if his body was brimming with power and that it could overflow at any moment. However, he had no time to delay and crossed his legs to begin digesting the power in his body. The Cloudy Wind Empire. Gu Ruan had just awakened in Chanbei's arms when she sensed a familiar aura nearby. Her heart leaped with joy and she quickly rose from the bed. Xiao Yi, I just sensed Sixie's aura. He's back. Chanbei slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the tightly shut room door. He then smiled. He's back so soon. This shows that his mission had gone well. Just as he had spoken, the room's door burst open and a man dressed in dark purple robes entered the room. His demonic purple eyes flashed when his eyes landed upon Gu Ruan's face. I've returned, little girl. I've returned back, little girl. Gu Ruan's heart sighed when she heard the voice which she had not heard for a long time. She left the bed and looked at the purple-robed man who had just entered the room and smiled. Zixi, welcome back. She did not ask where he had gone, nor did she ask him what had happened during this period of time. She only gently murmured these words, welcome back. And nothing else. You did it. Chanbei walked towards Gu Ruoan's side and his demonic red eyes turned towards Zixi as he asked. Zixi nodded gently before he slowly approached Gu Ruoan. His demonic features were filled with an unusually solemn air. Little girl, you had once sealed an item off on this mainland 10,000 years ago. As I'm contracted to you, I'm the only one who could retrieve that item for you. However, because that item was in a treacherous location, I was only able to collect it for you now. Chapter 1724, The Final Battle Draws Near, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What is it? Gu Ruoan was taken aback for a moment before she furrowed her brows and asked. Zixi raised his hand. There was a vermilion-colored pearl which glowed with a radiant light like an intimidating, fiery sun in the palm of his hand. 10,000 years ago, something had gone wrong when you had attempted to break through from the late stage of the 9th transformation state to the full circle state. You had nearly exploded from too much power. Therefore, you had sealed a portion of your power into this pearl. At that time, you were very powerful and this pearl contains the power you had at your peak. Hence, if you absorb the power in this pearl now, you can break through to the mid-stage of the 9th transformation state. How powerful was a cultivator at the late stage of the 9th transformation state? Even 100 mid-stage 9th transformation state cultivators could not be compared to a single late-stage 9th transformation state cultivator. The power that she had sealed away that year was incomparably potent. She would be able to smoothly complete her breakthrough with the help of this power. Zixi. Gu Ruoan clutched the pearl that Zixi had given to her as her eyes lit up with a smile. Thank you. Zixi smiled in return. My task in this lifetime is to support you in your growth. Nothing is more important to me than your power, so I'm only doing what's expected of me. Gu Ruoan did not say anything else. She lifted her head to look at the man's handsome demonic features and said, Zixi, I'm going to start absorbing the power in this pearl. I shall leave the other matters in the Cloudy Wind Empire in your hands. No matter what, do not disturb me. All right, you can rest assured in your closed-door cultivation. No matter what happens, Chanbei and I will take care of things for you. Zixi smiled gently as his demonic eyes filled with indulgence. Gu Ruoan looked gratefully at Zixi before turning towards Chanbei. She fell silent for a moment and said, Xiao Yi, take care of my family for me. I will. Even though it was a short reply, it fully expressed his determination. He would never let anyone hurt her family. Xiao Yi, you can leave with Zixi. I will ask the Azure Dragon and the 4 divine beasts to stand guard outside my room and make sure no one disturbs me. Gu Ruoan then released the 4 divine beasts from the ancient divine pagoda and calmly instructed, You 4, stand guard outside the door. Don't allow anyone to disturb me. This was the only way for her to quickly achieve her breakthrough. Hence, she would not see anyone during this period of time. Let's go. Chanbei took one last look at Gu Ruoan before he turned around and walked out the door. As the door slowly closed, the man's figure disappeared from Gu Ruoan's view. She then took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the bed, placing the pearl in front of her. She began to inhale and exhale deeply. The pearl began to exude a little bit of energy which gradually entered her body through her breath. At the same time, the room was enveloped in a red glow, casting her surroundings into an uncanny appearance when seen from afar. Time passed. The months passed quickly as she was cultivating. Soon, 2 years have gone by and Gu Ruoan's door had remained tightly shut during these 2 years. The entire Cloudy Wind Empire was so quiet that it felt unusual. Father, when's mother coming out? Xiao Zunsa, who was in a rock garden near Gu Ruoan's room, propped his chin on his hand and blinked at the locked door. His large eyes were filled with a dispirited look. Chapter 1725, The Final Battle Draws Near, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's been nearly 2 years and mother has shown no sign of movement. Does she not want Zunsa anymore? Xiao Zunsa's head drooped as he asked in dismay. Now that it has been mentioned, this little fellow's situation was rather pitiful. Gu Ruoan had entered a long period of closed-door cultivation almost immediately after his birth. After Gu Ruoan had emerged from her closed-door cultivation with much difficulty, he had ended up being thrown into the Red Lotus territory as she ran off to look for his father. Her search had taken quite a while and he would sit at the gate like a puppy anticipating its master's return, waiting anxiously and keeping a diligent watch on the road. At that time, he believed that his mother would come home as long as he continued to wait. It was a good thing that expectation was fulfilled. He had waited for what felt like an eternity before he finally received some news. Mother has found his father and was going to hold a grand wedding ceremony to marry him. Hence, he had followed his maternal grandfather and grandmother excitedly and traveled towards the Cloudy Wind Empire. However, his mother then unexpectedly went into closed-door cultivation again right after his parents were married. This closed-door cultivation had gone on for 2 years. During the past 2 years, he would come every day to wait outside that door without fail, wishing he could see his mother soon. Come to think of it, if one were to calculate accordingly, Xiao Zunsa had only been able to interact with his mother for a few months since he was born. Now, he was already 4 years old. She should be out very soon. Chanbei's heart ached for the little fellow and pulled him into his arms. Boom. Just as Xiao Zunsa was waiting anxiously for the door to open, a powerful energy burst through the roof and shot through the clouds. After that, the room's door which had been shut for 2 years finally opened. A woman dressed in green robes stepped out of the room. As she had not seen sunlight for 2 years, her complexion was a little pale. The first thing she saw when she stepped out of the room was her husband and son. Mother. Xiao Zunsa struggled out of Chanbei's embrace and quickly flew towards Gu Ruoan. His soft and supple body crashed into Gu Ruoan's arms while his adorable little face was aggrieved. He murmured with tears in his eyes, "Mother, Zunsa has really missed you." Gu Ruoan stroked Xiao Zunsa's head and smiled. "I've come out, so don't worry, I won't ever leave you again." "Really?" Xiao Zunsa blinked. He then tiptoed and kissed Gu Ruoan on the face. "Mother, Zunsa loves you the most. Can you sleep with Zunsa tonight?" Of course, this little fellow failed to notice that Chanbei's expression has turned dark. He raised his hand to pluck Xiao Zunsa, who was stuck to his mother like an octopus, off Gu Ruoan. Chanbei's expression was as black as the bottom of a cauldron. "This is my wife. If you want someone to sleep with you, go find your own wife." But Xiao Zunsa looked rather pitiful. "Zunsa doesn't have a wife." "I don't care." Chanbei lifted the little fellow up high and scoffed, "If you don't have one, go find one. Stop sticking to my wife." Xiao Zunsa rolled his eyes. "Then let mother be Zunsa's wife. That way, Zunsa can sleep with mother." Chanbei narrowed his eyes. "Looks like I should send someone to throw you into the Nemesis Forest to train for a year." When Xiao Zunsa heard this, his little face changed instantly. "Father, Zunsa was only kidding. It's not like you can't tell. Don't send Zunsa to the Nemesis Forest. If that happens, Zunsa won't be able to see mother for another year." Chapter 1726, The Final Battle Draws Near, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei glanced at the little fellow's miserable little face as he said, "Are you still insisting on sleeping with my wife?" It goes without saying that there was no way he would possibly throw the little fellow into the Nemesis Forest. After all, this little fellow looks so miserable that he does not have the heart to do that. Chanbei had only said this to scare him. He had not seen Gu Ruoan for 2 years as well. It was fine during the day, but how could the little fellow take up the nights too? This. Xiao Zunsa looked at Chanbei. He then fiddled with his fingers and scrunched his face up. "Father, can mother sleep with you for 4 days and sleep with Zunsa for 3 days?" His tone was careful, afraid that he might accidentally end up being thrown into the Nemesis Forest by his father. By then, who would he be able to cry to? Chanbei raised his brow and eyed Xiao Zunsa dangerously. "Maybe she can sleep with you for 5 days and sleep with Zunsa for 2 days." Xiao Zunsa stated his final terms. Chanbei raised his brow and did not reply Xiao Zunsa. Instead, he only continued to stare at him with a meaningful look in his eyes. Xiao Zunsa hardened his heart before saying, "She'll accompany you for 6 days and sleep with Zunsa for 1 day. This is Zunsa's final compromise. If you refuse, Zunsa is going to occupy mother's bed tonight even if you throw me into the Nemesis Forest." He lifted his adorably soft and delicate face to stare at Chanbei as if he were looking at death calmly in the face. "Deal." Chanbei raised his hand and gave Xiao Zunsa a high five, one to seal the deal. His peerless face was lit up with a smile. Xiao Zunsa jumped with joy as his soft, supple and jade-like face glowed with excitement. His large, vivid eyes were curved into crescent moons and he looked so adorable that one's heart could not help but feel moved. Unfortunately, Xiao Zunsa's delight had clearly come too soon. Indeed, it was just as Chanbei had promised. The first 6 days belonged to him and the last day would be Xiao Zunsa's. Unfortunately, on the 7th day, just as Xiao Zunsa snuggled under the covers, Chanbei had walked over as well. The final result, Chanbei ignored Xiao Zunsa's protests and embraced them both his arms and went to sleep. Xiao Zunsa felt like weeping but he had no tears to shed. His heart wanted to protest but he was afraid that his father would really throw him into that godforsaken place, so he had forced himself to endure it. After Gu Ruoan had emerged from her closed-door cultivation, Grand Lord Honglian and the others were stunned. They had immediately rushed over to the Cloudy Wind Empire, but it was also at this moment that countless cultivators from the underworld charged out and began to cruelly massacre the people of the mainland. At the Cloudy Wind Empire, Gu Ruoan turned towards the scarlet-robed man in scarlet robes next to her and frowned before she said, "It's been 2 years and I've emerged from my closed-door cultivation. I'm certain that Kang Ming would be arriving soon." Chanbei fell silent for a moment before a glint flashed across his eyes. "Many of Kang Ming's subordinates from the underworld have arrived on the mainland and have started a bloodbath. This also proves that our final battle with Kang Ming is drawing near." At that thought, even someone as powerful as Chanbei could not help but feel grim. "Xiao Yi, Kang Ming had impersonated you and taken over the underworld. I haven't been able to ask you this, but how are things in the underworld? Especially those subordinates you once had, they..." "Don't worry." Chanbei smiled. "Kang Ming has indeed taken over the underworld, but he has only taken over the underworld's namesake. Those old geezers had sensed that Kang Ming was not me from the very beginning, so they had led a few loyal citizens and escaped from the underworld. The underworld now is comprised entirely of Kang Ming's own subordinates. None of my men are left there now." Chapter 1727, The Final Battle Draws Near, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoan relaxed after she heard Chanbei's explanation. As Chanbei's underworld subordinates had remained loyal to him for so long, she naturally does not want anything to happen to them. At that moment in the underworld, a black-robed man who was sitting with his legs crossed slowly opened his eyes. A cold and sharp light flashed across his arrogant red eyes. He then slowly rose to his feet and curled his lips into a cruel angle. "It's a good thing that I had consumed the demi-beast human's corpse. Now, I'm nearly restored to the peak of my power. Chanbei, if I can merge with your soul, I can use you to break through to the full circle state. I will become the only full circle state cultivator on this mainland. Once I've reached that state, this entire mainland will become the ground beneath my feet." Ha ha ha. Kang Ming burst into laughter. He was already imagining himself at the full circle state and his eyes flashed with complacency. It has been 2 years. During these 2 years, he has finally returned to his peak strength. It was now time to make Chanbei pay. "Men, gather everyone and attack the Cloudy Wind Empire immediately. I want Chanbei to pay for opposing me all these years." A vicious light flashed through Kang Ming's eyes as he exited the room immediately. The call for battle has been raised. Gu Ruan felt very uneasy as she began her battle preparations as well. Grand Lord Hong Lian and the others realized that the situation was unusual and wanted to take Gu Ruan back to the Red Lotus territory. However, Gu Ruan had rejected their suggestion to avoid dragging the Red Lotus territory down with her. Still, Grand Lord Hong Lian and his wife were a stubborn pair. How could they leave Gu Ruan here to face the danger alone? In the end, they had insisted on staying no matter how much Gu Ruan tried to persuade them. Gu Ruan could only accept the situation in exasperation. In order to ensure her parents' safety, she put in even more effort with her battle preparations and placed the whole of Cloudy Wind Empire through rigorous precautions. While everyone was in the midst of the preparations, the loud noise of a powerful fight suddenly sounded from outside the city gates. Gu Ruan's expression sank when she heard this. Father, mother, she took a deep breath, turned towards Grand Lord Hong Lian and instructed, I've built a formation in this palace. Even if Kang Ming himself were here, this formation cannot be broken by external force. You can only get out when two cultivators in the 9th transformation stage join forces in the formation. This formation was similar to the one that Chanbei Yi had set up in the deserted snowlands. Now, she was using it on her loved ones. She had to do this to keep them safe from harm. Yunsa, what are you doing? Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart clenched. He quickly grabbed Gu Ruo's hand and asked nervously, we've once said that no matter the difficulties ahead, we would face them together as a family. Why must you build this formation? Gu Ruo smiled serenely with a hint of exasperation. Father, all of you here are most important people in my life, so I can't let you join such a dangerous battle, nor do I wish for anyone to lose their life because of me. I'm sorry and I have no choice but to do this. Also, I've managed to coax Xiao Zunsa to sleep. Don't tell him about the battle. I hope that I would be by his side when he wakes up. Chapter 1728, The Final Battle, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yunsa. Dongfang Yu quickly reached out to grab Gu Ruan as she was about to leave. However, her hand only encountered an invisible barrier instead. The barrier was like a shapeless wall which imprisoned Dongfang Yu and Grand Lord Hong Lian inside it. Xiao Yi, Zixi. Gu Ruan looked at the two men by her side who had suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. Let's go. After saying this, Gu Ruan walked out of the palace. There was a sense of determination on her face and her footsteps never faltered. Dongfang Yu stared at the green-robed figure who was slowly walking away as her heart felt as if it was being crushed by a massive rock, making it hard for her to breathe. Brother Chan, Yunsa will return safe and sound, right? She turned towards the cold-looking man in crimson robes behind her and asked as her eyes shimmered with tears. Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded gently. However, the arm he had placed around her tightened its grip as if he wanted to pull the woman into his body. Yue, since Yunsa refuses to let us help, we shall wait for her return here. I believe that this battle will end very soon. They were deep in conversation and did not notice the snow-white figure which shot past them. The transparent shield that had blocked their way had not seemed to obstruct it at all. Outside the palace gates, Meng Meng dashed quickly out of the residence and landed in Gu Ruan's arms. It then stared at her miserably. Gu Ruan was startled, unable to comprehend why the formation was ineffective on Meng Meng. However, she did not overanalyze things and only frowned. Meng Meng, do you want to come with me? The little fellow blinked and nodded vigorously. It then cried out and squeaked as it clutched Gu Ruan tightly with its claws, afraid that Gu Ruan would throw it aside. Yunsa, bring it along. It will be useful to you. Chanbei Yi looked at the little fellow as he spoke with a meaningful look. All right. Gu Ruan nodded when she heard what Chanbei Yi had said. Since that's the case, let's be on our way. I know that both of you have a grudge against Kang Ming. This last stand will be the moment to end all of our disputes. Gu Ruan felt her heart slowly sink as she considered the consequences of losing the battle. There was a somber look in her chilly gaze. Chanbei Yi pulled the woman into his arms as his eyes filled with a smile. Yunsa, there's no need for you to get too nervous. It's not like it's impossible for us to fight Kang Ming. As long as you bring this little fellow along, it will definitely be of great use to you. Gu Ruan pursed her lips as she looked at the two men who were standing beside her. Suddenly, she smiled. That's right, I was indeed very worried about this final battle until even my heart was nervous. Now, I feel as if there's nothing to be afraid of. In this life, the man that I love the most and my most trusted companions are by my side. There's really nothing for me to fear. Even if the heavens were to collapse, the three of us can withstand it together. There was really nothing to fear. Xiao Yi, Zixi. Gu Ruan clutched both men's hands as her delicate and pretty features lit up with a calm and confident smile. Chapter 1729, The Final Battle, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No matter what happens next, the three of us must not separate. Chanbei Yi curled his lips into a small smile. His demonic red eyes gazed upon the lucid and elegant woman as he informed her solemnly, Yunsa, you must remember that no matter what happens in the battle ahead, you can't judge the situation only with your eyes, you must judge everything from the heart. You must also understand that I will be by your side no matter what. Gu Ruan was shaken when she heard what Chanbei Yi had pointed out in his words. However, though he had not elaborated further, she did not question him either. She trusts Chanbei Yi. She also understands that the man before her would never hurt her. Since this was what he had said, he would certainly have his reasons. He must also have his reasons for not giving her a clear explanation. Hence, Gu Ruan nodded gently. All right, I understand. Let us now journey forward to fight Kang Ming to the death. Prior to this, Gu Ruan had commanded everyone in the Cloudy Wind Empire to stand down. Even though she has countless powerful cultivators in the Cloudy Wind Empire, they were no match for Kang Ming's subordinates. Hence, to prevent unnecessary injuries, the Cloudy Wind Empire was now deserted and not a single person could be seen. A loud clamoring could be heard from the city gates. A countless number of cultivators could be seen flying towards each other. Each and every one of these cultivators was extremely powerful and their battle cries rang throughout the sky. A silver-haired man who was dressed in black robes was leading the army at the front. He was standing with his hands behind his back as his black robes fluttered in the air. He looked arrogant and handsome like a high and mighty king who was looking down upon the world. The man in black robes has demonic red eyes like Chanbei. At that moment, those red eyes were filled with murderous intent and his lips were curled into a cruel angle. Chanbei and Gu Ruoan, get your *SSES out here. His cry was like a clap of thunder which echoed throughout the Cloudy Wind Empire and it took a while for things to calm down. After the black-robed man has spoken, 3 figures sped up ahead towards him and soon came into view. The trio was comprised of 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was dressed in green robes and has lucid and elegant features. Her cold, dark eyes were staring icily at the black-robed man indifferently. Both the men by her side have peerlessly handsome features. Either one of them was enough to make the hearts of women in the world move. The 2 men were like protective deities as they stood to the woman's left and right side. They did not budge an inch. Kang Ming, you're finally here. The person who had spoken was the silver-haired Chanbei who was dressed in scarlet robes. His gaze was gloomy and there was a coldness in his magnificent features. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming burst into laughter. I've definitely come to settle our debts. If you had not killed my demi-beast human, I would have recovered from my wounds faster. However, because of your actions, I had to waste 2 years of my time to make a full recovery. There is one thing though, you do know your place. You realize that the citizens of the Cloudy Wind Empire are no match for my subordinates, so you had asked them all to escape. He laughed icily and his eyes were insufferably arrogant. Unfortunately, this mainland will belong to me sooner or later. When that time comes, not a single one of your relatives or friends can escape my sword. I will bathe the entire mainland in their blood, no one shall be spared. Gu Ruoan's gaze sank. That depends on whether you're actually capable of that. She smirked. Chapter 1730, The Final Battle, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming burst into laughter once again. His laughter echoed through the sky. Did you say that it depends on whether I'm actually capable of that? You'll naturally find out when the time comes. After Kang Ming had spoken, his subordinates immediately charged towards Gu Ruoan's group. Their powerful auras crashed down from the sky to the extent that the once blue sky turned grey and blurry as if the sky was polluted with ashes. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Turtle. Gu Ruoan looked at the black mass of people and ordered calmly, I'll leave these people to the 4 of you. The spiritual beasts in Gu Ruoan's possession had grown substantially in power during the past few years. The Azure Dragon and the other 3 divine beasts were the ones who had grown the most as well. They were already quite powerful to begin with, and if they had not been threatened by humans in the past, their powers would never have regressed to such a degree. Hence, restoring their powers had come very naturally to them. Also, the 4 divine beasts had revealed to Gu Ruoan that it had been Kang Ming's subordinates who had tried to force them into a contract in the past. However, they had failed to do so back then. Despite that, they had still sustained heavy injuries. HMPH, I didn't expect these 4 beasts to choose you in the end. However, I no longer need them now. Since that's the case, I shall allow these 4 divine beasts to accompany you to your grave. Kang Ming laughed icily. He was still sealed in the formation back then. Hence, he could only rely on his subordinates to do his bidding. One of his orders was to subdue the 4 divine beasts. However, he never thought that Gu Ruoan would manage to obtain the ancient divine phoenix 6e as well as the 4 divine beasts. How could he accept that? He would never allow others to even think of owning things that he does not own. The 4 divine beasts did not hesitate as they charged immediately towards the group and released an immorally cruel massacre upon the humans beneath them. The Azure Dragon's breath, the Vermilion Bird's flames, the White Tiger's claws, and the Black Turtle's hard shell were indestructible weapons. Furthermore, spiritual beasts have always been more powerful than humans. Hence, Kang Ming's subordinates had no way of defending themselves against the 4 divine beasts' attack. Kang Ming stood aside and watched coldly as his subordinates were massacred. He has no intention of stepping in to save them at all. To him, these people were merely his weapons in this battle. Even if they die, that was their purpose as weapons. Bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Kang Ming's expression grew even uglier when he saw that the people by his side have fallen into a pool of blood. He scoffed coldly, they're still useless even after all these years. Gu Ruoan, I should thank your spiritual beasts for opening my eyes to my useless subordinates. However, it's very unfortunate that no matter how powerful your spiritual beasts are, there are only 4 of them. I have more than 10,000 subordinates, their number is endless. Just as Kang Ming had spoken, a voice suddenly chimed in from the sky, My lord, Lady Gu, are we too late? After that mysterious voice had spoken, numerous figures descended from the sky. 3 old men, who were Chanbei's subordinates in the underworld, were at the front of the group. When Kang Ming had impersonated Chanbei in the underworld, these 3 old men had realized this and led the citizens loyal to Chanbei out of the underworld. Once they had received word about Kang Ming's attack on Chanbei, they then immediately led those people out to help with the battle. No, that's not right. We shouldn't call you Lady Gu, you should be addressed as the Palace Lord instead. An old man who was dressed in white robes smiled at Gu Ruoan. Our lord has already given the underworld to you, so you are our rightful Palace Lord. Hence, allow me to be so bold as to ask you to lead us into battle. Chapter 1731, The Final Battle, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The underworld's power was the greatest of all in this entire world, that was without a doubt. Even the people of the first city was no match for the underworld's might. All right, Gu Ruoan nodded. Leave Kang Ming to us. You can join forces with the 4 divine beasts to deal with everyone else. As you command. The people of the underworld joined their fists and quickly charged towards Kang Ming's subordinates. With the addition of these people, the battle quickly became one-sided. Kang Ming's subordinates were unable to defend against the underworld's people and were easily trampled over. Hee hee. Kang Ming did not care about his subordinates' casualties. His lips curled into a disdainful sneer as he turned towards Gu Ruoan and the others. It's useless no matter how many people come to your aid. Not only have I returned to the peak of my power, but I'm now more powerful than ever. Even though I was at the late stage of the 9th transformation state in the past, I was still a substantial distance away from achieving the full circle state. Now, I'm only one step away from reaching the full circle state. Do you really think that you can defeat me as you are now? Ha ha ha. Kang Ming burst into maniacal laughter. The dominance on his face was clear for all to see. Little girl. Zixi turned towards the woman next to him and curled his lips into an enchanting smile. His purple eyes were full of tenderness like a pool of water filled with indulgence. Kang Ming at present is indeed very powerful. If this were 10,000 years ago, any one of us could go against him. However, that's not possible now. Not only has he recovered the powers from his peak after consuming the little lion's body, his power has even increased by 1 level. So. He paused. The smile on his face carried a hint of warmth. If I run into any danger, I hope that you can forget about me. Forget. Gu Ruoan's heart clenched. She was not aware that the situation has grown so dire. Zixi, the 3 of us have gone out to battle, so we have to return home together. Gu Ruoan looked at the 2 men by her side and said, Xiao Yi, you are the most important person to me in this lifetime. Zixi, you are a companion I can never lose. One I don't wish for any of you to be in danger. No matter what happens, you must both survive or I will blame myself for the rest of my life. If there really was any danger, Gu Ruoan believes that these 2 men would sacrifice their lives to save her from harm. This was not what she wants. She wants the 3 of them to return home together. Zixi smiled as a wave of hurt appeared in his demonic purple eyes. He turned towards Chanbei Yi and smiled bitterly. Chanbei Yi, I used to object you being with her, but now, I know that you love her with your life. If I can leave her to you in the future, I won't have any more worries. Zixi. Gu Ruoan's heart throbbed as she grabbed the man's hand. She does not know why, but she felt that the purple-robed man's hand was icy cold and that he has turned ashen white. Xiao Yi had mentioned that we might stand a chance to defeat Kang Ming if we stand together. Nothing can possibly happen to you. Zixi smiled, but he declined to comment. Little girl, you must remember that if you're in any danger, you must unlock the last door in the ancient divine pagoda. That door can save your life once, but you only have that one chance. Furthermore, once she has opened that door, the mission he had inherited from the ancient times would be complete. Chapter 1732, The Final Battle, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoan did not notice the peculiarity in Zixi's words. She only nodded and replied, I understand. Zixi, don't worry, I won't let you leave. We must all survive this. Just as Zixi was about to reply, Kang Ming's cold and arrogant voice chimed in from up ahead. His voice was full of contempt as he spoke with disdain. Are you finished with your last words? If you're done, it's time for you to leave the world of the living. The black-robed man glared at Chanbei Yi coldly. The corners of his lips were curled into a scornful smile as he said, Chanbei Yi, our battle has dragged on for more than 10,000 years. It's now time to put an end to it. I've said it before that only one of us can live. Gu Ruoan fell silent when she heard the man's words, which dripped with hatred. She asked, since you believe that our death is certain, may I ask you something? Speak. The black-robed man spoke nonchalantly as he looked at Gu Ruoan as if she did not matter at all. Gu Ruoan raised her head towards the black-robed man and asked, you say that only either you or Chanbei Yi can live in this world. What does that mean? The black-robed man stared at Gu Ruoan in astonishment. What, your little lover-boy Chanbei Yi had not told you the reason? Haha, looks like he has kept you in the dark all these years. Since you've asked, I will explain my relationship with Chanbei Yi. Honestly speaking, Gu Ruoan has been curious about Chanbei Yi's identity ever since she had met Kang Ming. However, she understood that Chanbei Yi would not tell her this to avoid causing her more worry. Now that she was facing Kang Ming, she needed to hear the answer from his own mouth. Actually, Chanbei Yi and I used to share one body. We are twin souls. The black-robed man's words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day and filled Gu Ruoan with shock. Prior to this moment, she had made many guesses, but the closest possibility she could come up with was that Kang Ming and Chanbei Yi were twins. She had never thought that they were actually twin souls. Twin souls meant that 2 souls lived in one body. Actually, I was once. No, should I say that it was Chanbei Yi? Chanbei Yi was once a cultivator at the full circle state. The already stunned Gu Ruoan's expression shook when she heard this. She then looked at the crimson-robed man next to her in shock. The crimson-robed man did not speak. His eyes were fixed upon the laughing Kang Ming. Full circle state. That was a memory which was so far away that he no longer has a clear impression of it. It was unfortunate that this fellow had not wanted the power that he had possessed. He would rather demote himself to get closer to you. Kang Ming burst into laughter. You ought to know that because we are twin souls, I could bite back at him at any moment. The only thing he could do back then was to hide away in a corner of the mainland in closed-door cultivation and try to suppress me. We had lived in harmony this way. Or should I say that it was more like I had no power to retaliate against him, nor did I have the power to take over his physical body. However, he then met you on that fateful day. No, I should say that it was your incarnation from 2 lifetimes ago. Gu Ruoan had been a daughter of the Chia family in her previous lifetime. In another lifetime before that, it had been her incarnation from 10,000 years ago who was also Zixi's previous master. Hence, Kang Ming was referring to the Gu Ruoan from 10,000 years ago. Gu Ruoan's heart trembled. Suddenly, she realized that Chanbei Yi had indeed hidden many things from her. Chapter 1733, The Final Battle, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Moreover, she had no idea that Chanbei Yi was once a cultivator at the full circle state. Kang Ming noticed Gu Ruoan's increasingly stupefied expression and laughed icily. At the time, you were still weak and was being hunted for dead by others. Nevertheless, you were extremely tenacious and you never gave up even if you were riddled with wounds. You even strove to kill those who tried to kill you. It was likely that at the time, you had not noticed Chanbei in the shadows. It was also from that moment that he, who had never approached anyone before, fell in love with you at first sight. What a joke. After Chanbei had met you, he was no longer satisfied with suppressing me through closed-door cultivation. He wanted to sever himself from my threat and leave that place to find you. Hence, he used all sorts of methods to separate himself from my soul. When Kang Ming saw that the color was gradually draining from Gu Ruan's face, the smile on his face deepened. The reason why he could not separate his soul was because the price of soul separation was far too great and the chances of success were very slim. Oh, that's right, do you know the pain of soul separation? Even though he and I are not the same soul, we had once shared the same body. We had experienced extreme agony when our souls were separated. Kang Ming's eyes flashed with hatred as he spoke. He could never forget the agony he had endured in the past. That kind of agony was heart-rending. He would never forget it. Gu Ruan fell silent. She was aware of how painful soul separation was. No one could endure the pain of forcibly tearing a soul from their body. Back then, he had merely seen you once and he had done this just for you. Furthermore, you were not even aware of his existence. Kang Ming gritted his teeth in hate. However, I was quite powerful as well and it was very difficult for him to remove my soul. Hence, it had taken him over 10 years to do so. They had endured such severe torture for the duration of more than 10 years. No wonder the hatred in Kang Ming's heart was so great. More than 10 years had passed and things have changed very much. You were no longer the weakling that everyone would try to kill as before. Instead, you were now a famously powerful cultivator and the number of men who swarmed to your side were too many to count. At that time, Chanbei had suffered a disastrous decline in power due to the removal of my soul, so he did not have the confidence to make you accept him. Hence, he did not hesitate to build an organization in this main and propose you at every turn simply to draw your attention to him. However, this fellow was not well versed with the ways of the world and he was stupid beyond measure. On one side, he had purposely opposed you for show and on the other, he was secretly helping you to deal with powerful enemies. I reckon that you can no longer remember what had happened long ago, but this idiotic fellow's opposition towards you had been superficial every time. If he really wanted to deal with you, you would have been annihilated long ago. He was only making small actions to make you notice him. Gu Ruan's heart trembled slightly. She simply never expected her relationship with Chanbei to have gone on far longer than she had thought. This fellow was indeed as stupid as Kang Ming had described him to be. He had committed countless superficial actions just to attract her attention. He would probably have never mentioned the things that he had dealt with for her at all. Gu Ruan, did you know that even though I would frequently try to take over his body, I would go into hibernation for 6 months every year? During this half-year period, there was no need for him to keep his guard up against me. Based on his power, no one was any match for him in all the heavens and earth. He then needed to go into closed door for the rest of the year to suppress me. However, just because of your appearance, he had been willing to give up his power so that he could stay by your side. Chapter 1734, The Final Battle, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kang Ming paused for a moment. He then continued to speak. After all, how could he look for you in peace with me still in his body? He couldn't predict when I would take over his body and do something to hurt you. The worst thing was when this fellow had removed my soul, he had also chopped off my descendant, making Tul one. Gu Ruan stared at the fearlessly beautiful man by her side in astonishment. Her gaze was filled with shock. Chanbei replied earnestly, he had tortured me for so many years and I only wanted to teach him a lesson. When Murong Qian had appeared 2 years ago, I had immediately known that the child in her belly was not Kang Ming's. Kang Ming does not have that function too. Teach him a lesson. Gu Ruan raised her brow and asked with a forced smile. Chanbei looked a little embarrassed. I wanted to pursue you in the past, but this fellow's powers were so great and he would be mistaken for me sooner or later, even though he would have a different face when his soul was forcibly removed. If he were to fall into the seductions of the mortal world and get together with other women, it would have created misunderstandings between us. Hence, I had made it snappy 3 and castrated him so I would no longer have that concern. Back then, when Kang Ming had purposely said those things to create a misunderstanding between us, you had not believed him because you knew he had no way of playing hide the sausage. Gu Ruan curled her lips into a smile as she asked with a grin. Chanbei panicked when he heard this. He quickly grabbed Gu Ruan's hand and said, Yunsa, even if I had not castrated him in the past, I would never have believed him. You're the only person that I trust. Gu Ruan curled the corners of her lips when she saw the panic-stricken look on Chanbei's face. Xiao Yi, I was only teasing you, can't you tell? Yunsa, Chanbei replied with mild resentment, I take everything that you say seriously. Don't joke about this kind of things with me in the future or you might actually frighten me to death. I take everything that you say seriously. Chanbei's words coursed like a warm current through Gu Ruan's heart, causing the corners of her lips to curl into a gentle angle as her dark eyes gazed upon the man's peerless features. HMPH, how can you still be so carefree and leisurely crack jokes at a time like this? Kang Ming laughed icily. Chanbei, you had only castrated me back then, but you could not destroy me completely. Hence, the only way for you to break through to the full circle state is for us to unite again. However, this unification won't be the same as our twin souls' situation in the past. Instead, only one soul can continue to exist in this world. That's why I had said that he can't exist if I exist on this mainland and I can't exist if he exists. Kang Ming raised his head and his gaze was full of dominance. I only need to consume his soul to reach the full circle state. This physical body will then also belong to me. Honestly, this body of mine is no match for yours, so not only do I desire your soul now, I also desire your flesh as well. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruan turned towards the silver-haired man and curled her lips as she said, if his soul was given to you, can you break through to the full circle state as well? Chanbei nodded gently. Back then, my powers had declined because I had removed his soul from my body. A part of my power still lies within him. If his soul could be merged entirely with mine, I can use this power to break through to the full circle state. Chapter 1735, The Final Battle 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He he. Kang Ming laughed coldly as his frosty and arrogant eyes turned towards Gu Ruoan and Chanbei Yi. The corners of his lips were curled into a mocking smile. You still have the mood to converse in such a carefree and leisurely manner at a time like this? Kang Ming's eyes were filled with disdain and he coldly remarked, however, you should really say your last words now. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to do so later on. Chanbei Yi did not respond as his demonic red eyes turned towards Kang Ming. This man may have the same face as him but he walked a completely different path. However, their wishes were unanimous, they have to consume each other. Only then could they break through to the full circle state. Yunsa, you must remember what I say. Chanbei Yi reminded her again. No matter what, you must not judge the situation with your eyes. What you see might not be the real thing. Gu Ruoan looked at Chanbei Yi and nodded seriously. This was the third time Chanbei Yi had reminded her about this. She would certainly make sure that it was embedded in her memories. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming burst into disdainful laughter. Chanbei Yi, it's useless no matter how many times you remind her. I'm no longer the way I was when you had managed to suppress me in the past. You had been willing to take such a great risk for the sake of a woman. Furthermore, you even refused such great power. Someone like you isn't fit to rule over this world. Only I have the power to rule this world. Boom. After that, Kang Ming no longer bothered with idle conversation. The sky turned red as he gathered a powerful force within his body like a hurricane. Gu Ruoan felt as if her heart had suddenly grown weak beneath the flaming sky. It almost feels as if a great mountain has crashed onto her heart and was suffocating her. At that moment, she felt a powerful energy pierce through her body to land directly on her heart, causing her to feel as if her heart has shattered into pieces. Cough. Gu Ruoan spat out a mouthful of blood. She felt dizzy and everything turned black as she lost all consciousness. When she came to again, she realized that she was lying on a mountain of dead bodies. The city gates were drenched red with blood beneath the gloomy sky. However, Kang Ming and his subordinates have all disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a sea of corpses as far as the eye could see. Xiao Yi, Zixi. Gu Ruoan's heart thumped. She does not know why but a wave of unease crept into her heart. Her expression filled with panic as she stared at the sea of corpses and cried out, Xiao Yi, Zixi, where are you? However, only the echoes of her voice could be heard beneath the silent, blood-colored sky. Even after a long time, no one had responded to her at all. The ground was the color of blood under the pile of corpses. The sight of the corpses seemed to hurt her eyes and she was suddenly seized by a sudden madness as she started to dig through the bodies with her bare hands. Her eyes were no longer as chilly as they once were. Instead, they have become blood red as if her eyes were filled with blood. Impossible. Nothing could have possibly happened to Chanbei Yi and Zixi. She bit her lips and a sieve of blood spilled out. She did not seem to notice and continued to dig through the mountain of bodies. She gradually lost all the feeling in her hands. Suddenly, a familiar and trembling voice sounded within the pile of bodies and caught Gu Ruoan's attention. Chapter 1736, The Final Battle 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoan quickly ran towards the voice and saw the vermilion bird's pale little face. However, her eyes had lost its splendor and were now devoid of emotion. Her body was covered with densely packed holes and was still bleeding profusely while the blood on her face had dried. Vermilion bird. Gu Ruoan's chest tightened and she wrapped her arms around the vermilion bird's body in a tight embrace. However, she could feel the vermilion bird's tiny body gradually turn cold and it soon felt as if she was holding a block of ice. Vermilion bird, take this pill. At that moment, Gu Ruoan has no room for consideration. She quickly grabbed a pill and stuffed it into the vermilion bird's mouth, hoping that the pill's power could save the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird's eyes were filled with desolation and helplessness as she stared at the woman's lucid and elegant features unblinkingly. Master, it's my honor to have met you in this lifetime but from now on, I can no longer fight for you. No, you'll be fine, I won't allow anything to happen to you. Gu Ruoan's hands were trembling. The agony in her heart was so great that she could not endure it. Vermilion bird, I will save you. You must also tell me what had happened after I had lost consciousness. Where are the other three divine beasts, and Xiao Yi and Zixi? The vermilion bird shook her head as she stared at Gu Ruoan's anxious expression. Her emotionless eyes were filled with absolute sadness. The azure dragon, white tiger, and black turtle, their souls have been destroyed. Their bodies, I reckon that they're somewhere in this pile of bodies. As for Chanbei Yi and leader Zixi, I don't know where they've gone to. Their souls have been destroyed. These words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day and shocked Gu Ruoan so much that she stumbled backward. Her lucid and elegant features have gone pale and her eyes have turned desolate. There was a look of extreme agony in her gaze. Chanbei Yi and Zixi's whereabouts are unknown while the azure dragon and the rest have had their souls destroyed. What on earth has happened after I collapsed? Master, I'm sorry but I'm going to have to leave you too. The vermilion bird's eyes were fixed squarely upon Gu Ruoan as she smiled bitterly. However, I truly don't regret having known you in this lifetime. Saying these words seemed to have taken up the last of the vermilion bird's strength. Her eyelids fluttered before she closed her eyes completely. Her already frail breath has now so weak that it could not be felt at all. No. Gu Ruoan held the vermilion bird's body tightly and let out a heart-rending cry. Kang Ming. You've killed my people. I, Gu Ruoan, will draw my daggers against you. I will avenge them even if my soul is destroyed in the process. Her heart felt as if someone was twisting it and it was throbbing with agony. She also felt a great rage that gave her to urge to destroy the entire world. Vermilion bird, you can rest in peace here for now. Once I've finished everything, I will take you all away from this place. Gu Ruoan lowered her eyelids as she carefully placed the vermilion bird's body to the ground. After that, she seemed to remember something and she quickly sped towards the Cloudy Wind Empire's imperial palace. It was now autumn and the fallen leaves littered the streets. The once bustling streets in the Cloudy Wind Empire were now so completely silent that it felt eerily strange. Gu Ruan did not hesitate and rushed towards the imperial palace as fast as she could. Her heart has never felt so anxious before and felt almost as if it wanted to burst from her chest. Father, mother, Zunsa, nothing must happen to you. Chapter 1737, The Final Battle, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruan quickened her pace at the thought of this and soon came face to face with the heroic facade of the imperial palace. She could already smell the stench of blood from a distance. The putrid smell caused her to worry even more and she quickly pushed the imperial palace's great doors open. Father, mother. There was an unusual atmosphere in the silent imperial palace as Gu Ruan rushed in while crying out anxiously. The formation has been broken. That's impossible. No one could break this formation from the outside unless they were at the full circle state. Could it be that Kang Ming has broken through to the full circle state? Her panic increased the more she thought about this and she quickly scrambled towards the bedchamber in the rear courtyard. However, she suddenly stopped when she was halfway there and her body trembled gently. Up ahead, the bodies of Grand Lord Honglian and Dongfang Yu were lying in a pool of blood. They were holding each other's hands tightly and did not separate even in death. This scene was the last straw for Gu Ruan and thoroughly crumbled her resolve into pieces. Father, mother. She ran madly towards Grand Lord Honglian and Dongfang Yu. Her hoarse voice was heartbroken and close to despair. Father, mother, you had promised to wait for my return here. I'm back now, so why aren't you looking at me? I had wanted to wait for everything to be finished to bring you all back to the Dongfang family home. There are people there waiting for us still. In my past life, my mother had been killed by my biological father and my younger brother had also died by his hand. I've received your love in this lifetime. How can you bear to leave me like this? In this lifetime, she had expended a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to find her parents, but they had left her before they could all enjoy being a family together. How could she bear this shock? Oh, right, Zunsa, there's still Xiao Zunsa. Gu Ruan seemed to remember something and quickly ran towards the bedchamber. She was staggering and even her hand which pushed the bedchamber's door open was trembling. Xiao Zunsa had still been asleep when she had left the Cloudy Wind Empire's imperial palace, the final battle with Kang Ming. She had intended to wait for Xiao Zunsa to wake up so that he could see her victorious return. Who would have thought that she had lost in the end? Not only has she lost, she has even endured such a tragic result. Thump. Finally, she pushed the door open and lifted her legs shakily to step into the room. The little toddler was lying silently with his eyes closed on an exquisite wooden bed and looked just as she had left him. However, his little face was now pale looking and a long sword had been pierced through his chest. Blood had soaked through the sheets but he looked so serene as if he had fallen into an eternal sleep before he could awaken. Zunsa, mother has returned. Gu Ruan walked sheepishly towards Xiao Zunsa. She then lifted her hand to gently pull the little one into her arms. She stroked his tiny, pale white face with her hand as her eyes filled with tenderness. Mother has always neglected you all these years so I could raise my own abilities to defeat Kang Ming. However, I felt that I had not properly spent time with you because of that. Don't worry, from now on, mother will never leave you now. I will stay by your side, always. Chapter 1738, The Final Battle, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruan lowered her head to plant a gentle kiss on Xiao Zunsa's icy cold face. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and warmth. Zunsa, from now on, the two of us, mother and child, will never be apart. I'm sorry, if I had known that things would turn out this way, I should have spent more time with you. Just as Gu Ruan was gently stroking her son's face, the room's door rattled. The sound caused her already sensitive mental state to tense up at once and she held the little toddler's body tightly in her arms. Who is it? Thump. The door was pushed open and a purple-colored figure rushed into the room. The man saw the lucid and elegant woman who was seated on the bed and a wave of joy filled his purple eyes. Little girl, I've finally found you. A light flickered within Gu Ruan's hopeless gaze when the man had appeared. She held Xiao Zunsa and quickly rose to her feet to approach the purple-robed man before her. Zixi, you're still alive. What about Xiao Yi? Where's Xiao Yi? Zixi's handsome features froze. He glanced carefully at Gu Ruan and said, I'm sorry, little girl, I could not protect Chanbei Yi. He's dead. He's dead. Those words slammed violently into Gu Ruan's heart and caused her already numb heart to throb with even more agony. She stumbled backward and slowly closed her eyes. The four divine beasts have left me. Father, mother, and Xiao Zunsa have all left me. Now, even Chanbei Yi has already. Since the people I love most in the world have left me, there's no use for me to stay in this world anymore. Zixi, I will dissolve our contract and restore your freedom. Find a place to hide and don't reappear no matter what happens. Don't bother if the mainland lives or dies, don't concern yourself with anyone else. You must live on. Gu Ruan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She had mentioned before that if Zixi was in danger, she would sacrifice her life to save him. However, when it comes to Chanbei Yi, she would choose to stay with him in life or death. He's dead. I won't live on just for the sake of staying alive. Little girl, what are you thinking of doing? Zixi quickly grabbed Gu Ruan's hand as a sense of worry appeared in his handsome features. Gu Ruan laughed bitterly and smiled as if she saw death as a welcome friend. I want to perish with Kang Ming. Even if my death cannot destroy him, I will sever one of his limbs to commemorate my loved ones. Zixi, you and our companions in the ancient divine pagoda need not take the risk with me. It's not worth it. I will now grant you your freedom. From now on, you are no longer bound to the contract. Gu Ruan then gently shut her eyes and began to erase the imprint of their contract from her soul. This way, Zixi's freedom would be restored. She would not allow her death to drag him down with her. As Gu Ruan closed her eyes, she did not notice the cunning light which had flashed across the purple-robed man's eyes. His hand was placed behind her back and a sharp longsword suddenly materialized in the palm of his hand. Gu Ruan, who was erasing the contract's imprint with all her heart, had not noticed a single thing. She remained with her eyes closed as she had absolute trust in this man who had accompanied her through several lifetimes. Nothing could shake that kind of trust. Wham! Just as Gu Ruan had almost finished erasing the contract's imprint, a white light flashed across them and the tiny body suddenly crashed into the man before her. The man lost his footing and stumbled backward as the sword in his hand dropped onto the ground with a clang. Squeak, squeak, squawk. The little fellow placed its hands on its hips and stood on Gu Ruan's shoulder as it scolded the man in a violent rage. Its eyes were positively spitting with fire. Meng Meng, you are still alive. A sense of joy flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes when she saw the little fellow's appearance. She then noticed the long sword which Zixi had dropped on the ground and was startled. Zixi, what were you doing? The purple-robed man did not speak. He was glaring at the little thing on Gu Ruan's shoulder as he carelessly blurted out, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Gu Ruan was shaken for a moment and furrowed her brows. A hint of contemplation flashed across her eyes as she, whose head had been muddled with rage, finally sensed that something was not right. Zixi would never hurt me. Besides, when I had journeyed towards the Dark Earth realm, it was Meng Meng who had saved me from the illusion back then. That means that illusions don't work on this fellow. Illusions. Gu Ruan suddenly came to her senses and remembered what Chanbei had previously told her thrice. No matter what, don't believe only in what you see. Chapter 1739, The Final Battle, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruan finally stepped out from her sorrow when she remembered this. She held the little fellow firmly in her arms as a sharp light flashed across her chilly gaze. Kang Ming, show yourself now. Kang Ming, show yourself now. Shatter. After Gu Ruan had roared angrily, she felt the scene before her gradually breaking apart. It shattered suddenly like a mirror and even the scene behind her slowly disappeared. Only the little beast in her arms gave her a sense of security. Yunsa. An anxious cry pierced through the sky to land in her ears. It was a familiar and unforgettable voice which caused her soul to tremble. A peerless-looking face immediately appeared in her view when she opened her eyes. The man's demonic eyes were filled with anxiety as he held the woman in his arms in a tight embrace. His voice was filled with concern as he asked, Yunsa, have you finally come out of it? Gu Ruan paused for a moment to stare at the silver-haired man dazedly. Her eyes were still filled with anxiety and she clutched the man's hand firmly. Xiao Yi, what on earth is going on? Chanbei Yi curled the corners of his lips and his red eyes stared straight at the woman in his arms as he explained, you had fallen into Kang Ming's illusion. Everything you had just seen was not real. The man's words finally gave Gu Ruan some assurance. However, even though she understood that everything she had just seen was from an illusion, that heart-wrenching pain that she had felt was so real. She knows that if she does not defeat Kang Ming, the scene from the illusion would become a reality. Is that why you had reminded me over and over again to not believe in everything I see? Gu Ruan fell silent for a moment and asked, why didn't you tell me that straight away? Chanbei Yi shook his head as he stared tenderly at the woman in his arms. Yunsa, you can only step out of the illusion when you become aware that you're in one. If I had clearly described Kang Ming's tactics to you, you would have remained stuck in that illusion forever and would never be able to leave. Besides, this little fellow was able to help you leave that illusion. Chanbei Yi lowered his head to look at the little thing in Gu Ruan's arms as the smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Meng Meng's presence allowed him to let go of his worries with her. Squeak, squeak. Meng Meng lifted its head proudly as if it was taking credit for its achievement. It looked absolutely complacent and was so arrogant that its tail was close to rising up into the sky. Zixi looked at Gu Ruan and sheepishly explained, little girl, you should also take into account of how the illusion is formed. In that illusion, everyone was under Kang Ming's control. Be it the vermilion bird or me, everything that we've said to you had come from Kang Ming's own mouth before it was then communicated to you via the people in the illusion. Furthermore, as you were placed in the illusion could influence your thoughts as well. Under most circumstances, Gu Ruan would never have failed to notice the peculiarities. After all, the vermilion bird would never have addressed the Azure Dragon as the Azure Dragon but by his personal name instead when she was speaking to Gu Ruan. This alone could have exposed the peculiarity in the vermilion bird. Unfortunately, Gu Ruan was in the illusion and was being influenced in both her thoughts and emotions. Otherwise, she would have seen through the illusion much sooner. Hee hee, Kang Ming sneered and his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. His countenance was a little pale as he continued, Gu Ruan, if you had died in that illusion, you would not have to endure any more agony. Now, you've asked for it. Chapter 1740, The End, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruan looked at Kang Ming and asked calmly, I'm only curious, based on your powers, I'm afraid that I don't have much room to retaliate against you. Why had you put me into that illusion? What's the use in that? This time, before Kang Ming could reply, Zixi's voice chimed in, he knows that if you were to find out that Chanbei Yi had fallen, you would disregard everything else to avenge him. Knowing you would never want to drag your friends down along with you so you would have certainly severed your contract with me. If our contract was broken, the ancient divine pagoda would once again become an item with no master. Zixi paused before he continued to speak, little girl, his final goal isn't only to break through to the full circle state, he's after the ancient divine pagoda as well. This means that Kang Ming had set up that illusion to trick Gu Ruan into breaking her contract with Zixi. Otherwise, even if Gu Ruan were to die, the ancient divine pagoda would never fall into his hands and would only wait for Gu Ruan every lifetime. Gu Ruan understood the opposition's true motive after Zixi's explanation and her eyes grew even colder. Kang Ming, were you also the person who had murdered me in my past life? That's correct. Kang Ming curled his lips into a disdainful smile. However, Zixi is far too stupid and he thought that it was Chanbei Yi who had killed you. Ha ha ha, Chanbei Yi had discarded his life's power for your sake, how could he ever bear to kill you? However, it's too late for you to find that out now, I won't let you walk away alive. Boom. Suddenly, powerful energy exploded from Kang Ming's body. He clearly has no desire to waste time making idle conversation with Gu Ruan and the others as he launched an attack towards them immediately. The once azure sky turned a magnificent red as if it was being blanketed by a fiery light. The scene looked the same as the illusion Gu Ruan had just experienced and caused her heart to thump anxiously. Gu Ruan, everything that you've just experienced in that illusion was real because it will happen very soon. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming's maniacal laughter filled the tranquil sky once again and Gu Ruan's heart clenched. She knows that if she was to truly lose this battle, everything she had seen in the illusion would come true. Whether it was the four divine beasts, her father, mother, older brother, or Xiao Zunsa and the others, they would not be able to escape adversity. Wham! Chanbei gently raised his hand and blocked Kang Ming's attack. His demonic red eyes were locked onto the man in front of him as he curled his lips. Kang Ming, I won't let you have your way. Hee, I'm afraid that this decision is not up to any of you. If my guess is correct, you, Gu Ruan, have loved ones on the West Strait mainland. Those loved ones seem to be called Dongfang something, am I right? Kang Ming smiled and glanced at Gu Ruan as a light flashed across his eyes. Gu Ruan's heart instantly sank. Her black eyes glared fixedly at Kang Ming's cold and arrogant features as she said, what have you done to the Dongfang family? Ha ha ha. Kang Ming laughed maniacally. Do you think that these are the only subordinates that I have? I still have another portion of my men who have made their way to the West Strait mainland and I reckon that they should have just reached the destination. Do you think that those people on the West Strait mainland would be able to withstand my subordinates' attack? I'm pretty sure that it won't take very long before everyone in the Dongfang family are wiped out. Chapter 1741, The End, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruan's features suddenly sank and her bleak eyes flashed with a tempestuous storm. She spat, Kang Ming, while we do have a deep enmity between us, you should not involve the innocent. If even a single hair on the Dongfang family's head was hurt, I will make you pay the greatest price 10 times over. Kang Ming laughed disdainfully. You want to make me pay? Sure, I'd love to see how you're going to do that. After he had spoken, his entire body released a sharp aura once again. This aura was like a frosty sword of wind and was so piercing that one would feel immense pain. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruan took a deep breath and turned her eyes towards Chanbei Yi. There was an unprecedented sense of determination in her gaze. Go to the West Strait mainland now and stop those people from getting near the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family were her relatives. She has to protect this family no matter what. The only person who could do this now was Chanbei Yi. Chanbei Yi was shaken. His brows creased into a deep frown and a hint of worry appeared in his demonic red eyes. Yunsa, if Zixi and I work together, we might stand a chance to suppress Kang Ming. If I go, you would be no match for him. Gu Ruan smiled gently and shook her head. Xiao Yi, you seem to forget that Zixi and I have a lifelong contract. With him and I sharing the resistance against the enemy, I believe that it will be possible for us to hold on until you return. Go and come back quickly. I can guarantee that I will stay alive to await your return. Chanbei Yi fell silent for a moment before he nodded. All right, I won't let those people hurt the Dongfang family members for your sake. You should also remember the promise you've made to me. Otherwise, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and through heaven and hell. After Chanbei Yi had said this, his crimson robes shot towards the sky like a red light and charged into the distance. Are you trying to leave? Kang Ming scoffed icily and was about to stop Chanbei Yi from leaving when a purple light rose from the ground, blocking Kang Ming like a protective screen. What's this? Kang Ming was shaken for a moment as a cold and sharp light flashed across his eyes. The cold arrogance in his eyes deepened as he turned towards Gu Ruan and Zixi to ask, what did you just do? Zixi seemed somewhat weakened as he forced a smile onto his handsome face. I'm using myself as the foundation of a formation. I will never rest unless I'm dead. Using oneself as a formation means that this formation could only be broken when either one of them has died. Otherwise, both sides would remain locked in the formation for the rest of their lives. Kang Ming laughed icily as his eyes filled with murderous intent. You're digging your own graves. Since that's the case, let me grant your wish. Boom. Kang Ming's entire being turned into a sharp sword and charged towards Zixi. At this moment, Zixi was no longer as noble and proud as he had once been. His features were extremely pale and it was clear that he had used up most of his power to establish himself as a formation. Little girl, I believe that if there's anyone who can defeat Kang Ming, it's you. Remember what I've told you. If your life is ever in danger, unlock the final door in the ancient divine pagoda. Now, fight him. I can't help you and you can only rely on yourself in this battle. Once he had finished speaking, Zixi crossed his legs and sat down before he slowly closed his eyes. The price that comes with using oneself as a formation was great. There was no way for him to aid Gu Ruan in this fight, she could only rely on herself now. Chapter 1742, The End, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 9 Emperors. Gu Ruan glanced at Kang Ming as her bleak voice slowly rang out. Whoosh. Instantly, a gigantic sword appeared in front of her. Despite its size, she picked it up effortlessly and slashed it down violently. Powerful energy instantly exploded towards Kang Ming. However, Kang Ming dodged the gigantic sword's attack easily and quickly charged towards Gu Ruan. Clash. Just as Kang Ming attacked, Gu Ruan quickly turned around and used the 9 Emperors to block him. However, her opponent was too powerful and he slipped past the 9 Emperors and continued to charge towards her. Splatter. At that moment, Gu Ruan felt her vital organs shake, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood as the color drained from her face. Gu Ruan, Chanbei Yi is no match for me. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you can defeat me? Kang Ming curled his lips into a disdainful smile as he walked towards Gu Ruan. He lifted his head and his eyes gleamed with dominance. Clearly, he does not view Gu Ruan with much importance. Gu Ruan was indeed only at the mid-stage of the 9th transformation state and was no match for him. Even if I can't defeat you, I won't give up. Gu Ruoan wiped the blood from the corner of her lips before she raised the 9 emperors to attack again. Even though her power was no match for Kang Ming, the aura around her was incomparable. The 9 emperors was like a huge mountain crashing down in her hands. A great change then occurred throughout the entire world because of this. The West spread mainland. The citizens were completely unaware of the disaster which was about to befall them. It was as quiet and peaceful as ever. Even though disputes frequently happened on the mainland, these struggles do not mean very much to the vast West spread mainland. Suddenly, a gaping hole opened up in the sky above the West spread mainland. Numerous cultivators dressed in black then began to pour from it. Those cultivators were extremely powerful and seemed to be devoid of all humanity. Once they had laid eyes on the humans, they began to interrogate them about the Dongfang family's location. If that person was to reply a second too late, they would be immediately killed by the group of black-robed men. The greatest power on the West spread mainland, the Strid sect, was undeniably shaken by this matter. Furthermore, the opposition was looking for the Dongfang family. Hence, they had sent out countless cultivators in an attempt to investigate the situation. However, those cultivators never returned and had lost their lives to those black-robed cultivators. In the midst of this perilous state, a crimson-robed man suddenly appeared on the mainland. This man was as powerful as a god. He had silver hair and was dressed crimson robes with peerless features which were so beautiful that it was stifling. Those black-robed men who had seemed undefeatable at first had no way to retaliate when they faced the crimson-robed silver-haired man. He only needed one wave of his hand to kill all the black-robed men. Not a single one was spared. Just as the cultivators of the mainland wanted to fawn over this man, he had turned around and left without a single word. His footsteps were hurried as if he had a pressing matter to take care of. The West spread mainland then returned to peace and no longer suffered a calamity of this sort again. At the city gates of the Cloudy Wind Empire, the Azure Dragon and the other divine beasts have finished their battle. Unfortunately, they were unable to enter the formation and could only watch anxiously as Gu Ruoan battled Kang Ming. That woman was drenched in blood at this moment. Her chilly gaze was somber and her already pale white features were now covered in blood. Her hand, which was holding onto the 9 emperors, was trembling gently. Chapter 1743, The End, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She took out a pill, raised her head and swallowed it. Unfortunately, she has consumed too many pills in a short period of time. As a result, the pill was not as effective as it had once been. Gu Ruoan, you'd better just give up on your retaliation. Perhaps I might even leave you with a whole corpse. Kang Ming stared at the struggling Gu Ruoan and laughed scornfully. His eyes were full of disdain and he looked as if he was staring at an ant struggling to survive. Gu Ruoan staggered and gasped but the resolve in her eyes was unmoved. I've said it before, I will wait for Xiao Yi to return. Since she had made that promise, she would keep her word no matter what. HMPH, Kang Ming scoffed coldly, there are some things you can't achieve just because you want to. I won't give you the chance to survive. I'm done playing with you now, it's time to send you to the Western Paradise. Whoosh. After Kang Ming had spoken, he raised the long sword in his hand up high. The sword then slashed down from the sky with a force which could split the heaven and earth into two. Gu Ruoan sensed the powerful energy hurtling towards her and felt suffocated. However, she only stared coldly at the large sword which was slashing down from the sky as a cold light enveloped her face. Xiao Yi hasn't returned yet so I mustn't die. She found the strength to rise to her feet at the thought of this and grabbed the 9 emperors to retaliate against the long sword which was attacking her from the sky. Crash. An earth-shattering noise rang out through the sky. Gu Ruoan felt her arms go numb. There was an unbearable pain in her vitals and a trickle of blood slipped from the corner of her mouth before she fell towards the ground helplessly. Little girl. The color drained from Zixie's face. With a single leap, he pulled Gu Ruoan firmly into his arms as his purple eyes shot towards the man in the sky. It's about time. I should look for that kid, Chanbei Yi, and make him pay. Now, I'll let you two descend to hell to accompany him. There was a bloodthirsty look on Kang Ming's face. He then reappeared beside Zixie easily and his hand turned as sharp as a knife as he thrust it at Gu Ruoan who was in Zixie's arms. Boom. At that moment, powerful energy shot out from Gu Ruoan's body. That power caused Kang Ming to stumble several steps back as his eyes filled with surprise. Little girl. Zixie looked at the woman in his arms whose eyes were closed and gently lifted the corners of his lips. Actually, the final door in the ancient divine pagoda can't be unlocked whenever you want. This door will automatically absorb your spirit into it when it senses that you're in peril. However, my mission has finally ended now. Zixie's smile carried a demonic air as his purple eyes stared unblinkingly at Gu Ruoan, filled with deep affection. 10,000 years ago, I had sensed that your feelings for this girl go beyond just friendship. I didn't think that it was actually true. Kang Ming noticed the deep affection in Zixie's eyes and laughed contemptuously. I really can't understand what you're thinking. You clearly like this girl but you had chosen to hand her over to Chanbei Yi in the end. Zixie swept his gaze towards Kang Ming and replied indifferently, to me, it's enough as long as she's happy. My only wish in this lifetime was to assist her in her growth and watch over her in her happiness. Zixie, tell me this, what kind of power had her body just released? A gloomy light flashed in Kang Ming's eyes. Only now does he understand that Gu Ruoan was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Chapter 1744, The End, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This woman harbored too many secrets. It makes sense why Chanbei Yi was attracted to her. Zixie curled his lips. Since you're interested to know more, there's no need for me to hold anything back. Previously, you had said that Chanbei Yi was once a famous cultivator in the full circle state. In actuality, she was also one as well. Kang Ming stared at the handsome and demonic man in shock. He could not believe what he had just heard. Gu Ruoan was once a cultivator at the full circle state as well. Impossible. She was clearly very weak when I had first seen her. How could she possibly have once been a full circle state cultivator? Zixi noticed the shock on Kang Ming's face and laughed icily. Kang Ming, why do you think that I, as the ancient divine beast, would want to pursue her? Why? There used to be a saying on the mainland that anyone who subdues Zixi would gain the world. However, that meant more than ruling the world. Instead, Zixi was said to hold the secret for a cultivator to break through to the full circle state. Hence, many people on the mainland wanted to obtain Zixi for themselves. Nevertheless, the person Zixi had chosen at the time was a weak little girl. Even though that girl would grow to become extremely powerful later on, she had not been fit to be the master of Zixi as the ancient divine beast. Could it be that there was something about her that no one else was aware of? Zixi looked at Kang Ming and slowly said, she and I have been acquainted for a much longer period of time. I should say that the first person I had laid eyes on when I first came into this world is her. Boom. Zixi's words were like a stroke of lightning and caused the look of shock on Kang Ming's cold face to deepen. What does he mean by that? What was his meaning when he said that the first person he had laid eyes on when he first came into this world was Gu Ruoan? Zixi had existed since ancient times. Could it be that Gu Ruoan was born during ancient times? You're right, she was indeed born during ancient times. However, there were far too few humans during ancient times, so she had lived a very lonely life. That was how she had me. The ancient divine pagoda had chosen her as its master. Since I was the ancient divine pagoda's companion beast and the ancient divine pagoda was in her possession, I was fostered by her as well. Things like destiny have never existed in this world. The ancient divine pagoda had chosen Gu Ruoan, not because of her natural charm nor because of her good luck. Instead, it was because she had been the master of the ancient divine pagoda all this while. Kang Ming was stunned by this revelation. He had thought that he and Chanbei Yi were the only cultivators who have reached the full circle state, but he never expected Gu Ruoan to have reached that state as well. Furthermore, she had originated from ancient times, that faraway era. This little guy was also her helper. Zixi pointed at Meng Meng, who was curled up in Gu Ruoan's embrace, and smiled demonically. Meng Meng isn't a spiritual beast but was instead constructed from spiritual energy. Of course, it isn't easy to create a spiritual beast by solidifying the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, especially one with flesh, blood, and soul. She was the only one in this world who could accomplish this. Unfortunately, Meng Meng isn't like me and has forgotten all about its past. I'm the only one who remembers her existence. Kang Ming stared coldly at Zixi and asked again. Chanbei Yi had given up his power because of her. How had she ended up losing all her power to be reincarnated as well? Zixi stared at Kang Ming indifferently. The number of humans during the ancient times was so few that she had not been able to experience very much then. She would not have been as calm and indifferent as she is now. The people who had existed during ancient times only treated her as a deity and made offerings to her. She, at the peak of her boredom, had raised me before creating Meng Meng. Ultimately, she still felt extremely bored and simply went into reincarnation to be reborn anew. Chapter 1745, The End, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kang Ming was stupefied for a moment before he scolded. She gave up her powers and was reincarnated just because she had been too bored. Wasn't she being really stupid? You aren't her, so how can you know what she was thinking? Zixi's voice was demonic and cold. He then continued, at the time, she was only seen as a god by everyone else. She had no friends, relatives, or lovers. Meng Meng and I were the only ones who kept her company, but Meng Meng couldn't speak and I was a spiritual beast. She, who was so naive, could not stand living like that. Hence, that was why she had decided to reincarnate and enjoy the familial affections of humans. Now, you should know why I've fallen for her. She and I have known each other for far too long. 1. Quote. How many years have passed since ancient times to this day? He had loved her for so long, but he does not have Chanbei Yi's boldness too, so he had not dared to pursue her. Even though he had kept her company through several lifetimes, he had never made his intentions clear. This was why he had lost her to Chanbei Yi in the end. Gu Ruoan tends to be more passive and was moved by Chanbei Yi's initiative in the end. Kang Ming, in my opinion, as long as she's happy, that's enough for me. I also believe that Chanbei Yi will bring her happiness. This was enough. Ha ha. Kang Ming burst into laughter. Zixi, are you stalling for time so that this woman can receive some kind of inheritance? Unfortunately, I won't let this happen. You and Gu Ruoan must both die. He paused at the thought of this before he continued. If you remove this formation now, I just might leave you with a whole corpse. Zixi raised the corners of his lips and smiled. While I can remove this formation, I won't do as you asked. Even if you kill me, I will use my corpse as the formation. If you turn my bones to ashes, my ashes will still remain as this formation. I will seal you here forever and won't ever let you leave this formation. Kang Ming was enraged. His entire being lit up with flames of anger as his blood-red eyes glared fixedly at Zixi's handsome face. You want to oppose me? If you die, how can your ashes be made into a formation? Zixi smiled. You can certainly try. I have already set up the next two formations just now. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave this place. Zixi, aren't you afraid that I will kill Gu Ruoan because you've shut me in this place? Kang Ming gritted his teeth as he spat viciously. Zixi smiled nonchalantly. She may have been naive during the ancient times, but she had made sure to have a contingency plan for herself. Even though she never told me what was behind the last door of the ancient divine pagoda, she had mentioned that if she was ever in any danger, the contents behind this door will save her life once. Kang Ming, she's now behind that door. There's no way you can kill her now. His demonic smile was full of confidence as his purple eyes turned towards Kang Ming. It was just as Zixi had said. Gu Ruoan has now entered the ancient divine pagoda's final door. The room behind the door was like an illusion. The illusion played out before her eyes and depicted every major phenomenon on Earth. This included the creation of the mainland as well as the struggles and strife of the ancient era. A woman appeared in that illusion and her face changed continuously from one moment to the next. In the beginning, it was the woman in white who was holding the 9 emperors in her hand. In the next moment, Chia Ruoan's face appeared. Finally, her face transformed into what she looks like right now. Chapter 1746, The End, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was undeniable that these faces had belonged to her during her past 3 lifetimes. Who are you? Gu Ruan's voice was doubtful as she asked the woman who was walking towards her. She felt a sense of familiarity towards this woman as if both of them were one and the same. You've arrived. The woman's expression was chilly and her voice was cold to the bone, like an icebox. I've been waiting for you since ancient times. I've been waiting for this day and you finally unlocked the last door. Gu Ruan, I've truly let you down. Gu Ruan's heart skipped a beat. This woman in white had claimed that she had been waiting for her since ancient times. Who on earth are you? If you've been waiting here since ancient times, how do you know my name? The woman in white's expression remained neutral as she replied loftily, who am I? Naturally, I'm you. Not only do I know about your existence, I know about Bai Ruoyi, Jia Ruan, and you. Bai Ruoyi was Gu Ruan from 10,000 years ago and Jia Ruan had been her previous reincarnation. Gu Ruan furrowed her brows when she heard the woman's words. So you're me. That means that I've existed since ancient times. The woman looked at Gu Ruan and nodded gently. That's right. I'm certain that Zixi has never spoken to you about this. I have existed since ancient times and I was the only cultivator in the full circle state at the time. Full circle state. Boom. The woman's words caused Gu Ruan's heart to tremble and she raised her lips into a bitter smile. Looks like it isn't just Xiaoyi who has been keeping things from me, even Zixi has kept so many secrets from me. I have no idea who I was in my past life, all I know is that I'm Gu Ruan. I'm not you. The woman curled the corners of her lips. Her smile was just as icy as ever while her ever-changing face showed no other emotion. She did not seem to hear what Gu Ruan had just said and continued to speak. During ancient times, there was an abundance of spiritual energy. A less gifted person could reach the martial saint rank in just a short span of 10 years. I had broken through to the full circle state back then. If I had continued to absorb spiritual energy, it would bring dire consequences to my body. I would then explode and die. I had no way to disperse the power in my body without disastrous consequences for others on the mainland. Left with no other choice, I had to reincarnate and live another life again. Gu Ruan looked shocked. However, she soon recovered herself and continued to listen to what the woman was saying. I had never told anyone about this and not even Zixi knows about it. He only thinks that I had chosen to reincarnate because I had been too bored. Actually, that wasn't the case. No matter how boring my days were, I would never abandon my life. That means to have my soul destroyed. As long as my soul exists, it's not the same as dying. At most, I will have a different identity and environment to continue living. If, as you say, your soul has now become me, how are you still able to stand before me now? Gu Ruan raised her brow and looked at the woman in front of her before she asked again. The woman fell silent before she replied to Gu Ruan's question. I'm not a spirit, I'm only a remnant of a memory. I had been able to predict the future so I had left this remnant to bring you aid. Chapter 1747, The End, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Aid me. Gu Ruan was shaken as she asked, how do you intend to help me? Kang Ming is very powerful and I'm afraid that I'm no match for him. When she heard this, the woman in white continued to speak. In the past, I had predicted that spiritual energy would become less abundant after countless years have passed. If you were to reach the level you were at back then, you will no longer be in danger of having your soul destroyed. I can help to restore you to your former self. Restore me to my former self. Is that also to say that if I accept her help, I would turn into this woman? I want to ask that if I turn into you, what will you become? I have my family, my lover, and my child. I don't want to live on as a different identity. The woman shook her head. Don't you understand? You are me and I'm you, so you won't turn into me but will only receive my power. You will still be yourself. As for why I had not given all my power to you from the beginning, that was because I wanted to temper your nature. Only when you have broken through to this stage would you attain a firm state of mind. Otherwise, if you had received great power from the beginning, your ego would become inflated. I hope you can understand my intentions. Once the woman had finished speaking, Gu Ruan felt a great power flowing into her body and slamming into her spirit. At that moment, she felt as if her soul was being permeated by great power. The power merged with her entire body and she could not help but tremble. The one who obtained 60 would gain the world. This was not a baseless claim. Anyone who owns the ancient divine pagoda would be able to break through to the full circle state because this ancient divine pagoda contains the power of a cultivator at the full circle state. Even a weak cultivator could use this power and grow strong. Only, it was unfortunate that not everyone could inherit this power. Outside the city gates, Zixi held Gu Ruan's body as his purple eyes glanced at the incensed Kang Ming and he calmly raised the corners of his lips. What do you think? Have you decided on being sealed with me here for eternity? Kang Ming gnashed his teeth angrily. Zixi, you're crazy. Only a madman would use his own body as a formation. Even in death, he would still use his body as a formation. Even if his bones were turned into ashes, his ashes would become the next formation. Only a madman would do such a thing. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming abruptly burst into laughter. His laughter was maniacal and he spoke with cold arrogance. So what if you've locked me here for eternity? I will find a way to get out of this formation sooner or later. You can go to hell first. Boom. A powerful, hurricane-like energy suddenly whirled towards Zixi and turned into a giant dragon which hurtled towards him. It opened its bloodthirsty mouth and aimed its teeth at Zixi's head. Zixi only remained unmoved and hugged the woman in his arms in a tight embrace. His eyes were filled with infatuation and yearning. It was likely that in this lifetime, the only moment he could look at her this was when she was unconscious. Once she was awake, he has to set aside all his affection so she would not notice a thing. Little girl, I've been able to witness your growth in this lifetime. My duty is now at an end. If I'm unable to accompany you in the future, you must forget my existence because I don't want to make you sad. Chapter 1748, The End, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He ignored the dragon charging him. His demonic eyes continued to gaze upon Gu Ruan as if she was the only person he could see in the entire world. Wham! Just as the dragon, which was made out of spiritual energy, was about to attack Zixi, a hand suddenly grabbed the dragon's tail and caused it to disappear in a puff of white smoke. The man who had grabbed the dragon was dressed in crimson robes. He was surrounded by an intense bloodthirsty aura as his silver hair danced in the wind and his demonic red eyes stared coldly at the black-robed man in front of him. Chanbei. Kang Ming glared at the man who appeared out of thin air and was shaken for a moment. He then turned towards Zixi and asked, how had he managed to enter your formation? Zixi smiled indifferently. It's very simple, anyone who's at the 9th transformation state and above can't step out from this formation unless they sever their powers. However, that's really tough because once you sever your own powers, you will certainly die. I didn't want anyone who's at a lower rank to dig their own grave by stepping into this formation, so anyone who wishes to enter this formation must be at the 9th transformation state as well. That was how Chanbei had entered the formation. Kang Ming returned to his senses and looked at the silver-haired man before he coldly remarked, Chanbei, are you unaware that Zixi has feelings for Gu Ruan? This fellow is your love rival, so why did you save him? Logically speaking, as Chanbei's love rival, Zixi should have been considered as his archenemy. However, Chanbei had appeared in time to save him. This simply does not sound rational. Chanbei looked at Kang Ming and replied, so what if he's my love rival? All I know is that he's an important companion to Yunsa and that's enough. I won't let him die by your hands either. You are both insane. You would sink to this state for the sake of a woman. There are so many women in this world. If she's gone there are still tens of thousands more. What's the point in doing this? Kang Ming looked enraged. He would never forget that if Gu Ruan had not appeared 10,000 years ago, his life would not have turned out so tragically one. There are some things that you don't understand. I will protect the people she loves and I will sacrifice everything to kill the people she hates. Chanbei's lips curled into an angle. However, it's very unfortunate that you will never understand all this. Ever since Chanbei had met her for the first time 10,000 years ago, he was destined to submerge into the whirlpool of love, never to emerge in this lifetime. Ha ha. Kang Ming burst into laughter. Yes, I certainly don't understand your reasons, but I do know that as long as I consume you, you will become a power source to help me break through to the full circle state. I was worried that I would be unable to come out from this formation to look for you, yet you've served yourself up on a silver platter. Since that's the case, I shall digest your power without any hesitation. Chanbei did not reply as his enchanting red eyes stared at Kang Ming coldly. The murderous intent from his body gradually intensified. Be careful. Zixi could not help but cry out behind him. He stared at the crimson-robed man in front of him and exclaimed, Kang Ming is now very powerful and you may not be able to defeat him on your own now. You only need to stall for time. Once this girl awakens, that will be the moment which will conclude this battle. The Zixi from the past would never have thought that he would be concerned about Chanbei's safety. After all, he had mistaken Chanbei for the culprit behind Gu Ruan's murder back then, so he had been naturally wary of him. Chapter 1749, The End, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei nodded without turning to look at Zixi. His red eyes stared intently at Kang Ming as he spoke indifferently. Kang Ming, 10,000 years have passed and the moment of our final battle has arrived. You had masqueraded as me in our past life and killed the person I love the most. In retaliation, I will destroy your soul in this lifetime so you will never be reborn again. Ha ha. Kang Ming burst into maniacal laughter and spoke scornfully. That depends on whether you have the ability. After Kang Ming had said his piece, he no longer bothered with idle chit-chat and released an attack upon Chanbei. At the same time, Chanbei released the aura from his entire body, holding nothing back. Crash. Both sides clashed. The ground and mountains shook and even the surrounding trees were cleanly destroyed. The two of them then rose into the sky as rays of light intertwined and the destructive power crashed down onto the earth. As a result, not a single sign of bird or beast could be seen in the immediate vicinity. Chanbei and Kang Ming were at the late stage of the 9th transformation state. Kang Ming was only one step away from attaining the full circle states. Of the battle between them caused a violent reaction and plunged the world into darkness. This earth-shattering battle was visible even from the Cloudy Wind Empire's city gates, which were quite a distance away. The Cloudy Wind Empire. Grand Lord Hong Lian was gripping Dongfang Yu's hand tightly in the Imperial Palace. His grim eyes filled with determination as he said, Yue, don't worry, our daughter and son-in-law will be alright. They will return safely very soon, we only need to wait for them here. Dongfang Yu nodded, but she could not conceal the worry in her eyes. So much noise has been generated by this battle, so how could she not feel worried? Even though her heart believes in Gu Ruan's abilities, she could not shake the feeling of apprehension in her heart. In the end, her endless worry was condensed into a soft sigh. I hope that is true. Yunsa, Xiao Yi, you must return safely no matter what. At the same time, Gu Shangshao's lips were pulled into a tight line as his cold and grim features stared at the earth-shattering battle from the rear garden of the Imperial Palace. His dark eyes were filled with anxiety as he stood quietly with his hands behind his back. When he had found out that Gu Ruan and Chanbei had decided to face the powerful cultivator on their own, he had intended to run after them. Unfortunately, his parents had informed him that Gu Ruan had set up a formation to prevent them from joining the battle. That explains it all. No wonder she had gathered all of them at the Imperial Palace during these past few days without any further explanation, as if she had already made her decision. That was correct. If they had been anywhere else, they would have disregarded everything to rush over once they found out about her fight against Kang Ming. They would only be prevented from taking action inside this formation. Big Brother Gu. A melodious voice rang out behind Gu Shangshao. Gu Shangshao did not move as his dark eyes continued to stare into the distance as if he could see two figures in battle. Wen Yue sighed as she approached Gu Shangshao and draped a cloak over him. She then gently pursed her lips and said, "Don't worry, Lady Gu will be all right. She will return safely." Her words still could not provoke any reaction from him. It was as if he had not noticed her existence at all. Wen Yue sighed, feeling helpless. Before she left, she took one last look at the man's cold and grim figure as her eyes filled with heartache. Please let Gu Ruoan return safely. Otherwise, Big Brother Gu will be sad for the rest of his life. This is something that I can never bear to see. Chapter 1750, The End, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The battle continued under the gloomy sky. Chan Bei stumbled backward and lifted his beautiful features while his demonic red eyes turned towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man had remained silent, but his gaze was as arrogant as ever as he focused his eyes coldly upon Chan Bei. At that moment, both parties cut a sorry figure. Neither could gain the upper hand, and though Kang Ming was more powerful than Chan Bei, he was still holding on despite being in extreme pain. This can't keep going on. Zixi lowered his eyes to look at the woman in his arms. His demonic eyes flashed with anxiety as he said, "Little girl, you better wake up soon. If you don't wake up, I'm afraid that Chan Bei can't hold on much longer." The woman in his arms remained immobile as if she had not heard his voice at all. She was completely still in his arms. Chan Bei was gradually slipping down from the sky, but he persisted. His crimson robes looked even more alluring as it was stained with blood, making him look even more breathtaking. Kang Ming. Chan Bei suddenly lifted his head to smile at Kang Ming, who was standing in front of him. His smile was so beautiful that it caused every living thing in the world to lose color. It was as if he was the most beautiful thing to exist in this world. "It's no use for us to fight on like this. I can't kill you and you find it difficult to kill me too. Why don't we make another wager?" Kang Ming stared at Chan Bei icily. Though Chan Bei's current level power may be lower than Kang Ming's, he still found it very difficult to kill him without expending a huge amount of time and effort. Therefore, he sneered at this thought and asked, "What kind of wager?" Chan Bei chuckled and curled his lips. "It's very simple. We'll just make a wager to see who can consume the other's soul first. As long as one of them can consume the other's soul, the former would become a cultivator at the full circle state. The loser would become nourishment for the victor's breakthrough. This means that they were putting their lives on the line with this wager." "Ha ha ha, Chan Bei, you must know that your powers are no match for mine. If you want to wager our souls, nothing good can come out of it for you." Kang Ming burst into laughter and still refused to pay him any attention. Kang Ming believes that he would most certainly be the one to break through to the full circle state. Chan Bei has no hope of ever achieving that. Chan Bei smiled indifferently. "How would you know if you don't give it a try?" "Fine." Kang Ming stared at the man's indifferent feature and gritted his teeth as he spat. "If you want to make a wager with me, I will keep you company to the end. However, let me tell you that you're destined to lose this bet. Because I will never lose." Chan Bei did not say anything else as he sat cross-legged in the air and gently closed his eyes. At his rank, he could manipulate formless objects like air to hold his weight, so he had sat down in midair straight away. Kang Ming scoffed and sat in midair as well. He slowly closed his cold and arrogant red eyes, but the corners of his lips remained curled in a disdainful smile. In everyone's eyes, Chan Bei and Kang Ming were merely resting in meditation at this moment. No one was aware of the competition happening between the two. A faint hurricane rose from the two like a gravitational force which tried to suck each other's soul and consume it. Unfortunately, both men's power should not be underestimated. It would not be easy to use this method to suck out the other's soul. Chan Bei's face has turned even paler. He frowned and cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. However, he continued with his eyes closed and competed against Kang Ming, who was seated in front of him. Chapter 1751, The End, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An unknown amount of time passed. The crowd outside the battlefield witnessed the passing of numerous days and nights. The time changed from dawn to dusk and from dusk to dawn again as the two remained completely still in the sky with their eyes tightly shut. They were using all their might to swallow the other person's soul. "Chan Bei, you're destined to lose to me." Kang Ming's lips curled into a cruel smile as his cold and arrogant face lifted with a determination for victory. He had not opened his eyes, but he could sense that Chan Bei would not be able to hold on for very much longer. Chan Bei has indeed grown very pale. Sweat dripped from his forehead and his tightly shut eyes displayed a sense of agony. Suddenly, he felt as if a shapeless hand was reaching into his body to yank out his soul. Not good. Zixi's expression changed instantly and he turned nervously towards Gu Ruan in his arms and cried out in a panic, "Little girl, it's almost half a month now, so why haven't you awakened? If you don't wake up, I fear that Chan Bei will be in danger." Half a month. Chan Bei had resisted Kang Ming's clutches for half a month. No one knows the pressure and pain he had endured during this struggle throughout this half a month's time. However, he had to do it. He had to buy more time for Gu Ruan. "Ha ha, Chan Bei, I want to turn your soul into my power and you will then disappear from this world." Kang Ming burst into laughter as an infinite amount of power was released from his being. Under this power's coercion, Chan Bei's soul was ripped a little more from his body once again. However, despite the circumstances, Chan Bei had remained absolutely silent and kept his eyes firmly shut. If anyone ignorant of the situation was to see this, they would assume that he was already dead. Nonetheless, this was the only way he could maintain his power, so he could hold on for just a bit longer. "Little girl, please wake up soon." Zixi held Gu Ruan tightly as his voice filled with increasing anxiety. Meanwhile, in the ancient divine pagoda's final room, Gu Ruan's entire body looked magnificent as she was surrounded by pure and holy white light. This white light turned into little specks of light which hovered around her body, allowing her to absorb them. If Kang Ming or Chan Bei were here, they would certainly be able to discern that those white specks of light were the ultimate source of power. Only the ultimate source of power could bring a cultivator to the full circle state. Just as Gu Ruoan was absorbing these white lights, an anxious and panicked voice suddenly pierced through her soul and reached her mind. Little girl, come on, wake up. Chanbei is going to be in danger. Chanbei. Gu Ruoan gently opened her eyes. Her entire being was bathed in the white-colored light and her chilly eyes were unfocused. She frowned and asked, who's Chanbei? Why does this name sound so familiar? You don't need to care about who he is. You only need to quiet your heart and cultivate. Once you've broken through to the full circle state, you will have truly achieved success. The white-robed woman's ice-cold voice whispered into her ear. Her voice was not amenable to reason and it influenced Gu Ruoan very easily. Chanbei. It's such a familiar name and I seem to have heard this name from somewhere before. Furthermore, my heart was filled with unbearable pain when I heard that he was in danger. Gu Ruoan's brows furrowed even more. She does not know why but she could not shake off the feeling that something was missing and that she has forgotten something very important. However, she could not remember what this was at all. Chapter 1752, The End, 13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Focus on your cultivation. Only when you've broken through to the full circle state can you face the enemy at hand. If that person doesn't die, the people of the world will be plunged into misery and suffering. The woman's icy voice rang out once again and caused Gu Ruoan's mind to turn blank. Since she could not recall a single thing, Gu Ruoan preferred not to overthink things. She crossed her legs and sat down once again, allowing the ultimate source of power to slowly seep into her body. Just then, a demonic voice full of panic echoed from her soul once again. Little girl, Chanbei really can't hold on very much longer. If you don't wake up now, not only he but your child, Zunsa will be in danger as well. Our child. Zunsa. That voice was like a magic spell which caused Gu Ruoan to open her eyes once again. No, I can't continue now, I need to figure out who Chanbei and Zunsa are. Otherwise, this voice will disturb me again and again. The woman looked at Gu Ruoan and then calmly remarked, the person who is affecting you has a contract with you. You can block out his voice and as long as you do that, no one can affect you. Sever his voice. Gu Ruoan's heart trembled. She does not wish to do this but she was not sure why. It was as if that man named Chanbei was extremely important to her. Suddenly, a voice which sounded as if it was separated by 1,000 kilometers echoed in her memory. I won't let those people hurt the Dongfang family at all for your sake. You should also remember the promise you've made to me. Otherwise, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and through heaven and hell. Those words seemed to have come from an extremely important person to her before he had left her. However, she could not remember who this person was at all. Chanbei, Zunsa. The confusion in Gu Ruoan's eyes deepened and she frowned even more. I will make the heavens and earth your engagement present and make you my wife. All the women in heaven and earth are nothing compared to you in my eyes. Who else could hold my gaze after having you in this lifetime? Mother, Zunsa wants to sleep with you tonight. Scram, she's my wife. If you want to sleep with someone, go find your own wife. But Zunsa doesn't have a wife. Countless voices intertwined in her mind. One moment, she would hear a man's deep and determined tone while it turned into a little doll's coquettish and cutesy voice in the next moment. However, those two voices gently affected her heart and caused it to tremble. I remember now. Let me out. I don't need any inheritance and I don't want to break through to the full circle stage either. I want to save my man. Gu Ruoan cried out in fury and panic as she stared into the white space. How could I have forgotten? How could I forget the two most important men in my life? Xiao Yi is in danger now, so how can I continue to hide in this place? You have to think this through. The woman's figure appeared in front of Gu Ruoan once again. Her eyes were just as icy as ever as she said, if you leave this place, you will never be able to break through to the full circle state. Gu Ruoan laughed. Her smile was uncharacteristically maniacal and very different from her usual cool and calm demeanor. My intentions in breaking through and to have power was for the sake of protecting my loved ones. However, you've shut me in here for so long and caused me to forget the two people that I love the most. This way, even if I break through to the full circle state, where's the meaning in that? My loved ones may no longer be here from the moment I've broken through to the full circle state. Without them, what's the use in having power regardless of how great it is? The woman glanced at Gu Ruoan indifferently and replied, what about the living beings of the world? You're my reincarnation, but why are you so different from me? To me, nothing was more important than the living beings of the world. I could give up everything to save the world. You are you and I am me. Even though I'm your reincarnation, I'm not the same as you. Gu Ruoan lifted her head to look at the woman in front of her and spoke coldly, the only people I care about are my family. What do the living beings of the world have to do with me? If I can't even protect the people I love the most, what's the use in having so much power? I've thought this through. I will give up my chance for this breakthrough. I want to save my lover. What does the livelihood of the living beings of the world have to do with her? She only cared about the people she loves. What right does she have to abandon her loved ones for the sake of all the living beings on the mainland? Nothing more important than her family and lover to her. Let me out right now. Gu Ruoan clenched her fists tightly. Since you're so good at calculations and can predict the future, you should have known that I would have made this choice. The woman fell silent for a moment. Even if the mainland plunges into misery, you won't regret this. Yes, I will not regret this. If I get out too late, Xiao, mother, father, and the others will be in danger and I might not be able to see them ever again. If that were to happen, even if I've broken through to the full circle state, what kind of meaning would be left in my life? If I leave now, I might still have a chance at victory. As long as Kang Ming does not break through to the full circle state, we have a chance to win this fight. Suddenly, the woman smiled. Gu Ruan, as my reincarnation, you are much stronger than I was. My heart only cared about the living beings of the world while your heart holds your lover, family, and friends. Perhaps, because of this, I'm nothing like you. She paused at this point. If you were to leave this place now, you will be destined to end up with your soul destroyed. I won't allow my reincarnation to meet with such an end so I can help you to break through to the full circle state immediately. Gu Ruan was shocked and she stared at the woman in astonishment. Can I really break through right now? That's correct. Of course, there's a price to pay as well. This price is half of your soul. I will incinerate your soul and use its ashes to help you absorb the ultimate source of power even quicker. Though you will gradually regenerate your soul after losing half of it, you will experience extreme agony during this period of time. Are you willing to go through with this? Gu Ruan nodded with determination. As long as I can save Xiao, I won't regret anything even if my soul were to be destroyed, let alone incinerating my soul. All right then. The woman smiled. Remember your words. However great the agony may be, you must endure it later on because this is the choice that you've made. I must remind you that this agony is beyond your imagination. If you're unable to endure this, your breakthrough will fail. Don't worry. Regardless of how great the pain will be, I will endure it. She would endure anything for Chanbei's sake even if she feels that she could not. That man had gone through more than 10 years of pain for her sake. What was this trifling short bit of agony compared to that? Let us begin now. The woman's frosty voice rang out once again. At that moment, Gu Ruan felt as if her soul was on fire. It was so agonizing that her entire body trembled and the color drained from her face instantly. However, she could feel the ultimate source of power around her seeping even faster into her body now. This knowledge caused her heart to leap and the pain no longer mattered to her. Chapter 1754, The End, 15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was only one objective in her heart and that was to leave this place as soon as possible to save Chanbei. Chanbei was sitting still in midair with his eyes tightly shut. However, his soul was close to leaving him completely and only one leg was still attached to his body. Once his soul's leg leaves his body, it would fly immediately into Kang Ming's mouth to become energy for his breakthrough. Zixi's face was filled with even more anxiety now as his eyes remained fixed squarely upon the two people in the midst of their confrontation in the sky. His unease grew so strong that he could not help but rise to his feet. Ha ha ha. Chanbei, I've told you that it's impossible for you to defeat me. Kang Ming burst into laughter. He raised his hand and saw that Chanbei's soul has left his body completely and was now flying towards his hand. Oh no. Zixi's expression changed greatly and he leaped towards Chanbei's soul. However, he was now very weak and was easily swatted away by Kang Ming as soon as he had flown into the sky. Blood sputtered from Zixi's mouth and his handsome features turned extremely pale. Chanbei, we've been apart for too long and it's time for us to merge once again. Now, let me consume you. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming burst into laughter once again but his smile soon froze in place. Powerful energy was gradually radiating from Chanbei's soul. This destructive energy was being released from his body and caused a look of terror to appear on Kang Ming's face. Crazy. You're crazy, Chanbei. You're trying to explode using your soul. No, you madman, you aren't keeping your word. You can't do this. They had clearly agreed that the loser would be turned into fodder for the victor but Kang Ming never thought that Chanbei would be so insane and tried to explode himself. The explosion of the ninth transformation state cultivator's soul was far more powerful than the explosion of the flesh. Even if Kang Ming forced himself to resist it, he would suffer substantial wounds. Keep my word. Chanbei laughed icily before he replied in disdain. When have I ever kept my word when it concerns you? Kang Ming, I will never let you have my power. Madman, you madman. If you become my power, you will still be alive and you will only share a body with me. However, if you explode, you will be completely done for. Kang Ming's face was nervous as he roared out in panic. Chanbei ignored him as the power within his soul continued to grow. He would explode once it has reached a critical point. Suddenly, a chilly voice rang out beside him and caused him to freeze instantly. Xiao, you had once said that you would pursue me to the ends of the earth and through heaven and hell. Why is it that while I'm still alive, you no longer wish to live? The young woman's voice was just as gentle as ever and caused the explosive power in Chanbei's soul to disappear. Ha ha ha. Kang Ming burst into laughter when he saw this. Chanbei, explode if you dare to. I will only be injured by your explosion but your beloved woman will certainly die. Chanbei did not reply and he looked at Gu Ruan as a sense of tenderness appeared in his demonic red eyes. Yunsa, you've awoken. Gu Ruan nodded. Xiao, your current state is a bit inconvenient. You better return to your body first. Gu Ruan then lifted her hand. With a gentle wave, a force grabbed Chanbei's soul and immediately sent it back into his body. Chanbei, stop right there. Kang Ming's expression changed greatly as his features twisted with viciousness. He then raised his hand once again to send an attack towards Chanbei. Chapter 1755, The End, 16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that moment, the woman who had been watching out for Chanbei finally turned her gaze towards him. A cold and sharp light flashed across her chilly eyes. A hand suddenly reached for Kang Ming without any warning. Kang Ming instantly felt like he was being torn apart by some kind of force and his soul was being dragged out of his body. No, Kang Ming screamed in terror. He turned towards Gu Ruoan and looked as if he had just seen a devil. His entire face was filled with horror as he said, have you broken through to the full circle state? That's impossible. Why was there no indication that you've broken through to the full circle state? Everyone knows that the impact generated by a cultivator's breakthrough increases the further along they were in their cultivation journey. However, how could Gu Ruoan have broken through to the full circle state without even making a sound? Gu Ruoan smiled nonchalantly. What do you think? What do you think? This reply confirmed Kang Ming's question. Kang Ming began to tremble violently as his expression filled with even more terror. So it's true that the master of the ancient divine pagoda is also the master of this world. Have you really broken through to the full circle state through the ancient divine pagoda? That's impossible. Let me go. Let me go this instant. Kang Ming's translucent soul struggled endlessly in Gu Ruoan's grip. However, Gu Ruoan did not pay any heed to his resistance and bundled his soul into a ball before throwing it at Chanbei Yi. He had belonged to you in the first place. Now, the item is back with its original master. You better hurry up, sit down and have a breakthrough. Once you've broken through, we'll go home. This battle has continued for more than half a month and was finally at an end. I'm sure that mother and father have been waiting anxiously. It's time for us to go back now. Gu Ruoan sighed emotionally at the thought of everything which had happened during the past half a month. She then turned her gaze towards Zixi. Little girl, my mission is finally complete. Zixi smiled but his eyes were filled with a tinge of hurt. During these few years, I've watched you grow step by step. I've also watched you grow from someone who had been oppressed to your current state. I'm honored. Zixi. Gu Ruoan lowered her head and stared at the companion who had been by her side for such a long time. She smiled and said, thank you. If it had not been for you, I would not be where I am today. Little girl, even though I have completed my mission, can you allow me to still stay by your side? His purple eyes were filled with nervousness as if he was afraid that the woman would reject him. Gu Ruoan thought for a moment before she nodded, all right. In the end, she still does not have the heart to let Zixi leave. Zixi, if you want to be restored to freedom one day, I will give you the freedom you want but you must let me know. The Cloudy Wind Empire. Grand Lord Hong Lian hugged the woman next to him tightly as they waited in the Imperial Palace. His cold and grim eyes were filled with anxiety as he said, they've been battling for half a month. They must still be safe and sound. If anything had happened to them, Kang Ming's subordinates would have stormed the Imperial Palace by now. Yue, you must believe in our daughter. Dongfang Yu nodded. It has been more than half a month. During the past half a month, they had never even taken one step out of this place. Their eyes had observed the faraway battle continuously. However, half a month ago, the earth-shattering noises had suddenly disappeared. It was now so quiet that it was unnerving. Suddenly, the man's voice cried out from her side with a sense of disbelief. Yue, look, is that Yunsa? Yunsa. Dongfang Yu's body trembled and she quickly followed Grand Lord Hong Lian's line of sight. She could not help but rub her eyes when she saw the figures who were flying towards them from a short distance away. Chapter 1756, The End, 17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yunsa. Is that really Yunsa? Dongfang Yu's mouth fell open. There were a million things that she wanted to say but she did not know how to express herself. Father, mother, we're home. The green-robed woman landed sheepishly in front of them. Her lucid and elegant features carried a gentle smile as she spoke tenderly. Dongfang Yu finally returned to her senses and hurried forward. She forcefully pulled Gu Ruoan into her arms and held the woman's body in a tight embrace. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, Yunsa, you're back. It's good that you're home, it's good that you're home. Though Grand Lord Hong Lian did not say very much, his eyes were filled with tenderness. He then stepped forward and pulled the two women he loved most in the world into his arms. Come, let's go home. Yunsa, Xiao Zunsa has been waiting for you over the past few days. We did not dare to tell him about the situation outside and we've only managed to coax him to sleep with great difficulty. You should go and have a look at him. All right. Gu Ruoan's smile deepened when she thought about that fair, jade-like face. Xiao Zunsa was curled up into a ball under the sheets in the bedchamber. His fair, jade-like face was still stained with sparkling and translucent tears. Gu Ruoan and Chanbei Yi silently walked in. They saw the tearful little boy who was lying on the bed and looked at each other as their eyes filled with heartache. They have truly caused him to endure such bitterness over these past few days. Gu Ruoan softly and quietly moved towards the bedside and gently stroked the little one's hair with her finger. She then lowered her head and carefully planted a kiss on Xiao Zunsa's cheek. Her eyes were filled with a tender light. Her kiss seemed to have woken Xiao Zunsa and the little fellow opened his sleepy and unfocused eyes. Xiao Zunsa was dazed when he saw the two who were standing next to the bed. He murmured in disbelief, what's father and mother doing here? Is Zunsa still dreaming? Once Xiao Zunsa had finished speaking, he shut his eyes once again so he could continue his interrupted dream before waking again. However, that kiss caused him to feel very warm inside so he could not help but open his eyes. He blinked his large eyes, puzzled, before he tried to call out, father, mother. Gu Ruoan smiled gently as her eyes gazed upon Xiao Zunsa who was lying on the bed and replied, Zunsa, we're home. Zunsa, we're home. Xiao Zunsa's body stiffened instantly. He suddenly sobbed very loudly and threw himself into Gu Ruoan's arms. Mother, where did you and father go? Zunsa thought that you had eloped and abandoned me. Maternal grandmother and grandfather wouldn't let me out of the palace to look for you but Zunsa had really missed you very much. Gu Ruoan lowered her head and gently stroked Xiao Zunsa's head. Her lips curled into a smile. Zunsa, it's time to wake up. Mother, father, your grandparents, godfather, and your uncle are now preparing to journey to the West Spirit mainland. Your great-grandfather is living in the West Spirit mainland. If you're late, I reckon we might leave you behind. Xiao Zunsa bounced right up when he heard this. Father, mother, Zunsa will go and change right now. You only need to wait for half an hour. No, just a few minutes will do. Leave me behind. That's impossible. I don't want to ever leave them again. Yi, let's wait for him outside. Gu Ruoan smiled. Looks like father and mother have not told this little guy about our battle with Kang Ming. Otherwise, I fear that this little one would have already flipped out and caused a ruckus. Chapter 1757, The End, 18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All right. Chanbei nodded gently before he wrapped his arm around Gu Ruoan and stepped outside. Not too long after, the palace gates were filled with familiar faces. Grand Lord Hong Lian, Dongfang Yu, Gu Shangshao, Zhao Shangchen, Xiao Zunse, the freckled maiden Gu Wanbai, and the brazen-faced holy doctor, Bai Zhongshan, who had insisted on coming along with Heir Supreme Jin, Lan Ji, and the others have also come to send them off. Will you be back? Lan Ji looked at Gu Ruoan as he asked. Gu Ruoan fell silent for a moment. Perhaps, if I don't return, you can come to the West Strid mainland to look for me. All right. Lan Ji's eyes lit up as the corners of his lips lifted into a gentle smile. I will look for you in the West Strid mainland. Gu Ruoan smiled and did not say very much else. She then turned around and said, let's go, maternal grandfather has been waiting for us for so long. It's about time for us to return to that place now. Dongfang Yu's eyes filled with excitement as if she remembered her elderly father who had been separated from her for a very long time. She squeezed Grand Lord Hong Lian's hand as her eyes shone with a faint radiance. Once Gu Ruoan had spoken, the group journeyed towards the West Strid mainland. Based on the current measure of power, only a short amount of time passed before they arrived on the West Strid mainland. Meanwhile, at a mountain range near the Strid sect, the Honorable Sir Tianchi was glaring angrily at the Honorable Poison Master who was chasing him relentlessly. He spat angrily, you old geezer, why are you still trying to kill me? Let's not forget that you've already pledged to serve the Gu girl. I'm the Gu girl's great uncle. You're actually undermining your superior. The Honorable Poison Master scoffed and replied viciously, old man, you keep spying on me whenever I visit brothels, so why shouldn't I kill you? You know too much. If I don't kill you, my good name would be disgraced. 1. The Honorable Sir Tianchi was so enraged he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. If you want to kill me, that would depend on whether you have that ability. Don't think that I'm actually afraid of you. I, the Honorable Sri Tianchi, have never feared anyone. The Honorable Poison Master did not say anything else. He was just about to release an attack upon the Honorable Sir Tianchi when a crack appeared in the sky. Powerful energy burst out from the crack and filled both of them with vigilance. Who is it? The two old men no longer cared about killing each other and quickly looked at the crack. However, when they saw the numerous figures who had appeared from thin air, their bodies instantly stiffened. Gu girl, Sir Chanbei, you're back. The Honorable Sir Tianchi had just returned to his senses when he noticed two familiar figures behind Gu Ruoan. His expression froze once again, Heian Yu Gu Chan and Dongfang Yu. Even though Gu Ruoan had previously sent word that her parents were alive back to the Dongfang family, it was a completely different thing to see them with their own eyes. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's eyes opened wide and his face filled with shock when he saw Grand Lord Hong Lian. Once the shock passed, it was followed by a powerful sense of joy. They're back. They've finally returned. Honorable Sir Tianchi, Honorable Poison Master, long time no see. Gu Ruoan greeted the two old men. I wonder if we can go to the Dongfang family home together. I haven't seen maternal grandfather and grandmother in such a long time. We've returned this time to reunite mother with her family. The Honorable Poison Master was the first to return to his senses and nodded. He forced a smile with great difficulty as if his face was suffering from paralysis and said, all right. The Gu girl's invitation was for me, it has nothing to do with you. The Honorable Sir Tianchi snapped as he glared at the Honorable Poison Master. He then turned towards Gu Ruoan and grinned. Little girl, your maternal grandfather and grandmother have been waiting for you for far too long. Come, let's go home now. Ha ha ha. It was obvious that Gu Ruoan's return has put him in a great mood. His elderly features were filled with smiles. The Dongfang family home. Master Dongfang was chastising Dongfang Shao's in the study. His expression was a particularly ugly sight as he scolded, you damned brat, how old are you now? Yet you still have no concept of taking a wife and making babies. Do you intend to prevent an old man like me from having any grandchildren to hold at my age? Dongfang Shao's maintained his kindly, jade-like demeanor as if he had not taken Master Dongfang's words to heart. Lan Yuge could no longer bear to watch this and gently knitted her crescent-shaped brows. Shao's has his own sense of propriety, there's no use to force these things no matter how much you try. You should just work hard in your cultivation and take advantage of the time to quickly reunite with Yunsa and the other at the East Peak mainland. When faced with his own wife, Master Dongfang could not vent his frustrations no matter how angry he was feeling. He could only scoff coldly and sulk alone. Master, madam, young master. Just then, a hasty voice was heard from a distance. The little footboy did not wait for Master Dongfang to reply as he threw the door open immediately. As he had been running too fast, he staggered before he stumbled and fell onto the ground. What's the rush? This is a disgrace. Since Master Dongfang had no way of venting his anger and this little footboy had presented himself as a sacrifice, it would have been strange if he had been able to speak civilly at this point. The little footboy wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, Master, the maternal eldest lady has returned. What? Yunsa's back? Master Dongfang abruptly stood up. His expression was overjoyed as he asked, is this true? Is Yunsa really back? It's indeed the truth. Also, the eldest lady and son-in-law have returned as well. The little footboy had grown up in the Dongfang family home. He was no longer young, so he would naturally know about the eldest lady of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yu. Master Dongfang was in shock. He quickly grabbed the little footboy's lapels as his breathing grew nervous. Are you talking about Dongfang Yu, Yuer? Yes, Master, they've all returned. Zoom. As soon as Master Dongfang had heard this, he instantly charged out of the door in a flash and his figure soon disappeared from sight. Lan Yuge smiled. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and said to Dongfang Shao's, There, your sister and brother-in-law have returned. Let's go and greet them. Gu Ruoan paused as she entered the Dongfang family home's courtyard. She then saw Master Dongfang, who was rushing out towards them. When Master Dongfang arrived in front of them, he stopped and fixed his gaze squarely upon Dongfang Yu's beautiful features. His lips trembled as he spoke. Yue, is it you? Is it really you? Dongfang Yu smiled and stepped forward before she said, Father, someone had saved me back then. However, I had to promise that person that I wouldn't leave that place without completing my closed-door cultivation for 20 years. Hence, I had not been able to return to see you all this while. I've been an unfilial daughter and caused you to worry for so many years. Master Dongfang wiped the tears from his eyes. His eyes were shining with excitement. It's good that you're back. As long as you're back, all is well. Oh, right, these two kids are. Master Dongfang was very familiar with the evildoer, Zhao Shangchen, but Zunsa and Gu Wanbai were strangers to him. Grandfather, Gu Ruoan smiled lightly. This little girl is Gu Wanbai. Shush is my disciple. As for him, he's my son, Xiao Zunsa. Your son? Master Dongfang was in shock. My maternal granddaughter even has a son now. How much have I missed? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned towards Dongfang Shao's, who had tagged along with Lan Yuge. He then scolded Dongfang Shao's angrily. Look here, even your niece has a son now while you don't even have a wife. Hurry up, find a wife and bring her home. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you as my son. Even Gu Ruoan has a son now. Though Dongfang Shao's was her uncle, he was still unmarried. How could Master Dongfang not feel angry? Great maternal grandfather. Xiao Zunsa inclined his head adorably. My mother says that feelings should be allowed to take their natural course. How can you force great uncle to get a wife? That's not good. What if he randomly brings a woman home just to appease you? Wouldn't that have hurt that woman for the rest of her life? Master Dongfang was stunned for a moment. He never expected the little fellow to be so intelligent and sensible at this age. His heart immediately brimmed with joy, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. You are certainly descended from the Dongfang family tree, but there's a clear difference between you and the rest. Ha ha ha. You old geezer, you certainly have no sense of shame. Lan Yuge followed closely behind him and shook her head in exasperation. Her gentle eyes gazed upon Xiao Zunsa and joyfully pulled him into her arms. Xiao Zunsa, will you call me your great maternal grandmother so I can hear it? Xiao Zunsa blinked and replied in a lovable manner. Great maternal grandmother, my maternal grandmother and mother have always talked about you. They say that you're the best. Zunsa has always wanted to meet you. You little thing, you have such a sweet mouth at such a young age. Lan Yuge happily kissed Xiao Zunsa and smiled before she turned to look at the others. Yue, it's wonderful that you're back. I always believed that you were both still alive. Now that our family is reunited, we should celebrate. Come, let's go inside and talk. Dongfang Yu smiled gently as she replied, all right. The Dongfang family home was filled with memories of her youth. Now that she has stepped into her home again, she felt somewhat emotional. Grand Lord Hong Lian held her tightly. Tenderness filled his black eyes as if she was the only thing that exists in his gaze. Yunsa, Chanbei Yi smiled before murmured into Gu Ruoan's ear, now that Kang Ming is dead, we don't have much else to do. How about giving me a few more children? Gu Ruoan was shaken for a moment. Before she could return to her senses, she was swept off her feet and carried in that man's arms towards the rear courtyard. The Weststrid mainland sky was no longer covered with gloom as it once was half a month ago. The skies were now clear as if a great storm has just passed and was a blinding shade of blue. Chapter 1758, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. East Peak Mainland. The Cloudy Wind Empire. Even since Kang Ming had disappeared from the mainland, the whole East Peak Mainland enjoyed a sense of peace and quiet that they have never experienced before. As for the two legendary figures of the mainland, Gu Ruoan and Chanbei Yi, they had disappeared like legends. No one knows where they had gone off and no one had seen them since. However, even if they never appeared before the eyes of the world again, tales of their legendary exploits only continued to grow instead. At this moment, a young man was standing with his arms behind his back in the Cloudy Wind Empire's imperial palace. His silver-colored robes fluttered in the wind as his silver hair floated gently like silk. His black eyes stared into the distance as his emotions also drifted out of the palace walls. Is there still no news about where those two have gone off to? The young man stood with his back against the people behind him. His aloof black eyes were staring into the distance, but one could clearly hear the underlying anger in his voice. Lan Ji looked at the young man who had his back against him and laughed in exasperation. Little master, we've sent countless people from the Cloudy Wind Empire out, but no one has been able to find them yet. Besides, they didn't go to the Dongfang family home, so we really don't know where they've gone off this time. The young man gently knitted his brows. This little action caused the palace maids to hold their breath, unable to look away. It's fine if that fellow wants to leave, but why must he drag my mother along? They're always nestling together and threw me into this place alone. They've seriously crossed the line. It was very obvious that the youth was angry at the couple who had cast him aside to go for a scenic vacation. They should have brought him along at the very least. In the end, he was like a burden which was thrown aside just like that. Find them, use every man available to find them. I don't believe that this mainland is actually all that big. Where could they both have disappeared to? There are still no grounds for them to abandon me like this. The young man lifted his cold, proud, and aloof features as he spoke with determination. I will find them even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth. I will make them realize that I am not so easily cast aside. Little master, Lan Ji laughed bitterly. He looked entirely exasperated as he continued, if your parents really don't want anyone to find them, you'll never find them no matter how many people you send out. Therefore, I think you should stop looking for them. They will naturally return when they decide to do so. The handsome, silver-haired youth finally turned around slowly when he heard Lan Ji's words. His cold and proud eyes turned to look at him. Uncle Lan, you just need to send people out to find them. There's no need for you to be concerned with anything else. Furthermore, I'm going to head out of the palace. I reckon that I won't be back so soon, so I would still need you, Uncle Lan, to manage the Cloudy Wind Empire's matters. You want to leave the palace, little master? Lan Ji looked at the young man's handsome face and asked, puzzled, may I ask where you're headed to, little master? The young man fell silent for a moment before he replied, I'm going to the West Spread mainland. Great maternal grandfather's birthday is coming up soon. It's impossible that those two will miss that, so I will be there, waiting. At the same time, I will ask them why they had chosen to leave me here all alone. The young man's eyes filled with resentment as he said these words. He was obviously quite annoyed with his parents. Little master, the two of them want some peace and quiet, so. Lan Ji was still trying to explain the couple's motivations, but the young man did not appreciate his kindness. He scoffed and said, they've brought the little girl, Gu Wanbai, along with them, but they didn't bring me. Therefore, I must find them and interrogate them to ask if they really intend on abandoning me. Chapter 1759. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the mention of Gu Wanbai, Chanbei-zun could not help but recall an entertaining incident from the past. His mother always teased him about this incident, but he would never admit it. According to his mother, Gu Wanbai had thought that he, who was very beautiful as a toddler, was a little girl when they had first met. To prove that he was male, he had tried to take his pants off in front of Gu Wanbai. However, he has no memory of this incident at all. Therefore, he would never admit that he had done something as embarrassing as this. Uncle Lan, I'll leave you to manage the Empire's matters. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Chanbei-zun did not give Lan Ji any chance to refuse as his silver robes disappeared into thin air. The West Spread mainland. A group of people was fighting against the spiritual beasts in the Spiritual Beast Mountain. Their bodies were drenched in blood. The leader of the group was a young girl with scarlet hair and crimson eyes. This young girl was around 14 years old. Her red robes fluttered against the wind, looking wild and arrogant. The space between the young woman's brows was murderous and bright red. Her gorgeous and beautiful face was gently raised as if she does not see the spiritual beasts in front of her as threats. She gently pursed her red lips and her eyes were full of pride. The sword in her hand was slowly dripping with blood and the magnificent red color was piercing to the eye. Princess. The young girl's bodyguards surrounded her and protected her as they continued to fight against the vicious spiritual beasts. We must hurry and finish this fight. A murderous intent flashed in the young girl's eyes. Her body was like a hurricane as she charged towards the group of spiritual beasts. It has been a year. She has been on this mainland for 1 year. Furthermore, she had somehow become the princess of the Vermilion Bird country. It took her a long while after that to figure out that this must have been the transition that her mother had spoken about. Her mother had also come from a place called Ancient China before she had transitioned to the strange Epoch mainland. Unfortunately, her transition was no better than the one her mother had encountered back then. Despite the fact that she was a princess with distinguished gifts, she was unpopular because of her outlandish scarlet hair and crimson eyes. She had even been abused by the imperial princes and imperial descendants. This time, she had only gone off for some training, yet she had fallen into a trap and ended up being attacked by spiritual beasts. A cold light flashed across the young girl's eyes when she remembered the accumulated abuse she had suffered after her transition. She exclaimed icily, "Those who stand in my way shall die." Stab. The sword in her hand pierced through a spiritual beast's heart and it instantly collapsed. "Watch out, princess!" Someone cried out in panic. Just as the girl had turned around, a large raging inferno lion was already behind her. It reached out with its sharp claws and slashed it at the young girl's body. The attack was so powerful that even if the young girl was not killed by the blow, she would have been severely injured. Suddenly, a silver light shot across the once azure sky. This ray of light was like a sharp long sword as it pierced forcefully into the raging inferno lion's body. The raging inferno lion trembled before its large body crashed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A young man was standing with his arms behind his back as his silver hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly turned around and looked at the red-robed girl with his handsome, cold, and proud features as he asked, after wandering around the spiritual beast forest, "I've finally found a living human. Can you guide me out of this place? I'm lost." Chapter 1760. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The red-robed woman lifted her head and her crimson eyes stared intently at Chanbei-zun, who had appeared out of thin air. However, a dazzled glint flashed across her eyes when she beheld his silken silver hair. Chanbei-zun furrowed his brows before he spoke again arrogantly. "I had saved you, so you should guide me out of this spiritual beast forest. It's a fair deal for both parties. Are you not willing to do that?" The young girl returned to her senses and her smile faded as she shook her head. "I'm sorry, I was just remembering an old friend. Since you've saved me, I will certainly escort you out of this place. Don't worry." "An old friend?" Chanbei-zun looked at the young girl and blinked in confusion. "Do I look like an old friend of yours?" The young girl shook her head. "Your faces don't look like each other, but she shares a similar trait with you. He's got silver hair as well." As she said this, a tinge of hurt appeared in her eyes. That old friend from the past seemed very far away from her. Even if she reached out with her hand, she would never be able to touch them again. "Father, mother, big brother, and second brother, I wonder if you're all doing well." Chanbei-zun lowered his head and stared at the sorrow and yearning in the young girl's eyes before he exclaimed in sudden realization, "If my guess is correct, that old friend of yours must be your lover, am I right?" "My lover." The young girl chuckled and her lips curled into a smile. "That person is not my lover but my older brother, Yi Soang." However, she did not elaborate this further to Chanbei-zun. "My name is Chanbei-zun, what's your name?" Chanbei-zun's voice was as arrogant as ever as it slowly echoed through the forest. The young girl was stunned as a dazzled glint flashed in her eyes again. She soon recovered herself and replied, "I'm Zuer." Zuer. What a historical sounding name. No one had called her by that name since she had arrived on this mainland. Zuer. Chanbei Zun's eyes flashed in astonishment. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a strange name. The young girl raised her brow. Zuer is my nickname, what's so strange about it? My given name is Feng Chanhuan. If you don't like my nickname, you can address me as Feng Chanhuan instead. She could not help but be reminded of Yi Sewang when she looked at the young man, and that was why she had blurted out the name, Zuer. However, how could she have forgotten that this was not the godly mainland? Zi Chanjing and Yi Sewang were not here. The people here were completely unfamiliar to her. Therefore, she had regretted blurting out her nickname. She no longer feels a sense of kinship with this name. She could only view herself from a bystander's point of view. If she could, she would return to the godly mainland and run back into her father and mother's embrace. She imagined that her parents must have traveled around the world to search for her ever since her disappearance. Yet, how could they have imagined that she would no longer be in that dimension? Instead, she has transitioned to another place. Not only was this place strange, but their cultivation methods were different as well. She no longer had the power she once wielded and had to start over from the very beginning. You've allowed me to address you as Zuer, so, naturally, there's no reason for you to take that back. Chanbei Zun scoffed and spoke in a haughty and lovable manner. I've been running in circles around this place for so many days and I don't intend to stay here any longer. It's best that you lead the way for me. I want to leave this place. He has not set foot in the West Spread mainland for over 10 years. Instead, his great-grandfather and the others were the ones who have always journeyed to the East Peak mainland to visit him. Therefore, he had forgotten how to get to the Dongfang family home and became lost in the spiritual beast forest. Chapter 1761. Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Let's go. Feng Chanhuan's blood-red eyes glanced at Xiao Zunse before she commanded her guards. We've been out of the palace for too long and it's time to return. Let's be on our way now. Yes, Princess. The guards joined their fists respectfully and replied reverently. Nightfall. Everything in Spiritual Beast Forest was peaceful and quiet under the bright moonlight. Feng Chanhuan, who had been resting against a tree, slowly opened her blood-red eyes. She looked at the guards around her who were resting with their eyes closed, but she could not see the silver-haired young man in silver robes. She knitted her brows. Has anyone seen Chanbei Zun? The young girl turned towards the guards next to her as she asked in a cold voice. The guards opened their eyes when they hear her inquiry. They looked at each other before one of them stepped out and answered her, reporting to the princess, we've not seen Sir Chanbei. That fellow had left no sign or made a sound when he had left. Despite their large number, not a single one of them had noticed his departure. Feng Chanhuan thought for a moment. That person has a poor sense of direction and also lacks a map of the Spiritual Beast Forest. He must have left to relieve himself and lost his way. Wait here, I will go and look for him. Since I've promised to escort him out of the Spiritual Beast Forest, I can't just abandon him. This was the only possibility that Feng Chanhuan could think of. Feng Chanhuan did not delay and rose to her feet. She then walked slowly into that infinitely vast forest and her blood-red figure gradually disappeared beneath the night sky. Feng Chanhuan looked for a long time but she could not find any sign of Chanbei Zun. She knitted her brows as a sense of helplessness flashed across her eyes. However, just as she was about to turn around and leave, something rustled next to her and caused her to stop. Rustle. Suddenly, something scuttled out from the bushes and attacked Feng Chanhuan. Her expression instantly changed when she got a good look at the thing which had scuttled out from the bushes. A 9-echo snake. It's one of the most powerful spiritual beasts in the Spiritual Beast Forest. I've run into a 9-echo snake and they travel in packs. If there's one 9-echo snake here, that means that there must be others around. Feng Chanhuan took a deep breath before she ran madly in the opposite direction. The 9-echo snake saw that its prey had dared to escape and quickly chased after her relentlessly. It was a good thing that Feng Chanhuan was not a weakling. If she had not been worried that she would be overwhelmed by a pack of 9-echo snakes, she would have faced a single snake on her own. Hence, she had decided to escape first. Feng Chanhuan ran for a long time before the 9-echo snake finally gave up and left the chase. With much difficulty, she managed to lean against a tree to catch her breath, panting heavily. At that moment, the sound of running water brushed across Feng Chanhuan's ears. She was surprised for a moment before she parted the bushes in front of her with her hand. A magnificent scene then appeared before her eyes. The moonlight glistened enticingly on the water. The young man's silver hair glowed with a holy and bright light beneath the moonlight. His features were cold, unyielding, and handsome as his fair body lay next to the cold pond. He looked so beautiful that it was suffocating. Feng Chanhuan has never seen such an exquisitely beautiful man before. Chapter 1762. Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Her father, Yi Wuchen, her big brother Zi Chanjing, and her second brother Yi Sewang were all exceptionally good-looking. However, they were her family and she only ever felt amiable towards those peerless features and would not feel anything else. However, at that moment, that naked and peerless-looking young man beneath the moonlight caused her heart to race. The feeling was all too sudden and put her into a daze. The young man has clearly sensed her presence as he slowly turned around and his gaze landed on Feng Chanhuan. An electric current jolted through both of them when they locked eyes. Chanbei Zun did not expect Feng Chanhuan to have found this place. There was a sense of confusion on his handsome features as he grabbed the silver robe next to him and quickly pulled it onto his body. He then appeared before Feng Chanhuan in a single leap. You saw everything. Chanbei Zun lifted his handsome features and his limpid eyes turned towards Feng Chanhuan as he asked. Feng Chanhuan nodded. She had seen everything indeed. Furthermore, nothing had been left out. You have to take responsibility for this. Chanbei Zun gritted his teeth. Since you've seen me naked, you must take responsibility. What? Chanbei Zun's words caused Feng Chanhuan to jump with shock. Even though her heart had indeed raced for this irrationally beautiful young man at that moment, that does not mean that she has fallen for this fellow. She was certainly not going to marry a stranger that she has only just met. Fang Chanhuan raised her brow. As a man, what does it matter if someone has seen your naked form? Are you going to involve yourself with me just because I had seen you by accident? My mother had once said that I must be responsible towards my future wife and I can't just allow any woman to see my naked body. Since you've seen me naked, you shall have to become my wife. Chanbei Zun stared fixedly at Fang Chanhuan as he spoke slowly. Fang Chanhuan was completely dumbfounded. She then replied weakly, it's not like I had done that on purpose. You can't make me take responsibility just because of this. I can guarantee that I will forget everything I've just seen and pretend as if nothing had happened. Fang Chanhuan then turned around to leave when a hand grabbed her wrist firmly. With a forceful tug, Chanbei Zun pulled Fang Chanhuan into his arms. Chanbei Zun. Fang Chanhuan was angered. A cold light flashed in her blood-red eyes, and just as she was about to struggle, the young man's slightly cold and thin lips had pressed down upon her before he bit her red lips. She forcefully pushed Chanbei Zun away as if she had just received an electric shock and wiped the red lips which the young man had bitten. Her eyes grew cold as she scolded, Chanbei Zun, what on earth are you trying to do? She had never intended to peep on him while he was taking a shower, yet this young man was shamelessly insisting that she should take the responsibility. You had seen me naked, so you must be responsible towards me. Now that I've kissed you, I will need to take responsibility for you. Since both of us must be responsible, you shall be my woman from now on. This woman had seen him naked, so she must take responsibility for him. He was not going to let her leave just like that. Fang Chanhuan was in a daze. She has never met such an overbearing and unreasonable man. Chanbei Zun, I don't even know who you are and you want me to take responsibility for you. Besides, we are strangers who've only just met for the first time. Chapter 1763, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei Zun looked at Fang Chanhuan. So what? My father had only seen my mother once that year and had fallen for her. He had endured torture for more than 10 years just to be by my mother's side to pursue her. This might be the first time that we've met, but feelings can gradually be nurtured. You've already seen me naked anyway, so you must take responsibility for me. Otherwise, I will harass you endlessly. Fang Chanhuan was dumbfounded. She has never seen such a thick-faced and shameless man. She wrinkled her brows when she thought about this and said, Chanbei Zun, are you done now? Chanbei Zun selfishly continued as if he had not heard what she said. Based on my knowledge, the people of Vermilion Bird Country all carry the surname of Zhao. Why is yours Fang? Zhao. Fang Chanhuan laughed in disdain. Some people think that I'm not fit to carry the Zhao surname, so I had taken my mother's last name. The mother she had mentioned was not Niu Ruyu but the mother of this body. However, even though she was now Fang Chanhuan, she still has no way of merging comfortably with this body. In her heart, her only parents were Yi Wuchen and Niu Ruyu. Chanbei Zun noticed the hurt in Fang Chanhuan's eyes, and he does not know why, but it caused his heart to throb. Perhaps he had wanted to make the girl take responsibility for seeing him naked, but he now has the urge to help her too. A girl like that should be protected, right? Since you're a princess of the Vermilion Bird Country, do you know Zhao Shangchen? Chanbei Zun's eyes darted around as he asked. You mean fourth uncle? Fang Chanhuan was startled and furrowed her brows. Fourth Imperial Uncle is a legendary figure in the Vermilion Bird Country. Even though my Imperial father carries a bone-deep hatred towards him, I truly admire him. They said that he had run off many years ago and I never had the opportunity to meet him. If I could, I would really love to meet the fourth prince from years past. Oh, that's right, why did you mention the fourth Imperial Uncle? Fang Chanhuan has never met Zhao Shangchen before. After all, Zhao Shangchen had left the Vermilion Bird Country more than 10 years ago. The memories she has of Zhao Shangchen only stemmed from the admiration that the original owner of this body has had towards him. Zhao Shangchen was a Casanova and had lived recklessly. He was incomparably powerful, and the Fang Chanhuan in the past had idolized him. Unfortunately, even the original owner of this body had never seen the legendary Zhao Shangchen. He only lived on in the memories of everyone else. Chanbei Zun nodded and replied seriously, he's my godfather. What? Fang Chanhuan was shocked by Chanbei Zun's revelation. She asked in disbelief, your fourth Imperial Uncle's godson? That's right, your fourth Imperial Uncle isn't on this mainland. If you want to meet him, you have to work hard and win over the more superior mainland, which was my stepping stone. An even more superior mainland. Fang Chanhuan narrowed her eyes slightly as she thought, it looks like the way things are structured here is similar to my original dimension. One has to start from the weakest mainland first before moving on to a higher ranked mainland. The weak and backward West Strip mainland was not somewhere that she wants to stay in. I understand. Fang Chanhuan raised her head to look at the young man's handsome features. I'll work hard and head towards a higher peak. However, I'm not doing this to see my fourth Imperial Uncle but for myself. Perhaps, once my powers are strong enough, I would find the way to go home. Chapter 1764, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Vermilion Bird Country. The citizens along the bustling streets were shocked when they saw the red-robed and crimson-eyed young woman. It's the sixth princess. They said that she had left for training, but I didn't expect her to be back so soon. TSK, the sixth princess may have substantial talent, but it's unfortunate that her crimson eyes are frowned upon in the imperial family and caused her to be unpopular. She only has the title of a princess but is not deemed fit to carry the imperial family's surname. Despite overhearing their conversation, the young girl acted as if she was indifferent to it and showed no expression on her face at all. Suddenly, a furious voice snapped from beside her, "Shut up, all of you." The young man's voice was full of anger as a cold light flashed across his arrogant yet handsome features. He was staring fixedly at the citizens who were in deep discussion while his long, silver hair dazzled under the sunlight. It goes without saying that the young man was very beautiful. His beauty causes one to feel suffocated. Just one glance was enough to quicken one's breathing. Oh, I was wondering who that was. It's you, Fang Chanhuan. A disdainful voice chimed in and caused Fang Chanhuan's expression to instantly sink. Everyone watched as a young girl who was dressed in brocaded robes ambled slowly towards them, followed closely by a group of male admirers. The young girl had wanted to mock Fang Chanhuan when her gaze fell upon the silver-haired youth next to her. She was instantly dazzled and could only stare foolishly at his handsome features. There was no lack of handsome men around her in this lifetime, but none of them were quite as handsome as this boy. He was so beautiful that he looked inhuman. He was like a god instead and was exceptionally stunning. If you stare at me any longer, I don't mind gauging out your eyes. One! Exclamation mark quote. Chanbei Zun's features sank as his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He does not know why, but he immediately felt a sense of revulsion towards the young girl in brocaded robes. Even a single look from her caused him to feel disgusted as if he had just swallowed a fly. He had never felt like this before. After all, Chanbei Zun has never ventured out of the palace courtyards over these past 10 years. Even the places he had traveled to were familiar locations such as the Red Lotus Territory, the Cloudy Wind Empire, the Secret Order, or the Dragon Clan. He had never encountered any woman who had dared to stare at him with such greed. Those people would only view him with reverence and did not dare to show any impudence. This was the first time he has encountered a woman with such unconcealed lust. It caused his stomach to churn and he nearly threw up all his dinner from last night. Fang Chanhuan, where did you pick up this pretty boy? The young girl in brocaded robes did not seem to care about what Chanbei Zun had just said. She was staring at him with lustfully the entire time. You really know how to live it up, but a youth like that is wasted on you. Why don't you sell him to me? You can name your price. In the young girl's eyes, Chanbei Zun must be a male slave that Fang Chanhuan had bought. Otherwise, why would any man choose a red-eyed girl? However, Fang Chanhuan does not have her imperial father's favor, and the money she has was so little that it was pitiful. It was likely that she had not spent much to purchase this young man. If he comes with me, this young man will certainly be able to live well and need not worry about his livelihood. Chanbei Zun's expression has turned even uglier. This woman actually considers me to be a male slave and even wants to buy me. What a joke. Zhao Chanchan, you shouldn't cross the line. Fang Chanhuan's eyes sank and she spat coldly. He's not some male slave and isn't some object for you to buy. I hope that you can show a little more consideration. Otherwise, even if that man shields you, I won't go easy on you. The man she had referred to was the Vermilion Bird Country's emperor. Chapter 1765, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hee. Zhao Chanchan laughed scornfully and said disdainfully, You're a princess who doesn't deserve the Zhao name. What right do you have to chastise me? You're better off trying to gain imperial father's favor. Otherwise, you will only end up being abandoned by the imperial family. When Zhao Chanchan had finished saying her piece, she turned her lustful gaze towards Chanbei Zun again. I know that you're only tagging along with her just for her title. However, it's clear that you've been deceived. She's only an unfavored princess, but if you're willing to come with me, I can guarantee that no one in the Vermilion Bird Country would dare to touch you. As she spoke, Zhao Chanchan decided to reach out and stroke the young man's fair, jade-like skin. However, before she could touch the young man, a piercing pain shot out from the palm of her hand and she screamed. Arg! Zhao Chanchan covered her hand and stumbled backward. Her expression was ashen as she looked at her blackened palm. Cold sweat began to trickle down her forehead from the pain. What did you do to me? Chanbei Zun scoffed coldly. Don't touch me with your disgusting hand. Otherwise, I won't just limit myself to poisoning your hand, I'd chop it off and turn you into a cripple. The youth's handsome features were cold and distant. Murderous intent was gradually overflowing from his dark eyes as a frosty air flashed in his pupils. Fang Chanhuan was shocked. She turned towards the handsome youth next to her as her heart trembled violently. Throughout their interactions along the way, her impression of Chanbei Zun was that he would present a cold and cocky front initially before warming up to someone. However, she never thought that he would be cold to the bone. Even so, this cold and uncaring demeanor was only directed towards people that he dislikes. She does not know why, but she rather liked this version of Chanbei Zun. Especially that silver hair of his. He really resembles her older brother, Yi Sewang. Scram. The youth ordered and his long, silver robes fluttered despite the lack of a breeze. He presented a suffocatingly beautiful view. Damned kid, you dare plot against me. Zhao Chanchan's expression was particularly ugly. She then waved her hand and ordered viciously, Men, get the damned kid. I want him to experience the consequences of offending me. Not a single person in the Vermilion Bird Country has dared to disobey her. Great, this is just great. I will make this damned kid pay the most painful price. Wife Zuer, why do you have a sister like that? Chanbei Zun glared at Zhao Chanchan hatefully. He seemed to be completely unfazed by the guards who were charging towards him as he turned towards Fang Chanhuan and asked, puzzled. Fang Chanhuan rolled her eyes at him as she replied, Who's your wife? I'm not married to you, so don't address me so casually. You'll become my wife sooner or later, so I'm just addressing you in advance. Answer me first, why do you have a sister like that? She's nothing like you. Each time he thought about the way Zhao Chanchan had looked at him, he would be utterly revolted and disgusted. In comparison, his future wife's gaze made him feel so much more comfortable. We don't share the same mother. Which meant that the difference in character was because they were from different mothers. Understood. Chanbei Zun nodded as he stroked his chin with his long and slender fingers. Her mother must be as shameless as her daughter. That's how she had given birth to such a shameless person. Your mother must be outstanding, so she had you, who is just as outstanding. Am I correct, wife? I've told you, stop calling me your wife. You've already seen my naked body, so you have to bear that responsibility for me. If you plan on going back on your word, that's not possible. Chanbei Zun lifted his chin and bluntly replied, Zuer, I'm determined to pursue you in this lifetime. You'll have to figure out how to deal with that yourself. 1766 Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 9. The two bickered as if they were the only people there and nearly caused Zhao Chanchan to go mad with rage. She bellowed angrily, What are you all standing there for? Get that damned boy. The guards who had been shocked by Chan Beizun's words immediately drew their weapons and surrounded them, trapping the silver-robed youth and Feng Chanhuan in the middle. Who do you think you are? Chan Beizun no longer spoke with the haughty yet warm voice he had used with Feng Chanhuan. His cold and detached gaze glanced arrogantly at the guards surrounding him as the corners of his lips curled into a scornful smile. You're only a bunch of ants, yet you dare to cause a disturbance in front of me. I've not fought for many years, but that doesn't mean that I'll tolerate the antics of jumping clowns like you. No one had dared to cause trouble for Chan Beizun on the East Peak mainland because of Gu Ruoan and Chan Beiyi's well-known reputation. Furthermore, his talents were rather substantial and he was quite powerful, so no one had dared to provoke him. Hence, it was true that he had not fought anyone for many years. Feng Chanhuan looked at the clueless group as a sneer crept up on her red lips. Even though she does not know the true measure of Chan Beizun's power, no spiritual beast had dared to cause trouble for them ever since this man had joined her group. It was as if there was no trace of any spiritual beasts in the dangerous spiritual beast forest. Hence, Feng Chanhuan knows that this man was not as simple as he seemed. At the very least, no one in the Vermilion Bird country should be able to match his power. However, Zhao Chanchan had leaped out in her ignorance and dared to underestimate him. Was she unaware of how the word, death, was written? Scram! Just as the guards were pointing their weapons at Chan Beizun, he cried out angrily and powerful energy exploded from his body. This energy slammed violently against the guards with the force of a hurricane. Wham! Before the guards could return to their senses, their bodies were sent flying out of the way and fell into the crowd. At the same time, they felt a shapeless force reach into their bodies. It twisted their chi center, which stores all of their spiritual energy, and destroyed it. I've crippled your powers as a reminder to you in case you start flaunting your antics like jumping clowns again. Chan Beizun stared coldly at the guards who were now collapsed on the ground. The aura from within his body stirred as a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. Leave immediately or I don't mind drenching the city gates in blood. As Chan Beizun witnessed everything that Zhao Chanchan had done, he could imagine how Feng Chanhuan was being treated in the Vermilion Bird country. Instantly, a fiery rage rose from the depths of his heart and he slowly turned his angry glare towards Zhao Chanchan. Feng Chanhuan is now my woman. I'd love to know how you've been treating her during these past few years. Bunch of useless things. Zhao Chanchan sent the guards a vicious glare before turning her gaze towards Chan Beizun. There was a sense of infatuation in her eyes. It goes without saying that the explosion of power he had displayed had aroused her desire. She also believes that only a man like him would suit someone like her. Sir, she was no longer as spoiled and willful as she had previously been. Instead, she completely changed her attitude and spoke bashfully. Actually, I only wanted to test your powers. I have no other intention beyond that, so I wonder if you could cure my poison for me. I, Zhao Chanchan, am willing to devote my life to you as my way of thanking you. Her eyes darted around as her gaze filled with tenderness while she stared at Chan Beizun. She has clearly forgotten how this man had treated her just a short while ago. Chapter 1767. Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chan Beizun still did not look at her as his lips curled into a disdainful smile. 10 years ago, I had met a truly shameless woman. That woman had fallen for my father, but she, who was clearly pregnant with another man's child, insisted on shamelessly causing trouble at my parents' wedding and claimed that the child in her belly was my father's. Now, I have just met a woman who is as shameless as her. Zhao Chanchan did not need to think too far to know that Chan Beizun was referring to her. You. She did not dare to throw her tantrums at Chan Beizun, so she pointed at Feng Chanhuan instead. Look at the kind of man you've brought back. I must report this matter to my imperial father. You just wait and see. Crack. A clear noise suddenly rang out. The crowd only heard a sharp noise before they noticed Zhao Chanchan's fractured finger. Blood was trickling down from the tip of her finger endlessly. The color drained from her face instantly and she stumbled several steps back and nearly collapsed onto the ground. Even the imperial palace guards were in a daze. Chan Beizun's attack was so fast that they were unable to stop him in time. They could only watch as he injured Zhao Chanchan. Zuer is my woman. Chan Beizun's cold and arrogant face lit up with a scornful smile as he directed his icy glare at Zhao Chanchan, who was on the verge of collapsing. I will cripple whichever finger you point at her. Feng Chanhuan placed her hands across her chest and looked at Zhao Chanchan with a forced smile. However, deep down inside, she was moved by Chan Beizun's action of standing up for her. After all, he was the only one who had stood up for her ever since she had arrived on this mainland. How could she not feel moved? Why are you still here? Chan Beizun bellowed. At that moment, a powerful force slammed against Zhao Chanchan's body and pushed her out of the way to land pathetically in the crowd. Let's go, wife. He no longer spared the crowd a second look as he grabbed Feng Chanhuan's arm and pulled her forward into the street. No one dared to stand in their way. I'm going to kill them. I must kill you both. Zhao Chanchan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she watched the pair leave. She then gritted her teeth as she spat maliciously. At the imperial palace, concubine Lu nearly jumped with fright when she saw Zhao Chanchan's blood-drenched body being carried inside. She hurriedly rushed forward to hug her injured daughter as she asked with a furious look on her face, who was it who had hurt Chanchan? The guards looked at each other. In the end, one of them stood out to make the report. Reporting to the imperial concubine, it was the sixth princess, Feng Chanhuan, who had heard the fourth princess one. What? Concubine Lu was enraged and she slammed her hand violently on the wall. Feng Chanhuan, that SLT had dared lay a finger on my daughter. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death, and you're a bunch of useless things who can't even protect the fourth princess properly. How do you intend to pay for this offense? Thud. The guards knelt to the ground in unison. Please forgive us, imperial concubine. HMPH, you had failed to protect the princess and you all deserve to die. Men, take them all away and beat them to death. A vicious light flashed in concubine Lu's eyes as a malignant look appeared on her beautiful and alluring face. Yes, imperial concubine. The guards behind her stepped forward once they received her order and took the guards who had failed to protect the princess. Not long after that, mournful wails could be heard outside the palace's bedchamber. Their heart-wrenching shrieks echoed throughout the sky. Chapter 1768, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Servants. Once Concubine Lu had ordered the guards to be dragged away, a vicious light flashed in her eyes. I want to see His Imperial Highness. The Imperial Study. A man dressed in bright yellow robes was seated at the desk, evaluating a memorandum. Suddenly, someone announced sharply outside the study, Your Imperial Majesty, the Imperial Concubine requests an audience. When Zhao Long heard the announcement, he knitted his brows slightly and replied indifferently, Let her in. As you command. Once he had spoken, the study's door burst open and a weeping beauty rushed into the room. She threw herself down on the ground and knelt in front of Zhao Long before she spoke pitifully, Your Imperial Highness, you have to grant me justice. Zhao Long rose to his feet and quickly walked towards Concubine Lu. He helped her to her feet and asked with concern, Beloved concubine, what happened? You can tell us. We will grant you justice. Your Imperial Highness, Fang Chanhuan had picked up a gigolo from who knows where, and though that gigolo doesn't belong to any organization, his powers were substantial. He had injured Chan Chan in front of the Imperial guards and fractured Chan Chan's finger. Please, Imperial Highness, grant Chan Chan justice. What? Zhao Long's expression sank. He suddenly fell silent and a peculiar light flashed in his eyes. Beloved concubine, we will grant you justice. Since it was Fang Chanhuan's companion who had hurt Chan Chan, we will catch that man and bring him back for you to deal with him. Imperial Highness. Concubine Lu noticed that Zhao Long had not mentioned anything about punishing Fang Chanhuan, and an unwillingness rose from her heart. How should we deal with Fang Chanhuan? If it had not been for her, Chan Chan would never have run into such trouble. Now that you've mentioned this, Concubine Lu, we must warn you. From now on, you must treat Chanhuan and her brother a little better. Don't make things difficult for them. A slightly reserved glint appeared in Zhao Long's eyes as he continued slowly. A while back, a Spirit Sect disciple had sent a pill over. Impressively, that pill was widely known in the West Spirit mainland 20 years ago and was that genius woman, Gu Ruoan's legacy. She had single-handedly defeated the immortal realm back then. We heard that the Spirit Sect's Honorable Sir Chanchi is Gu Ruoan's great-uncle, so it's not out of the ordinary for the Spirit Sect to have her pills. Gu Ruoan was an immortal legend on the mainland. Even a 3-year-old child would know about her name. Even after 20 years, her name has not faded with the passage of time. Instead, her fame has spread even further. Besides, Zhao Long had heard that Gu Ruoan and her husband were no longer humans but have already ascended to become martial gods. The pills she had left behind were naturally particularly valuable. Under most circumstances, the Spirit Sect would only award their most outstanding disciples with one of them. Imperial Highness, did you say that the Spirit Sect disciple has gifted us with a pill? Concubine Lu's gaze lit up as her eyes flashed with greed. Why would the Spirit Sect do such a thing? The Vermilion Bird country is nothing compared to the geniuses of the Spirit Sect. Zhao Long looked at Concubine Lu and replied faintly, that pill is an engagement gift. That genius from the Spirit Sect has somehow fallen for Fang Chanhuan and wants to take her as his wife. With the Spirit Sect's support, do you think that Fang Chanhuan is someone that you can touch? That's not all, we want to change her surname too, Zhao, now to bring glory upon the Vermilion Bird country. Once, Zhao Long had believed that Fang Chanhuan's crimson hair and scarlet eyes were a sign of bad luck. Hence, in order to avoid being affected by the bad luck, he had issued an order that Fang Chanhuan does not have the right to bear his surname. Chapter 1769, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who would have thought that this girl, Fang Chanhuan, would turn out to have such good fortune and catch the eye of a Spirit Sect disciple? However, this news was like a sudden bolt of lightning on a clear day to Concubine Lu and caused her to back away and nearly fall to the ground. On what grounds does Fang Chanhuan have to receive a Spirit Sect disciple's love? Concubine Lu's features twisted with malice. I can't accept this, only my Chan Chan can receive the recognition from a Spirit Sect disciple. Zhao Long slowly lowered his hand which had been supporting Concubine Lu and furrowed his brows. This was probably the first time that he has seen Concubine Lu's true nature and a peculiar light flashed in his eyes. Even though he has long been aware of Concubine Lu and her daughter's abuse towards Fang Chanhuan, at least it does not look unsightly on the surface. Now, was this vicious-looking woman truly the once poised and imposing Concubine Lu? Concubine Lu suddenly returned to her senses and suddenly noticed Zhao Long who was standing in front of her. The color drained from her face as she quickly explained, Imperial Highness, I was feeling too sad earlier. After all, Chan Chan had been hurt because of her, yet she has escaped punishment. How can I, as Chan Chan's mother, not feel sorrow? We are tired. Zhao Long waved his hand and replied icily, you may leave. Furthermore, remember what we've just told you. We cannot draw the ire of the Spirit Sect, so you can no longer target Fang Chanhuan and her brother. Do you understand? Yes. Concubine Lu bit her lip in annoyance and lowered her head. I will do as you command. Once she had finished speaking, she left the Imperial study in an upset state. The hatred in her eyes only continued to grow. The courtyard was quiet and filled with fallen leaves. Fang Chanhuan turned towards the youth behind her and said, this is where I stay. Originally, a princess from the Imperial harem isn't allowed to leave the residence before adulthood, but since I'm not important in the eyes of the Imperial Palace, so no one stops me from going out. Big sister, you're back. Just then, a voice filled with joy rang out from a corner of the courtyard. A tiny, rice bell-like figure flew out and ran towards Fang Chanhuan. It was a boy with soft and smooth skin like polished jade. He was about 10 years old or more and his adorable features were filled with excitement. His large, round eyes were like grapes, sparkling and translucent. When he noticed the youth who was standing next to Feng Chanhuan, his heart filled with vigilance and he quickly grabbed Feng Chanhuan's arm before asking icily, "Who are you?" Chanbei scoffed haughtily, "I'm your brother-in-law." "What?" The little boy jumped immediately and his adorable and fair features looked enraged. "I've never acknowledged your existence yet you dare to try and snatch my sister away. She's mine." As if demonstrating his possession, he tightened his grip on Feng Chanhuan's arm. "Chinair." Feng Chanhuan lowered her head and looked at the little boy who was only at the height of her waist. Her face was no longer as cold and detached as before and a gentle smile appeared in her blood-red eyes. "He's my savior so you can't be rude to him. Furthermore, have you finished your homework?" Zhao Chen blinked and turned towards Feng Chanhuan to say, "Big sister, Chinair has finished his homework and cultivated very seriously. One day, Chinair will grow up and protect you so those bad guys can't bully you ever again." Chapter 1770. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Then I'll wait for you to protect me." Feng Chanhuan smiled again. This smile was unlike her previous ones. The tenderness in this smile dazzled Chanbei Zun's eyes and, unbeknownst to him, a hint of jealousy rose in his heart. When will this woman smile at me like that? "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as Zhao Chen was displaying his determination to Feng Chanhuan, a large hand grabbed him and dragged him firmly away from Feng Chanhuan's side. "Let me go, you beastard, let me go." Zhao Chen struggled in Chanbei Zun's grasp and his little face was filled with anger as he cried out in rage. This fellow really lacks training. Chanbei Zun looked at the little struggling fellow in his grasp before he turned his eyes towards Feng Chanhuan. "Give him to me for a while. I shall return him to you brand new." Feng Chanhuan nodded. "All right." She felt a sense of trust towards Chanbei Zun and believes that this youth would never hurt her. "If you want to be powerful enough to protect her, be good and stop wriggling." Chanbei Zun swept his gaze towards the little boy in his arms as he barked coldly. Indeed, when Zhao Chen heard those words, he immediately stopped moving though his clear and limpid eyes were still filled with irritation and anger. After he had spoken, Chanbei Zun took a single leap and disappeared from the courtyard. They were in an uninhabited forest with the faint auras of spiritual beasts in it. However, there seemed to be something which the spiritual beasts feared and none of them dared to approach the pair who was standing in the forest. "Why did you bring me here?" Zhao Chen pouted as he asked sulkily. "I will use 1/1,000th of my power to fight you. If you can defeat me, you win." "What?" Zhao Chen placed his hands on his hips in anger and glared viciously at the silver-haired youth. "Are you looking down on me?" 1/1,000th of his power. How minuscule was that? This youth seemed to be older than him by only a few years yet he was looking down on him. How could he tolerate this insult? "I'm training you." Chanbei Zun glanced at the little fellow and spoke with cold arrogance. "Your power is vastly different from your sister's. On what grounds did you think that you'd be able to protect her? When you've finally grown to that point, would she still need your protection?" Chanbei Zun was speaking the truth yet those words prickled into Zhao Chen's heart. He brandished his little fists and threw a punch at Chanbei Zun's beautifully handsome face. Thud. Though Zhao Chen had attacked Chanbei Zun with all his strength, Chanbei Zun only raised his hand and caught his little fist easily. "You." Zhao Chen was enraged. "You're strong but you are bullying the weak. What kind of ability is that? I certainly don't believe that you had only used 1/1,000th of your power. I'm not going to fight you. I want to go home." Chanbei Zun curled the corners of his lips as his proud black eyes glanced at Zhao Chen. "You want to know the true measure of my power?" Zhao Chen was shaken but he nodded earnestly in the end. "All right, I'll show you." Chanbei Zun smiled confidently. He then raised his hand. A sound which resembled a stampede of 10,000 horses could be heard. When Zhao Chen turned around to look, he was dumbfounded from fright. Countless powerful spiritual beasts were running towards them from behind. Some flew in the sky while others crawled on the ground. There were even some which swam in the waters. The countless number of spiritual beasts caused Zhao Chen's heart rate to rise as panic clouded his adorable face. "FCK, there are so many spiritual beasts. Run, let's get out of here." Chapter 1771. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei Zun smiled. This was the first time he has ever seen such a panicked expression on the little kid since he had met him. It looks like his efforts in bringing this kid to the spiritual beast forest would not go to waste. Why are there so many spiritual beasts here? What is this place? The little kid was nearly in tears. He no longer bothered about the fact that the youth was a hateful person who wanted to take his sister away and ran towards him before clinging onto his body. Chanbei Zun swept his gaze towards the grief-stricken kid and said, "It's the spiritual beast forest." However, this was only the edge of the spiritual beast forest. If they went in too deeply, he might end up getting lost again. The stampede sounded like rolling thunder. The little kid's entire body felt like it was being tenderized and he turned his tear-stained face towards Chanbei Zun to lament. "We've only traveled for a few minutes but how could we have flown into the distant spiritual beast forest? Are you threatening me? Where else do you think that we can find martial honor-ranked spiritual beasts aside from the spiritual beast forest?" Chanbei Yi got the impression that this little kid was not frightened enough and asked again. At that moment, Zhao Chen was terrified to the point of dumbness. He had thought that there would be martial kings and martial generals amongst these spiritual beasts at the very most. He never thought that there were martial honors amongst them. What kind of power does a martial honor hold? The most powerful cultivators on this mainland were limited to martial honors. How could he not feel terrified? "I'm finished. This time, I'm truly going to lose my life here. How can I die here without saying goodbye to my sister one last time?" Zhao Chen's fear has reached the limit and he burst into tears. He felt that he has not lived long enough and human life was so wondrous, how could he bear to die now? Just as Zhao Chen was wailing and howling in terror, the spiritual beasts stopped their stampede right in front of Chanbei Zun. They then collectively lowered their heads and crawled on the ground submissively. Zhao Chen, who had given up on fighting, saw this and was shocked again. He stopped crying and his eyes opened wide on his dazed face. Why do I feel as if these spiritual beasts were submitting to us? What's the meaning of this? What are they doing? Zhao Chen certainly does not believe that the spiritual beasts were submitting to him, so he turned his gaze towards the young man behind him. The young man grinned and spoke cockily, "Call me brother-in-law and you can choose any of these spiritual beasts." Crash! It was as if a sudden bolt of lightning had struck Zhao Chen dumb. Had these spiritual beasts come here just for this kid? What treasure has my sister picked up? Howl! Roar! The spiritual beasts cried out as if they echoed Chanbei Zun's words. Zhao Chen's eyes darted around. His once domineering expression was gone, replaced by a sense of obedience. Brother-in-law. The little kid greeted him obediently as he twiddled his fingers and asked pitifully, "May I have a martial honor spiritual beast?" "You may." Chanbei Zun lifted his chin and turned towards the spiritual beasts. "All martial honor spiritual beasts, step out." Once he had spoken, several spiritual beasts stepped out of the group. The spiritual beasts were divided into raging flame tigers, heavenly plain boars, and illustrious summit birds. Chanbei Zun nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze towards Zhao Chen once again. "You may choose one of these to form a contract with you." Zhao Chen's eyes lit up instantly. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, you shall be my brother-in-law from now on. If anyone disapproves of you as my brother-in-law, I will be the first one to dispute against them." Chapter 1772, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei Zun and Zhao Chen returned to the mansion. Fang Chanhuan immediately noticed that Zhao Chen, who had viewed Chanbei Zun with enmity, was now tagging along behind him in a docile manner as if the latter was his own relative. Fang Chanhuan was shocked. She could not comprehend what could have happened which would cause such a big change in Zhao Chen's attitude towards Chanbei Zun. Of course, she was unaware that her little brother, Zhao Chen, has been bribed with a spiritual beast. Chanbei Zun. Fang Chanhuan pursed her lips as she turned towards him with a complex look in her eyes. "You've offended those people from the Imperial Palace for my sake. Some people had come by to arrest you earlier on but I had chased them away." "Arrest me?" Chanbei Zun paused as a sense of cockiness appeared on his handsome features. "Who do they think they are? They don't have the right to imprison me. Zuer, since I've decided on making you my wife, I won't let anyone hurt you." "That's right." Zhao Chen nodded in confirmation and smiled in an adorable manner. "Brother-in-law, you must know how much those people have bullied my sister. I want to learn from you as much as I can and destroy those people in the future to revenge my sister." Fang Chanhuan was shocked again. She went into a daze as if a bolt of lightning had just struck from the sky. Brother-in-law. When had this kid started saying these words so fluently? More importantly, how has this kid betrayed me so easily? Fang Chanhuan watched in shock as Zhao Chen turned towards Chanbei Zun and blinked. "Brother-in-law, the guest room of my sister's residence is too cluttered and dirty. The palace maidens are very busy as well and don't have the time to neaten it up for you. You'll sleep under the same roof as my sister." Zhao Chen. Fang Chanhuan gritted her teeth. This was the first time she wanted to dish out some violence on this damn kid. When had the guest rooms of the residence become cluttered and dirty? Furthermore, what does he mean by, "The palace maids are very busy"? The palace maids do this for a living one. In the end, this damn kid, Zhao Chen, has actually betrayed me. Does he even want Chanbei Zun to be the same room as me? That's not a bad idea. Chanbei Zun nodded. "In that case, I shall live with your sister." Looks like he had made the right move by gifting that spiritual beast to this kid. His indulgence towards this kid had not gone to waste. Now, has he not gained the advantage of being in a favored position? "You will live next door." Fang Chanhuan swept her gaze towards Chanbei Zun as she replied steadily. "That," Chanbei Zun blinked at her, "depends on my mood." "That depends on his mood." Fang Chanhuan rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "I'm tired and I'm going to rest. Also, I'm warning you. You are not allowed to step into my room." As she was saying her piece, she had turned and shot Chanbei Zun a glare as she warned him fiercely. The fiery-haired girl then left without a second look back. Chanbei Zun stared at her as she left. The corners of his lips curled up into a grin as his black eyes watched her until her figure disappeared into the setting sun. "Brother-in-law." Zhao Chen poked Chanbei Zun with his elbow. "This is all I can do to help you. Whether you get to hold the beauty in the end would depend on your own abilities. Furthermore, let me tell you a secret. I heard that someone from the Strud sect had sent my imperial father an engagement present not too long ago and wants to marry my sister. My sister is still unaware of this, so you must be careful." The Strud sect. A glint flashed across Chanbei Zun's eyes and he chuckled scornfully. "So, even a member of the Strud sect dares to fight me for my woman. That fellow thinks too highly of himself. I won't give anyone who catches my eye away to another man." Chapter 1773, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Nightfall. The moon was glowing softly. Just as Fang Chanhuan was about to fall asleep, she suddenly noticed Chanbei Zun's figure hurriedly speed past outside. She jolted a little and fell silent before she ultimately decided to run after him. She kept a careful distance of around 10 meters behind Chanbei Zun so that he would not pick up on her presence. A white-robed young girl was standing in a deep and quiet forest. She had a flute in her hand and placed it against her lips to play it. This young girl was not a peerless beauty as her graceful features were scattered with freckles which took away some of the colors from her features. However, her eyes were vivid and moving like the clear waters of a stream and looked as if they could cleanse one's heart. The freckled young girl stood beneath a tree and played her instrument quietly. Several spiritual beasts surrounded her and began to dance along to the musical notes of her flute. Gu, 1. Bye. A voice roared through the dark night as if spoken through gritted teeth. It caused the flute-playing young girl to jump in fright. When she saw the person who was charging towards her, she immediately turned away as if she had just seen a fearsome wild beast and attempted to escape. Gu Wonbai, try to take another step if you dare. The man's voice was spitting with anger like a volcano. Gu Wonbai did not dare to make another move. She turned around awkwardly and greeted the silver-haired youth who had approached her. Seo Zunsa, long time no see. What are you doing here? Long time no see. Chanbei Zun gnashed his teeth forcefully while flames spat from his eyes. You're certainly easy to find. Speak, where have those two run off to? Gu Wonbai looked a little guilty. I don't know. You don't know. Chanbei Zun gritted his teeth firmly. Do you think that you can clear yourself of suspicion just by saying that? Those two have irresponsibly cast me aside and you really don't know where they've gone to. Don't forget that I know you had left with them. You'd better tell me their location like a good girl or I'll find a groom for you and marry you off. What? Gu Wonbai panicked. Little brother Zunsa, you can't do this. I only wanted to accompany master and I certainly don't want to accompany some stinky men. I really don't know where they've gone off to. Furthermore, what are you doing here? If I had known that this kid would make an appearance in this place, why would I have possibly come to the Vermilion Bird country? Once caught by this fellow, he would forcefully interrogate me for my master's location. Gu Wonbai, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to explain yourself or not? Chanbei Zun has clearly lost all patience. If Gu Wonbai continued to refuse to reveal his parents' location, he does not mind torturing a confession out of her. Gu Wonbai's thoughts were everywhere. Her eyes darted around as she continued, your father doesn't want anybody to disturb their time together so he has forbidden me from revealing where they are. If I tell on him, I fear that your father will have me married off immediately. She was not that stupid. In comparison, Chanbei Yi was far more terrifying than his son. He doesn't want anybody to disturb them. Chanbei Zun smiled icily. Why were you allowed to follow them and not me? Gu Wonbai murmured in a small voice that only she could hear, that's because you're always hovering around master so master's husband would naturally refuse to let you come along. Chapter 1774, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The little girl's reply nearly caused Chanbei Zun to go mad with rage. He laughed in spite of his anger and his cocky eyes displayed a sense of gloom. Gu. 1. Bye. Are you really not going to tell me where that fellow has taken my mother off to? His voice was eerie and terrifying. It sent shivers down Gu Wonbai's spine. She meekly took a step back and shook her head vehemently. I can't tell you. I really cannot. Wait for Master Dongfang's birthday. Master and her husband will surely make an appearance. By then, you can just go to the Dongfang family home and look for them. It's only a few days away anyway. Great, this is just great. Chanbei Zun laughed icily. Since you're so protective over those two, you can bring a groom home like a good girl after great-grandfather's birthday celebration. Furthermore, when you see those two, tell them that I will look for them at great-grandfather's birthday celebration and will be bringing the daughter-in-law along. You can leave now. The eerie aura which encircled Gu Wonbai vanished and she heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, this son certainly takes after his father. He was just as frightening when he was angry. Wait a minute. What did he just say, daughter-in-law? Gu Wonbai's large eyes widened with shock as she stared at Chanbei Zun's beautifully handsome features in astonishment. Heavens, did I hear it wrong? Is there a woman who can accept this little devil? Where's that woman? I need to go and worship her. Gu Wonbai, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you don't tell me where they are, don't even think of going to see my wife. Chanbei Zun noticed the excitement in Gu Wonbai's eyes and coldly rejected her before she could voice her intentions. Don't do that. Gu Wonbai stared at Chanbei Zun pleadingly and spoke pitifully. Seo Zunsa, fulfill your older sister's curiosity. Where's your wife? I need to express my adoration towards her for having the courage to take you on. I have nothing but admiration towards this kind of boldness. Gu Wonbai, what are you implying? Chanbei Zun's eyes darkened coldly. What do you mean by her boldness in taking me on? Am I that frightening? Gu Wonbai was a good and honest child. She had absolutely no fear towards the murderous glint in Chanbei Zun's eyes and nodded silently. How could this fellow be limited to only being a frightening person? He was just like his father, who's a complete abnormality. However, his father had master to tame him. Who knows what kind of woman could tame Chanbei Zun? The more Gu Wonbai thought about this, the more curious she felt. However, she understood that Chanbei Zun's bull-like stubbornness would never allow her to meet his wife. Seo Zunsa, it's not like I'm going to bully your wife. Why won't you let me see her? Gu Wonbai pouted and asked. Chanbei Zun glanced at her indifferently. My mother had taught you medicine, yet you ended up learning the art of poison. I'm afraid that you might gift my wife with some poison and she might end up poisoning me on our wedding night, rendering me unable to consummate the marriage. Who am I going to cry to? 1. Cough, cough. Gu Wonbai nearly choked on her own saliva. She cleared her throat and a grin flashed on her reddened face. That's not a bad idea. When I see your wife, I will gift her a few poisons for protection in case you intend to force yourself on her too. Go away. Chanbei Zun bellowed as his eyes narrowed with a dangerous light. He has already decided that, no matter what, he could not let his wife meet this damned girl, Gu Wonbai. Otherwise, if he actually ends up suddenly unable to consummate upon reaching his climax, death would be better than living for him. Chapter 1775, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fine, I'll leave. Gu Wonbai's mouth twitched. She then considered for a moment before she pulled out the flute and placed it in Chanbei Zun's hand. If you want to find me, just play this flute. I will be able to rush over immediately even if I'm 1,000 miles away. However, let me be clear, if you want my help, you must let me see your wife to satisfy my curiosity. Chanbei-zun laughed contemptuously. Don't worry, I won't ever require your aid. Despite saying that, Chanbei-zun accepted the flute as he replied sulkily, you can go now. Forget about meeting my wife, that way is shut. Ever since they were young, Chanbei-zun and Gu Wonbai would quarrel each time they met each other. Gu Wonbai would bicker with him when she was younger, but she eventually gave up on fighting with this kid. Because she has an even better way to get back at him now. That was to wait for him to marry someone one day and to make him unable to consummate on the wedding night. This was how she would punish him for quarreling with her for so many years. As Chanbei-zun understood Gu Wonbai's sinister plots very well, he decided not to let her meet Fang Chanhuan so that she would not be influenced by that little girl. Besides, knowing Fang Chanhuan's character, she might actually end up conspiring with Gu Wonbai and poison him on their wedding night. By then, he would certainly have cried and fainted into the latrine pit. I'm leaving. Gu Wonbai glanced at Chanbei-zun. I'm really leaving. Are you really not allowing me to see your wife? Get lost. Chanbei-zun scoffed coldly and spat with a contemptuous smile. What was the meaning of chivalry? He, Chanbei-zun, has never known such a thing. In this world, only his mother and wife were able to hold his attention. As for this damned girl, Gu Wonbai. If anyone dares to bully her, since he was her little brother, he would avenge her somehow. After all, Gu Wonbai was also a member of his family. However, he would not compromise when it comes to his happiness. He certainly does not want to lose the ability to consummate with his wife on their wedding night. All right, I'm leaving. Gu Wonbai's eyes flickered as her face lit up with a cute and innocent smile. Chanbei-zun, do you really think that you can stop me from meeting your wife just like that? You'll be bringing your wife to Master Dongfang's birthday celebration anyway, so I'll be able to meet her then. Gu Wonbai grew excited once again as if she had just thought of something fun. She rubbed her hands continuously as her eyes gleamed. However, when she noticed the unhappy look on Chanbei-zun's face, she put her grin away and laughed wryly before turning to leave. Fang Chanhuan stared intently at the man whose back was facing her and gently pursed her lips. As she was quite a distance away, she had been unable to eavesdrop on their conversation and could only guess at their relationship based on their facial expressions. Even though Chanbei-zun had his back against her, she could see the freckled young girl's expressions very clearly. That young girl had looked rather cheerful and light-hearted too just before she left until the freckles on her face seemed to dance. Based on her understanding of Chanbei-zun's character over the past few days, he had not shown any interest towards another woman aside from herself. Therefore, she was surprised to see that the youth and the freckled girl had seemed quite intimate when they had interacted. Unconsciously, a sour feeling arose in Fang Chanhuan's heart when she thought about this, and she was shocked by this tinge of jealousy. Chapter 1776, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Could I have fallen for this guy after our interactions in the Spiritual Beast Forest? Fang Chanhuan, who has never been courted by any man, fell silent before she lifted her head and stared at Chanbei-zun with a complicated expression in her eyes. Zuer, since you've come along, why are you hiding over there? The young man's voice caused Fang Chanhuan's heart to tremble before she finally stood up. The moonlight was shining upon the young man's silver robes. The scene was so beautiful that it was suffocating. His beauty was so exquisite and unreal that he seemed as if he has just stepped out from a painting. You knew that I had followed you. Fang Chanhuan raised her brow as she looked at the young man and asked. I had known from the moment you had followed me. Chanbei-zun slowly turned around. His handsome and beautiful features were lit up with a smile. Otherwise, why did you think that I had moved so slowly? If I didn't want you to follow me, you would never have been able to keep up with me. Fang Chanhuan fell silent. She knows that Chanbei-yi was stating the truth, but she frowned when she remembered the intimacy the youth and the freckled girl had shared during their interaction. Chanbei-zun, who's that girl you were talking to and how is she related to you? 1. She had asked her burning questions in the end. Chanbei-zun stared at her enticingly when he heard her questions. He smiled as he noticed the quick flash of feelings in the young girl's eyes. With a gentle brush of a breeze, he arrived beside Fang Chanhuan and pulled her firmly into his arms before locking her in his embrace until she was unable to move. Chanbei-zun. Fang Chanhuan's expression sank as she barked icily, let me go. Are you jealous, wife? The youth's voice carried a sense of adulation and caused Fang Chanhuan to freeze. Her red lips pouted slightly as she turned away and refused to look at the youth. Chanbei-zun chuckled. That damn girl is my mother's disciple and she can also be considered as my elder sister. I had come here because I had overheard the sound of her flute. Not too long ago, my father had snatched my mother away and brought this girl along with them. I, however, had been left behind by them. I had traveled to this place because I want to find my parents and make my father understand that it's not that easy to cast me aside. Fang Chanhuan seemed shaken as she looked at Chanbei-zun in surprise. Is he explaining the situation to me? However, Chanbei-zun paused. After you had appeared, I can finally understand how my father had felt. Indeed, one is put into a bad mood whenever they're disturbed by another. If someone were to interrupt us whenever we spend time together, I will certainly have them thrown out immediately too. Fang Chanhuan fell silent for a moment and no longer resisted his embrace as her blood-red eyes slowly darkened. Suddenly, she lifted her head to look at Chanbei-zun and asked, you keep insisting that you want to marry me and that you understand how I am to an extent, but do you have any idea where I'm originally from? Unfortunately, you don't know a thing. Fang Chanhuan laughed bitterly. I'm not from this world. I'm only utilizing this person's shell to survive, and I will leave this place sooner or later to find my parents. By then, perhaps we might become separated forever. Chanbei-zun, even if that was the case, do you still want to marry me? Chapter 1777, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 20. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei-zun stared fixedly at the young girl in his arms as the corners of his lips curled with an imperious smile. My father had to go through several lifetimes just to find my mother and become her husband. If you do disappear, I, Chanbei-zun, will find you no matter where you are. I won't let you cast me aside. The youth's voice was cocky and domineering as his words slammed violently into Fang Chanhuan's heart and caused it to tremble. She lowered her eyelids as she continued, what if I told you that we aren't even from the same dimension? So what? Chanbei-zun raised his brows slightly. My mother had told me that once I've decided on a girl, I must hold her hand and walk the rest of my life with her and never let go. Zuer, now that I've chosen you, nothing can stand in my way. Fang Chanhuan pursed her red lips as she broke away from Chanbei-zun's embrace, sat down against a nearby tree. Her crimson eyes were no longer as cold as they were and were now filled with a gentle smile. However, her smile was bitter as she stared off into the distance as if she was trying to see the people she yearned for through the cover of the black night. Chanbei-zun, are you willing to hear my story? Chanbei-zun sat down next to her. His black eyes stared at the vast night sky as well as he said, tell me, I'm listening. I'm not from this dimension. So to say, I had stepped through the dimensions and transitioned to this place. My mother is also someone who had transitioned from another dimension. She had transitioned to the godly mainland from a place called ancient China. This godly mainland is somewhat similar to the West Spread mainland in that it's also the lowest ranked mainland in that world. However, my mother was exceptional. She and my father had worked their way to the top mainland step by step. They even reached the ultimate peak or existence. However, I had given my life to save my mother during the final battle. Even so, I have no regrets. She's my mother and I will sacrifice my life for her anytime. However, I had not died. Instead, my spirit had transitioned through dimensions into a place which was completely different from the world I had lived in. Furthermore, my spirit had remained here for more than 10 years until I met Princess Fang Chanhuan of the Vermilion Bird Country. Fang Chanhuan took a deep breath. She felt somewhat relieved after narrating the incident she had never told anyone for so many years. Princess Fang Chanhuan was also someone who had suffered under oppression. She was treated with contempt and abused just because she had scarlet hair and crimson eyes. She went to the forest to kill herself and my spirit had happened to be passing by at the time. I had tried to persuade her to not commit suicide but she refused and requested that I live on under her identity. She wanted me to take care of her only brother so I had agreed. It goes without saying that Zuer had tried to reincarnate through other bodies but Fang Chanhuan was the only one that allowed her to be successfully reborn. Their bodies were very similar so she was finally able to live in this dimension through Fang Chanhuan's identity. As she was narrating about her past, a hand reached out beside her and pulled her firmly into an embrace. The youth's domineering voice then spoke in her ear and nearly caused her heart to stop beating. Zuer, don't you think that it was destiny that has brought you here? So that we could meet? Chanbei-zun raised his brow as he turned towards Fang Chanhuan. Therefore, this is all the more reason why you should marry me. Chapter 1778, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 21. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fang Chanhuan shivered. She then inclined her head to look at the youth's handsome face and nodded, all right. Fang Chanhuan was clear about what she felt for Chanbei-zun. It was undeniable that this cocky youth has given her a good impression. However, she had rejected him continuously because of the complications of her identity. Now that she has disclosed everything to him, what else was there to worry about? Chanbei-zun, I've told you my secret. I wonder, can you tell me your story in return? Fang Chanhuan gently furrowed her brows as her red eyes smiled at Chanbei-zun. Chanbei-zun thought for a moment before saying, I don't have much of a story to tell so let me tell you about my mother and father. It's quite a long story but my father still enjoys telling it over and over again. A peculiar light flashed in Chanbei-zun's eyes as he thought about his family. Even Fang Chanhuan did not know how to describe that peculiar expression. Was it love and hate? That was right. Chanbei-zun's expression showed both love and hatred. He loves Chanbei-yi not because he was his father but more so how he had supported his family on his own efforts. A father was an indispensable part of a family and was the idol in the eyes of his children. Generally speaking, the father's personality and attitude determined the type of children he produces. At the same time, he also hated Chanbei-yi. Simply because that fellow has constantly taken his mother away to enjoy their time together and left their son, Chanbei-zun, alone. How could Chanbei-zun not feel resentful? However, this resentment was a far cry from the love he has for them. Fang Chanhuan listened quietly as Chanbei-zun told his story. She never expected such an outstanding woman and a devoted man to have existed on the West Spread mainland. If both their parents were to meet, they would immediately become the best of friends. That's pretty much their story. Chanbei-zun gently raised his brow and looked at Fang Chanhuan. As for that damn girl you had just seen, her name is Gu Wanbai. Her story is rather bizarre as well, you can trace it back to her past life and present life. Tell me. Fang Chanhuan asked in interest. Chanbei-zun felt uneasy when he saw how interested Fang Chanhuan was in that damn girl, Gu Wanbai. However, he replied to her question in the end, that girl had saved my mother's life once but my mother had caused her village to suffer a catastrophe resulting in the massacre of the entire village. Unexpectedly, my mother encountered her reincarnation several years later. In order to assuage her guilt, my mother had taken her in as her disciple. Chanbei-zun had described things simply but Fang Chanhuan managed to detect his aversion. Her eyes displayed a sense of sympathy as she said, I never thought that her origins were so pitiful. Zuer, you shouldn't sympathize with that girl. That damn girl's skill in poison is so advanced that no one on the entire mainland dares to offend her. There's nothing to pity about her. Chanbei-zun raised his brows. Besides, you'd better stay away from that girl in the future. I don't want her to be a bad influence on you. Fang Chanhuan did not speak as her red lips curled into an angle. She would never let anyone who has piqued her interest get away so easily. Chanbei-zun, at the end of the day, you're still family. Is it really a good thing for you to treat her like that? The space between her brows lifted with a smile. She really wants to meet the young girl named Gu Wanbai. Chapter 1779, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 22. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Only because. The more poisonous the girl was, the more she liked her. Don't make assumptions just because she looks innocent and naive. In truth, we have been fighting since we were young. Besides, do you know what she said? She wants to give you a poison for our wedding night in the future and poison me so that I won't be able to consummate our marriage. Chanbei-zun had carelessly blurted this out as he was angrily criticizing Gu Wanbai. He immediately regretted what he had just said. Oh, Fang Chanhuan gently narrowed her eyes as a dangerous smile crept into the corners of her face. That's not a bad idea. Chanbei-zun's handsome features instantly turned as black as the bottom of a cauldron. He locked Fang Chanhuan in place with his hands and scoffed coldly, I won't give you the chance to be acquainted with that damned girl. Otherwise, his lifetime's worth of happiness would be handed over here and now. It's getting late and I head back to the mansion. Fang Chanhuan rose to her feet as a peculiar light flashed through her blood-red eyes. If it had not been for Chinair, I would have left this place long ago. She had promised to take care of Zhao Chen, so she has to keep her word no matter what. This was the reason why she had not left the Million-Bird Country even after such a long time. Chanbei-zun seemed to remember what Zhao Chen had told him today and he furrowed his brows as he asked, Zuer, do you know anyone from the Spirit Sect? The Spirit Sect? Fang Chanhuan looked at Chanbei-zun and shook her head, no, I don't. She doesn't. Chanbei-zun frowned even more. Since Fang Chanhuan does not know anyone from the Spirit Sect, why would a disciple from the Spirit Sect want to marry her? However, regardless of the reason, he could not possibly let that man take his woman away. It was daybreak. After Fang Chanhuan had returned last night, she had not slept. Instead, she had crossed her legs and began to cultivate. She only opened her eyes and left her room once the morning light shone in. Where's Chinair? Usually, Zhao Chen would wake up at the crack of dawn and would practice his martial arts in the courtyard. However, Fang Chanhuan had not seen the little figure and she frowned. Reporting to you, Princess. Members of the Imperial Palace had arrived earlier and urgently summoned the 9th Prince to the palace. The 9th Prince is now on his way to the Imperial Palace. He was urgently summoned to the palace. Fang Chanhuan was shaken. She did not know why, but an uncomfortable feeling rose from her heart when she heard the palace maid's report. Servants, I'm leaving for the palace. How could she stay back and allow Zhao Chen to enter the palace alone? That place was full of cruel and vicious people. An imperial edict has arrived. Just as Fang Chanhuan was about to make her way to the Imperial Palace, a sharp voice announced, an Imperial Edict has arrived. The 6th Princess is to accept the edict. Fang Chanhuan was shaken once again. She turned towards the eunuch who was carrying the edict as he walked into the courtyard and frowned. What are the chances for an Imperial Edict to arrive just as I have decided to go to the palace? 6th Princess, allow this servant to make the long story short. His Imperial Highness has specifically ordered me to escort you to the palace to see him. Please accept the edict, Princess. Fang Chanhuan's gaze darkened and a light flashed across her eyes. I need to get ready. I will head towards the palace later. One must have the means to resist adversity. Regardless of what that man wants to do, I, Fang Chanhuan, have nothing to fear. I would never have stayed in this place if it wasn't for Zhao Chen. Therefore, she was naturally unafraid of the imperial family. 6th Princess, it's best you don't make this servant wait too long. The eunuch who had passed the edict smiled as he spoke. One should not make assumptions just because he had addressed himself as a servant. There was no trace of respect in his tone and he had paid no regards to the girl in front of him at all since the beginning. Fang Chanhuan glared coldly at the eunuch and did not say very much as she turned around and headed to the courtyard. Chapter 1780, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 23. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Imperial Palace. A yellow-clad Zhaolong was sitting upright in the Imperial study. A young man dressed in embroidered robes was sitting below him. This young man was particularly handsome with features that were soft and reserved. However, his eyes were like those of a venomous snake and caused one to feel uncomfortable. A single look from him felt like a poisonous snake had entwined itself around one's neck, making it hard to breathe. Sir Yan, don't worry. We have summoned Wang Er and she should be making her way to the palace soon. You may take her away then. The man addressed as Sir Yan nodded gently as his doleful eyes turned to look out of the study with a sense of impatience in his gaze. Zhaolong looked anxious as well. He could not understand what the damned girl, Fang Chanhuan, was doing. It was taking so long for her to come to the palace. If Sir Yan gets angry and turned the Imperial Palace upside down, not even a few of her lifetimes could pay that price. Just as Zhaolong was deep in thought, a magnificent red-robed figure glided into the study. She was like a rose adorned with thorns, breathtakingly beautiful yet dangerous. Yan Zichen's gloomy gaze softened when he laid his eyes upon Fang Chanhuan. He stared fixedly at her as if he was carving the young girl's beautiful features into his mind. His eyes only beheld her existence. Perhaps that small glimpse from several months ago had destined him to become entrapped for the rest of his life. However, he would gladly endure this hardship. Lady Feng. Yan Zichen's gloomy coldness changed and his features lit up with a thin smile. Long time no see. You. Fang Chanhuan raised her brow as she looked at Yan Zichen and asked, do I know you? That one question implied that she was not acquainted with Yan Zichen at all. Everything else had stemmed from Yan Zichen's one-sided passion. Yan Zichen's expression sank. No woman he had ever wanted had slipped through his fingers before. However, he had not wanted to force Fang Chanhuan with threats and had hoped that she could love him wholeheartedly. We had met several months ago. Yan Zichen chuckled. I didn't think that you'd have forgotten about me. Oh, Fang Chanhuan looked enlightened all of a sudden. Sorry, it's hard for me to remember anyone who is unimportant to me. She had not remembered Yan Zichen as he was not someone who was important to her. Yan Zichen's features turned cold. How could he ignore the fact that this woman was turning him away at every word? On the other hand, how could he give up so easily? Impudence. Zhao Long's expression turned chilly. Zhao Chanhuan, So Yan had journeyed from a great distance to see you and this is how you treat him. Zhao Chanhuan. Fang Chanhuan really felt like laughing when she heard the words. She did not hold her laughter back as her red lips curled into a disdainful angle. My apologies, I've long cast you out from my genealogy. My name is Fang Chanhuan. You. Zhao Long was furious. He was about to rage at her when he was cut off by the young girl's impatient voice. Forgive me but I'm here to look for Chenair. Where have you taken Chenair? Hand him over immediately. Zhao Long laughed icily when he saw the anxious look in the young girl's eyes. You want to see Chenair? Fine, but you must marry So Yan first. As long as you marry So Yan, we will return Zhao Chen to you safe and sound. Otherwise, you can just wait to collect his body. Fang Chanhuan's heart throbbed violently. She narrowed her scarlet eyes which flashed with a dangerous light as she said, Zhao Chen is your own son yet you're using his life to threaten me. This man was cold-hearted to this degree. His heart would only ever hold ambition but not kinship. Chapter 1781. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 24. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhao Long laughed coldly as he said, if we had not taken Zhao Chen away, what could we have used to make you comply obediently? You've always been rebellious from a young age and have never accepted discipline. Only Zhao Chen could be used as a bargaining chip to control you. Fang Chanhuan did not reply as she tightened her hands into fists. She stared coldly at this man who was supposed to be her father while a sense of contempt flashed in her blood-red eyes. You want to use Zhao Chen to threaten me? You've made a grave mistake. She lifted the corners of her lips and stared arrogantly at Zhao Long. I've stayed here all this while only for Zhao Chen's sake. If it had not been for him, I would have run away from this place long ago. However, if you want to use him to threaten me, fine. I don't mind sending you to keep him company in his grave. The young girl's figure was filled with a dominant air as her arrogant eyes turned towards Zhao Long. Her blood-red eyes were flashing with murderous intent. I'd love to see if you die before he does. Impudence. Zhao Long's countenance was filled with rage. He slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet before his fist turned into a fierce wind and flew swiftly towards Fang Chanhuan's chest. In his fury, Zhao Long seemed to have forgotten all about Yan Zichen's existence. Slam. Just as his fist landed on Fang Chanhuan, powerful energy exploded from her body. Zhao Long was thrown away with a loud bang and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Long lifted his head in astonishment to stare dazedly at the young girl in blood-red robes. He could not help but shiver as he asked. You, how is this even possible? How could he be unaware of his own daughter's rank in power? Though this little girl had substantial gifts from a young age, she was still only 14 years old and could not possibly have reached this rank of power now. What else was he unaware of during these past few years? Slash! A long sword pierced through the air and stabbed into Zhao Long's trousers. It pinned him forcefully against the wall and its ice-cold blade was only centimeters away from Zhao Long's family jewels. If the long sword had struck a little higher, his family jewels would have been cut off there and then. Zhao Long broke into cold sweat at the thought of this. He did not dare to move at all, afraid that he would end up castrating himself with one false move. I don't know if I should call you stupid or overconfident to dismiss your attendance after summoning me. Fang Chanhuan laughed icily. You should now believe that I have the ability to ensure that your death arrives sooner than Zhao Chen's. What do you want to do now? Should I kill you or do you want to return Zhao Chen to me? Zhao Long stared fixedly at that girl's absolutely beautiful face. This was the first time he felt that the daughter whom he had neglected for so long was now a complete stranger to him. She was so unfamiliar that he felt afraid. So Yan, Zhao Long gritted his teeth as he turned towards Yan Zichen. A light flashed across his eyes as he continued, our daughter is a little disobedient so even we are unable to control her. Yan Zichen did not reply and he did not even look at Zhao Long. His eyes landed upon Fang Chanhuan as his handsome, gentle and reserved features lit up with an interested smile. Lady Fang, you really have drawn my interest more and more. Besides, I feel that we are a match made in heaven, a divine union. Why don't you come back to the Spirit Sect with me? I will shower you with unsurpassed power. Fang Chanhuan laughed coldly. Did you say that you and I are a match made in heaven, a divine union? Why do I not feel that way? We are from two different worlds and don't suit each other at all. You'd better leave. I will never accept you. Chapter 1782, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 25. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yan Zichen smiled as he said, I don't think we're from two separate worlds, I think that we're one and the same. Fang Chanhuan, marry me. I will give you the life you want and ensure that you'll never suffer hardships from others. Fang Chanhuan laughed. Her smile was absolutely beautiful and was so dazzling that one could not turn away. Yan Zichen had been enraptured by her smile and was unable to remove himself. The life that I want. Do you even have any idea about the kind of life I want? Yan Zichen looked at Fang Chanhuan as his eyes ran thick with overconfidence. The life you want is to undoubtedly take your brother away from this place. I can help you with that. I can also ensure that the two of you will never grow cold or hungry. I'm sorry. Fang Chanhuan paused before continuing. While it's true that I do want that kind of life, I can achieve it through my own efforts. I don't need your help with that. Besides, I already have a fiancé. You should just leave. I won't go with you. The young girl's words caused Yan Zichen's expression to sink. He gradually turned his gloomy and cold gaze towards Zhao Long and asked coldly, Fang Chanhuan already has a fiancé. Why have you never mentioned this to me? Zhao Long's features changed as he countered, she doesn't have a fiancé. This is only an excuse to reject you. Zhao Long had wanted to explain himself but he was unaware that his words had caused Yan Zichen's expression to turn even more unsightly. Fang Chanhuan actually made up such an excuse just to reject him. If word about this gets out, where would he hide his dignity? Besides, when he had requested for her hand in marriage, Zhao Long had guaranteed that Fang Chanhuan would certainly agree to his proposal. He never expected to be rejected at this point. Fang Chanhuan. Yan Zichen narrowed his eyes as he took 2 steps towards Fang Chanhuan. You can't reject me. Since I'm here now, I'm going to take you as my wife. I also believe that you will come to love me one day. Not only was he a disciple of the Strud sect's inner sect, he was also one of the candidates to become the next young master. As long as he was selected as the future young master, he would inherit the sect master's position very soon. By then, the entire mainland would pretty much belong to him. If Fang Chanhuan marries him, she would certainly be able to trample over the entire mainland. No one would dare to bully her then. He does not believe that Fang Chanhuan would have the courage to reject such a good opportunity. Fang Chanhuan swept her gaze coldly towards Yan Zichen. Her red lips curled into a disdainful angle as she said, in this lifetime, I, Fang Chanhuan, have never met someone as complacent as you. I'm only here to take Zhao Chen away. If you refuse to hand him over, I don't mind turning this imperial palace of yours upside down. Zhao Long's eyes sank. He looked at Yan Zichen and hoped that he would say something. However, Yan Zichen had remained quiet as he stared at Fang Chanhuan the entire time. The space between his brows was filled with absolute confidence. Not bad. Suddenly, a pleasant-sounding voice chimed in outside the study. In that instance, it fell into everyone's ear. Yan Zichen furrowed his brows as his eyes slowly turned towards the door to look at the youth who had just walked into the study. The youth has exquisite features and a beautifully handsome face. His fair face was lit up with a cocky smile as his black eyes slowly swept across everyone in the room before resting on Fang Chanhuan. When Fang Chanhuan saw the youth's appearance, her cold and detached features relaxed as a smile appeared in her red eyes. Chapter 1783, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 26. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are you doing here? She curled the corners of her lips as she stared intently at the young man who had appeared in the study. Her expression was no longer as cold, distant, and haughty as it was before. Instead, she now looks rather relaxed. It was a sense of comfort which she had not felt ever since she had transitioned onto this mainland. If I continue to stay hidden, I will lose my wife to someone else. Chanbei Zun scoffed as he stared coldly at the sunken-faced Yan Zichen. A murderous intent flared up within his heart. Fang Chanhuan gently pursed her lips as a complicated glint appeared in her eyes. They won't be able to take me away. Chanbei Zun, who was pondering over how to torture Yan Zichen, caught the awkwardness in the young girl's reply and went into a daze. He turned his gaze towards her and asked in disbelief, what did you just say? No one could take her away. Does that mean that she has accepted his proposal? A wave of joy washed over Chanbei Zun's heart. His handsome face lit up with a smile as his black eyes stared unblinkingly at the absolute beauty before him. Idiot. Fang Chanhuan glared at Chanbei Zun before she turned her eyes towards Yan Zichen and curled her lips. I told you that I've got a fiancé. You should believe me now, right? Yan Zichen's expression was as black as a cauldron's bottom. His gaze slithered and twisted around Chanbei Zun like a venomous snake while a gloomy and cold light gleamed in his eyes. However, he did not react blindly or rashly. Instead, he probed the young man's powers. However, although he has broken through to the martial emperor rank, he was unable to discern the youth's rank in power. Furthermore, there was no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on the youth's body at all. How could an outstanding woman like Fang Chanhuan fall for a good for nothing? This was clearly impossible. Hence, there was only one possibility. This youth must have hidden a treasure which concealed his power somewhere on his body. As a result, Yan Zichen was unable to discern his power. Yan Zichen narrowed his eyes as he thought about this. Even though he was unable to sense Chanbei Zun's power, he was confident that this man's power was no match for his. Purely because no other young person was any match for him on the West Spread mainland. As for the high and mighty East Peak mainland, it was said that the powerful cultivators of that mainland had agreed on certain conditions. No one was allowed to leave the East Peak mainland at will. Hence, this young man could not possibly have come from the East Peak mainland. Since that was the case, why should he fear Chanbei Zun? What's your name? Yan Zichen's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he stared coldly at Chanbei Zun. Chanbei Zun threw him a glance. You don't deserve to know my name. The arrogance in the young man's voice caused Yan Zichen's expression to sink further. A vicious light then flashed across his eyes. Hee, you're the first person who dares to speak to me in this manner. I don't care who you are, Fang Chanhuan is a woman who has caught my eye. If you have any tact, I hope that you will automatically step aside to avoid suffering humiliation. As Yan Zichen was speaking, he failed to notice the increasingly thick murderous intent emanating from the youth's body. This murderous intent expanded throughout the study and caused Zhao Long, who was hiding in a corner, to shiver. A sense of terror appeared in his eyes. You're a member of the Strud sect. Chanbei Zun lifted his chin slightly and stared majestically down at Yan Zichen. May I ask which succession of the Strud sect do you come from? If Yan Zichen was someone else's subordinate in the Strud sect, he would chop his body into 10,000 pieces. However, if this fellow was one of Honorable Sir Tianqi's disciples, he would leave him with a complete corpse for the Honorable Sir Tianqi's sake. Chapter 1784, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 27. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The gloomy and cold smile on Yan Zichen's smile deepened. Chanbei Zun's words echoed in Yan Zichen's ears, causing him to think that the youth had dared to act so shamelessly because he had an acquaintance in the Strud sect. Unfortunately, regardless of the position his acquaintance holds in the Strud sect, it does not change his fate. Forgive me. Yan Zichen curled the corners of his lips and smiled viciously. I'm the next young master of the Strud sect. Actually, he was only one of the candidates, but he had decided to make this claim to scare Chanbei Zun. The next young master of the Strud sect. Chanbei Zun smiled coldly as he continued, even if the Strud sect master was here, I will cripple him as well. HMPH. Yan Zichen laughed icily as the aura from his body slowly emerged. I'd love to see if you have that power. Boom. A powerful hurricane-like aura attacked Chanbei Zun. However, Chanbei Zun stood still despite the hurricane as the corners of his lips quirked into a smile. Is that all you've got? Chanbei Zun laughed coldly. Based on this little bit of power, there's no way that you can be her champion. Yan Zichen's expression finally changed when he saw that Chanbei Zun had been unmoved by his coercion. He quickly drew his longsword and brandished it at Chanbei Zun. Clang! A clear ringing noise sounded as his longsword seemed to land on a steel surface. Not even his opponent's clothes had been torn in the attack. Instead, Yan Zichen's hand was shaken to the point of numbness and he nearly dropped his sword onto the ground. Fang Chanhuan narrowed her eyes as she observed Chanbei Zun. A light flashed through her blood-red eyes. Just how powerful was the full measure of this man's power? Even the martial emperor-ranked Yan Zichen had not been able to make a tear on his clothes. It was as if his flesh and clothes were made from steel and was incomparably tough. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. Yan Zichen took several steps back as the color drained from his face. He could not understand why the attack, which he had put his full power behind, had barely tickled his opponent. Are you done? Chanbei Zun curled his lips. It's now my turn. Yan Zichen was in a daze when the youth's white-colored robes appeared in front of him. A sharp, forceful slap landed on him and his body was thrown aside with a loud whack before crashing outside the study. Yan Zichen spat out a mouthful of blood and stared in shock at Chanbei Zun as he pondered for a way to counter him. However, Yan Zichen also understands that this one slap from his rival had caused serious injuries to his vital organs. You only have this bit of power yet you'd want to fight me over my woman. Chanbei Zun pulled Fang Chanhuan towards him and wrapped his arms firmly around her waist. He then gently lifted his head and stared arrogantly down at the man who was lying on the ground. Just as Chanbei Zun was about to step forward, an anxious voice rang out from up ahead and cried out in panic, Your Imperial Majesty, a disaster has struck. The 9th Prince has lost his mind. He's lost his mind. The 9th Prince. Zhao Chen. Fang Chanhuan's face sank immediately. She grabbed the eunuch who was frantically running towards them as her eyes filled with gloom and murderous intent. Tell me this, where's Chen Er? The eunuch was intimidated by Fang Chanhuan's murderous intent and was shocked into blurting out, He's at the Bright Sun Palace. The Bright Sun Palace. Concubine Lu. Fang Chanhuan threw the eunuch forcefully onto the ground as murderous intent radiated from her eyes. If anything happens to Chen Er, I will make everyone in the Imperial Palace join him in death. Chapter 1785. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 28. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the Bright Sun Palace. Concubine Lu was shivering in a corner as she stared in terror at the crazed Zhao Chen. Her countenance was now extremely pale. Next to Zhao Chen was a bold, majestic, and powerful raging flame tiger. This raging flame tiger was the martial honor-ranked spiritual beast which Chanbei Zun had gifted to him. Chen Er. A voice, filled with panic, rang out outside the palace gates before a figure dressed in red robes shot across the sky and appeared inside the palace. Fang Chanhuan hugged Zhao Chen as she asked, Chen Er, are you all right? What happened? Sister. Zhao Chen closed his eyes in agony. I'm in pain. I feel as if my body is covered in flames. I'm really uncomfortable. Sister, help me, please help me. It's all right, Chen Er, it's all right. I'm here and I won't let anything happen to you. Fang Chanhuan tightened her grip around Zhao Chen's body as she turned her murderous glare towards Concubine Lu who was hiding in a corner. What have you done to Chen Er? Concubine Lu was about to reply Fang Chanhuan's question when a white-robed young man stepped into the palace. He swept his cold, arrogant gaze across Concubine Lu's face before he turned to look at the raging flame tiger. I had asked you to protect him, how could you let this happen? Roar. The raging flame tiger growled softly as it crouched on the ground. It lowered its head in shame and did not dare to retaliate. It knew that it had been at fault this time. It had not protected Zhao Chen well and had disappointed Chanbei Zun's trust in it. Tell me, how did Zhao Chen turn out this way? Chanbei Zun raised his eyes as he questioned icily. Roar. The raging flame tiger growled and turned its fearsome eyes towards Concubine Lu in the corner. It then said, she had fooled Master into drinking a bowl of soup. Ever since Master had drunk the soup, he has been reduced to this. Soup. Only then did Chanbei Zun notice the soup bowl which had fallen onto the ground. He bent down and picked up the bowl before taking a sniff. His expression changed drastically when he detected the aura from the soup bowl. It's a berserk fruit. If you consume this berserk fruit, the powers in your body will quickly scatter in disarray. As a result, your body will explode and you will die. Especially since this berserk fruit is also laced with venom from a poisonous snake and has turned this soup highly toxic. Chanbei Zun's expression instantly sank as murderous intent gradually radiated from his being. It was likely that Zhao Chen never thought that Concubine Lu had the gall to hurt him. After all, he was a prince of the Vermilion Bird country while Concubine Lu was only a consort. Sister, it hurts, it really hurts. I never intended to drink the soup but she said that she would return Mother's ashes to us if I drank the soup. I want Mother's ashes. Zhao Chen bit his lips. His tender and adorable little face has turned bright red due to his extreme pain. Even his brows were tightly knitted together. A raging flame burned in Fang Chanhuan's heart when she saw the boy's agonized expression. A bloodthirsty light flashed across her blood-red eyes as she glared at Concubine Lu icily. If anything happens to Chen Er, I will cut you into 10,000 pieces and you will die without a whole corpse. Once she had finished speaking, she no longer spared Concubine Lu another glance and turned towards Chanbei Zun instead. Is there any way we can save Chen Er? Chanbei Zun furrowed his brows. My mother is a physician but I've never been interested in medicine since I was a child. I don't know how to cure him of this poison but there's one person who can save him. Chapter 1786. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 29. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fang Chanhuan quickly grabbed Chanbei Zun's arm when she heard what he had said. At that moment, her eyes were filled with urgency. Who's the person who can save Chen Er? If my mother was here, perhaps she might be able to save Chen Er. Unfortunately, my mother isn't in this dimension so Chanbei Zun was the only one I can rely on to save Chen's life. She's the one that I had mentioned to you before, my mother's disciple, Gu Wanbai. Chanbei Zun really does not want to let that woman, Gu Wanbai, meet Fang Chanhuan. However, she was the only one could save Zhao Chen now. Chanbei Zun took a flute from his robes and placed it upon his lips to play a tune. The melody from the instrument echoed throughout the palace and gradually stricken heart. The instrument echoed throughout the palace and gradually calmed Fang Chanhuan's panic-stricken heart. She had the feeling that as long as Chanbei Zun was here, Chen would be fine. Just as Fang Chanhuan was waiting anxiously, someone giggled gently outside the palace gates and said teasingly, "Xiao Zunse, didn't you insist that you would never ask for my help? What? It hasn't even been a day, so why have you summoned me so hurriedly?" A freckled-faced girl dressed in plain silk robes walked slowly into the hall. Her face was brimming with a splendid light as her bright, black eyes looked around before resting upon Fang Chanhuan. Chanbei Zun's expression instantly turned black. He had only played the flute for a short while before this damned girl, Gu Wanbai, had turned up. That means that the stupid girl had never left the vermilion-bird country. In truth, Chanbei Zun was also rejoicing internally. He was relieved that Gu Wanbai had not left. Otherwise, Zhao Chen might not be able to hold on much longer. "I asked you here to save a life." Chanbei Zun pointed at Zhao Chen. "I know that you have a lot of questions. If you can save him, I will answer any question you ask." "All right." Gu Wanbai might be filled with curiosity, but she was more adept at weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Therefore, she did not ask too many questions and immediately pulled Zhao Chen into her arms. It seems that the poison inflicted on this kid is pretty heavy." Gu Wanbai grinned as she stared at Zhao Chen. "It's a good thing that you've run into me. Otherwise, no one in this backward mainland would be able to save you." Gu Wanbai placed her hand on Zhao Chen's chest as she spoke and tore his clothes with one great rip. Zhao Chen was shocked into stupidity from Gu Wanbai's violence. He was dazed for a moment before he returned to his senses and quickly covered his chest. His fair little face looked ashamed and resentful. "You, what are you doing?" To anyone who was ignorant of what was happening, the look on his face made it seem like he was being violated. Gu Wanbai glanced at Zhao Chen. "I'm administering your treatment. This treatment of yours requires me to strip." "I did not strip you, this is only tearing." "She certainly does not have the patience to take his clothes off. Was it not easier to tear it off instead?" You female gangster, sister, save me, I don't want to fall into this female gangster's grasp." "Female gangster." Those words thoroughly provoked Gu Wanbai. "I'm giving him medical treatment out of kindness and this little brat actually had the audacity to call me a female gangster." At the thought of this, Gu Wanbai decided to play her part as the gangster to the very fullest. She then pulled Zhao Chen's trousers off with a whoosh and exposed his shining white buttocks. "Scold me as much as you want, call me a gangster as much as you wish." Chapter 1787, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 30. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Her hand landed forcefully on Zhao Chen's buttocks. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on Zhao Chen's snowy white bum. Zhao Chen's face was now completely red, though it was unclear whether this was from the poison or shame. He glared angrily at Gu Wanbai. "This woman actually dared to smack my bottom. I will remember this. I want you to gain some memories now." Gu Wanbai glanced at the angry and teary-eyed Zhao Chen and scoffed, pleased with herself. "How dare a little brat like you call me a gangster? You weren't even born when I had reached the age of stripping men naked." Of course, the stripping Gu Wanbai was referring to was a compulsory experience she had to go through when giving medical treatment. Do not judge Gu Wanbai just because she specializes in poisons. Her medical skills were top-notch, or Chanbei Zun would not have thought of her at a time like this. Zhao Chen did not dare make any more moves. He looked very obedient, as if he had been ravaged, though he kept looking at Gu Wanbai resentfully. No moving. Zhao Chen had struggled awkwardly just as Gu Wanbai was trying to take off the rest of his clothes. However, Gu Wanbai only needed to glare at him for him to be so frightened that he did not dare to move anymore. This woman was a witch, he could not afford to offend her. The good this isn't a very powerful poison, so it's not a problem for me to treat. In the eyes of Gu Wanbai, the poison queen, no poison was too difficult. They were all child's play to her. Gu Wanbai produced several silver needles and pricked them into Zhao Chen's chest in succession. Zhao Chen trembled slightly when he felt the piercing pain on his chest and bit his lips. All right, the poison should be detoxified in half an hour's time. By then, all that is needed is to pull the silver needles out. Gu Wanbai clapped her hands and turned towards Fang Chanhuan. She sized the young girl up ceaselessly as a spark of excitement glowed in her eyes. "Are you Xiao Zunce's woman?" Fang Chanhuan raised her head and looked at Gu Wanbai's excited gaze as the corners of her lips curled into an enchanting angle. "That's right, Chanbei Zun is my man." From the moment she had untied the knot in her heart, Fang Chanhuan had decided to accept him as her man. As for everything else that comes after, it would be discussed in the future. Come what may, heaven would never fall. Gu Wanbai's eyes gleamed as the freckles on her face grew even more lively. "Xiao Zunce, this girl is interesting. I like her." Chanbei Zun's features turned black instantly. He shot Gu Wanbai a warning glare as he said, "She's mine." "What, planning to snatch her away from me?" Gu Wanbai stroked her chin and blinked. "If I were a man, I might actually fight you for her." Chanbei Zun frowned. His heart decided that he must drive this girl, Gu Wanbai, a little further away from Zuer in case his wife ends up being spirited away one day. This girl would definitely do such a thing. Zuer. The more Chanbei Zun thought about this, the more worried he became. He quickly pulled Fang Chanhuan to his side as he said, "This stupid girl is a villain. She lies and cheats about everything. If you interact too closely with her, you might end up falling into a trap one day. When that happens, you'll never be able to get out." Chanbei Zun. Gu Wanbai stomped her foot in anger and gritted her teeth. "You ungrateful wretch. I had helped you to save someone's life, but you would turn around to slander me. When have I ever lied or cheated? Stop framing me. You ask a question as if you don't know the answer." Chanbei Zun scoffed. The number of people this girl had cheated from a young age was too many to count, yet she still has no self-awareness. Chapter 1788. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 31. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Fang Chanhuan felt pretty good about Gu Wanbai's candid nature. If she had stayed by her parents' side all these years, she might have become as candid and lively as Gu Wanbai. Unfortunately, she had cast her physical body aside to save her mother, and her soul had transitioned into this mainland. Her soul had then strayed across this mainland for many years before finding a body that she could reincarnate into. As the years passed, she had seen all sorts of people and understood that she would only be able to escape being bullied by others when she has obtained absolute power. She was no longer the pampered little girl who had hidden in her mother's arms. Concubine Lu. Fang Chanhuan seemed to remember something and turned her blood-red eyes slowly towards Concubine Lu, who was still hiding in a corner. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent as she asked, "Why did you poison Chen Er?" Concubine Lu was shaken as she took several steps back. She then bit her lip and replied, "I've long disliked you little SLTS, so I wanted Zhao Chen dead." Fang Chanhuan narrowed her eyes as murderous intent flashed across them. She then slowly approached Concubine Lu as a cold sneer formed on her face. "Since you've committed such a crime, you shall have to pay for it." Boom. Fang Chanhuan's hand landed violently on Concubine Lu's body. Concubine Lu was immediately sent flying out of the way before she landed forcefully against a wall. The color drained from Concubine Lu's face as she stared at Fang Chanhuan in shock. Fang Chanhuan reappeared in front of Concubine Lu and grasped her arm firmly. She then tore Concubine Lu's arm off with a single movement. Ah! Concubine Lu screamed sharply and nearly fainted from the immense pain. Bright red blood gushed from the stump of her arm and formed a ghastly sight. Fang Chanhuan's eyes were cold and distant. There was a bloodthirsty glint in her scarlet eyes as if she does not regard Concubine Lu with any importance at all. Crack! She then stomped forcefully upon Concubine Lu's other wrist. Concubine Lu, who had fainted, regained consciousness because of the fresh pain in her other arm. Her eyes finally displayed a sense of terror as she crawled backwards continuously. "I know I have made a mistake. Spare me, I beg you to spare me." Fang Chanhuan laughed icily. "When you had poisoned Zhao Chen, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Spare you? Should I spare you so that you can continue to hurt others?" Concubine Lu ignored the pain in her severed arm as she knelt before Fang Chanhuan and violently kowtowed in front of her. In the beginning, she had put on airs in front of Fang Chanhuan because she had believed that Fang Chanhuan could not possibly do anything to her. However, she never expected this woman to be so heartless and drive her into a corner. If Concubine Lu had known that this would happen, perhaps she would not have needed to suffer such a punishment. "So, do you know what your mistake was?" Fang Chanhuan stared coldly at the kneeling Concubine Lu. She then raised the corners of her lips into a disdainful angle. "Unfortunately, it's too late for you. I've tolerated you for far too long during these years. If it had not been for Chen Er, I would have toppled the entire Vermilion-Bird country long ago." Even though Fang Chanhuan was unpopular in the imperial household, the emperor usually treated Zhao Chen quite well. However, Fang Chanhuan knows very well that a selfish man like him would never truly love someone. Be it a son or a daughter, he could casually toss them aside like a pair of worn-out old shoes for his own sake. Chapter 1789. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 32. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Concubine Lu closed her eyes in despair. She knows that she has now fallen into an unavoidable calamity. "I beg you, kill me." Asking Fang Chanhuan to kill her was better than enduring this torture. "Don't worry, I will most certainly kill you. The only thing is, I'm waiting for your blood to stop dripping before killing you." Fang Chanhuan raised her brow as a bloodthirsty light flashed across her eyes. "This is the price you have to pay for harming Chen Er." She considers Zhao Chen to be her only blood relative on this strange mainland. Besides, the previous owner of this body had begged her to take good care of Zhao Chen before passing away. However, Zhao Chen had still ended up being hurt by others. How could she ever forgive these people? Gu Wanbai's eyes sparkled as her bright eyes stared at Fang Chanhuan. She likes her temper. "Hey," Gu Wanbai seemed to remember something all of a sudden. She turned towards Chanbei Zun and said, "Your great-grandfather's birthday celebration is coming in a few days. Your parents should be joining the celebration, so when are you going to get going?" Chanbei Zun raised his brow. "Once this matter is settled, I will take Fang Chanhuan along to introduce my mother to her daughter-in-law. Furthermore, I want you to send a message to great-uncle and tell him that he must bring Yan Zichen along when he makes his way to great-grandfather's birthday celebration in the Dongfang family home. He reckons that Yan Zichen must have fled the palace while he had rushed over to save Zhao Chen. Unfortunately, regardless of how far he could run, it was useless." Gu Wanbai felt her body shiver at the sight of Chanbei Zun's eerie smile. She then backed away and asked with mild sympathy, "How did that fellow named Yan Zichen offend you?" Chanbei Zun stroked his chin as the smile on his handsome face deepened. "He wanted to challenge me for my wife." "What?" Gu Wanbai leaped in anger when she heard that someone had the audacity to fight Chanbei Zun over his woman. Her graceful little face was full of rage as she gritted her teeth and spat. "That beastard actually dared to try and snatch my master's daughter-in-law away. He's simply digging his own grave. Where's that beastard? I'm going to destroy him right now." Chanbei Zun's woman was not just anyone but her master's daughter-in-law. "How dare he scheme to take my master's daughter-in-law away? He must be sick of living. If that fellow were to fall into my hands, I would certainly poison that fellow to death one day." Based on the conversation between the two, they did not seem to place any importance upon the Strut sect and were taking Yan Zichen very lightly. It was as if Yan Zichen was only a tiny little ant to them and they could end his life whenever they wished. When Concubine Lu overheard the conversation between the two, she once again fainted from shock. Chapter 1790. Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 33. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei Zun glanced at the unconscious concubine Lu as the corners of his lips curled into a faint angle. Gu Wanbai, if you're bored, we can leave concubine Lu to you. You can play with her as much as you want. Gu Wanbai's mouth twitched. Was this fellow implying that he wants her to use her array of poisons to deal with concubine Lu? It was a good thing that she had been looking for someone to experiment on, so she saw no harm in helping him out. Sister-in-law, don't let the blood of someone like this dirty your hands. Leave her to me. Gu Wanbai turned towards Feng Chanhuan and grinned as she spoke. She then turned back towards Zhao Chen. You'd better stand here and not move, kid. I'm going to pull out your needles now. If you move, my hand might shake and you'll start farting here. Zhao Chen froze and did not dare to move a muscle. However, his eyes were full of resentment as he stared fixedly at Gu Wanbai. The godly mainland. An exceptionally skilled man and woman were fighting each other on the summit of a mountain. They then paused to survey a nearby scene which was covered with white clouds, making the place look like a paradise from a painting. Father, mother, I've found Zuer. An excited voice rang out suddenly. When the couple turned around, they saw a beautiful and handsome man rushing towards them before he landed in front of them. Chanjing, where's Zuer? The gorgeous woman who was dressed in white robes heart clenched as she quickly asked this question. How many years has it been? How many years has she spent to look for her daughter who had departed while saving her? However, even though many years have passed and she has searched through the entire world, she had not been able to find her daughter. Father, mother, it was Xiao Wang who discovered little sister's whereabouts. Sister isn't in this world now, she has transitioned into another dimension. The white-robed woman's heart shook. Ever since she had transitioned into this world from ancient China, she understood that there were other dimensions in this boundless universe as well. However, she had not managed to find a way into the other worlds yet. The world in that dimension might be like ancient China, or it might be no different from the godly mainland. Perhaps their Father, mother, I've found Zuer. An excited voice rang out suddenly. When the couple turned around, they saw a beautiful and handsome man rushing towards them before he landed in front of them. Chanjing, where's Zuer? The gorgeous woman who was dressed in white robes heart clenched as she quickly asked this question. How many years has it been? How many years has she spent to look for her daughter who had departed while saving her? However, even though many years have passed and she has searched through the entire world, she had not been able to find her daughter. Father, mother, it was Xiao Wang who discovered little sister's whereabouts. Sister isn't in this world now, she has transitioned into another dimension. The white-robed woman's heart shook. Ever since she had transitioned into this world from ancient China, she understood that there were other dimensions in this boundless universe as well. However, she had not managed to find a way into the other worlds yet. The world in that dimension might be like ancient China, or it might be no different from the godly mainland. Perhaps their cultivation methods might be different as well. Where's Wang Er? The white-robed woman raised her brows and asked. Mother, Wang Er has stepped through the void to look for Zuer in that other world. He had asked me to come and find you here. Our family shall be reunited very soon. Zi Chanjing's handsome face was lit up with a smile while his eyes were filled with ripples of tenderness. No one knows about the guilt and anguish his mother has endured during this past year more than him. If she never found her daughter, she would never be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. This was the truth. To Muruyu, there was no use in having great power. So what if she was to take over this entire mainland? There was nothing more important to her than to be reunited with her family. As long as she could find Zuer, she was willing to do anything even if she has to give up all her powers. Wuchen, Muruyu turned towards the charming and demonic-looking man next to her. She smiled and her expression was no longer as icy as it had been whenever she looked at anyone else. Instead, her gaze was now filled with tenderness. Let's bring Zuer home. Father, mother, Wang Er had uncovered Zeus's whereabouts years ago, but he had no way to transition into the other world completely back then. Even though we may be powerful, we would not be able to enter the other world without the right path. Now that he has found the way, I can now bring you two into the other dimension. Chapter 1791, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 34. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dongfang family home. As it was Master Dongfang's birthday celebration, Dongfang City was thronged with people. Powerful cultivators from all around the mainland have come to send the best wishes, and even the two organizations from the greatest peak of the mainland had sent their representatives over. At this moment, Chanbei had his arm wrapped gently around Gu Ruoan's waist as they walked along the bustling streets of Dongfang City. His lips were raised into a pretty and flirtatious angle as his red eyes stared at the lucid and elegant woman next to him. Yunsa, it's Master Dongfang's birthday today. What do you think we should gift him with? Gu Ruoan gently shrugged her shoulders. The past years of closed-door pill refinement has allowed me to refine a pill which could allow a martial honor to break through to the exceptional state immediately. However, the person who consumes this will encounter difficulties in cultivation in the future. Nevertheless, to an old man who's already unable to progress in his cultivation, it would be the best present. The old man's birthday was drawing near. If she wants him to live on for a much longer period of time, the only way was to give his powers a breakthrough. However, based on his talent and age, it was impossible for him to progress any further. Hence, that was why Gu Ruoan had abandoned Chanbei Zun during these past few years while she left with Chanbei Yi to find a suitable place for closed-door cultivation. Her purpose had been to conduct research on pills. She had brought Gu Wanbai along because that girl's talents and area of expertise was immensely helpful to her. It was a good thing that she had been successful in her research before Master Dongfang's birthday. With this pill, it would not be a problem for Master Dongfang to live on for another 100 years. Just as she and Chanbei Yi had decided to continue forward, an arm reached out from behind them followed by a voice filled with joy. Xiao Wang, we finally found you. Boom. Before that hand could land on Chan Bei, powerful energy exploded from the man's body and caused the other man to stumble back. Xiao Wang, you. Zi Chanjing furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, he lifted his head to find the stranger's face looking back at him. He was shaken and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. My apologies, I had mistaken you for someone else. Your back looks too similar to my younger brother's, so I had thought you were him. Earlier on, he had been rather curious when he had spotted the two figures from a distance. When had this kid, Yi Sawang, become enlightened and would allow a woman to accompany him? However, who would have known that he had mistaken that man for his brother? However, he never thought that someone else's back would bear such a strong resemblance towards Yi Sawang. They had the same head of silver hair and crimson robes. Based on how similar they looked from the back, it would have been strange if he had not mistaken this man for Yi Sawang. Chan Bei gently furrowed his brows and ignored Zi Chanjing. His red eyes were turned towards the couple who had rushed after Zi Chanjing instead. Those two were the very definition of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The man was devilishly handsome and the woman was magnificently exquisite. However, in Chan Bei's opinion, no matter how outstanding the couple looked, it had nothing to do with him. All he cares about was the terrible power which the two had concealed. Yunsa. Chan Bei wrapped his arm firmly around Gu Ruoan's body as a peculiar light flashed in his blood-red eyes. These two are very dangerous. They were the most dangerous people he had encountered so far. Chanjing, come back here. Mu Ruyu looked at Zi Chanjing and called out to him lightly. She then slowly turned her gaze towards Gu Ruoan and her ice-cold eyes filled with admiration. She never expected such a powerful person to exist in this dimension as well. Indeed, each dimension has its own leader in the hierarchy. If her guess was correct, these two hold a powerful existence that none could attain in this dimension. Chapter 1792, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 35. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Chan Bei and Yi Wuchen locked eyes, a current of electricity sparked between the gaze. However, this electric feeling does not mean that these two men had fallen in love at first sight. Instead, it was because they both felt that they have encountered a worthy match. Xiao Yi. Wuchen. Both Gu Ruoan and Mu Ruyu's expression sank. Before they could react, both men had ascended to the sky and promptly arrived in midair. Powerful energy was released from their body as they attacked each other. Boom. Their fists clashed in midair. A disastrous aura was released into the atmosphere and destroyed the roofs of nearby houses. The air filled with ash and dust. However, the battle did not end with this blow and they attacked each other once again. As powerful cultivators who have dominated the peak position, it was difficult for them to find anyone who was an equal match for them. Therefore, they wanted to defeat their opponent in one blow. They ignored the stunned looks around them as they began to freely exhaust the spiritual energy in their bodies. Gu Ruoan frowned. She knows that Chan Bei has a sense of decorum, so she did not stop them. Instead, she observed the woman who was standing in front of her. The woman was dressed in white robes. Her features were as cold as ice as her eyes carried a cold and sharp light. However, she seemed to put her frostiness away when she looked at Gu Ruoan. Wuchen hasn't met a worthy match in a long time and was suddenly seized by an intolerable itch to exercise his skill. Please pardon us. The corners of her lips curled into a smile as she spoke mildly. Gu Ruoan gently raised her brow. The same goes for Xiao Yi. It's probably fated for the four of us to meet today. If Fang Chanhuan and Chan Beizun were to appear now, Gu Ruoan would understand the true meaning of destiny. She never expected the couple before her to turn out to be her son's future father and mother-in-law. The pair who had been fighting in the sky finally separated and stood in front of each other. Chan Bei's demonic eyes flashed as he reached his hand out towards the man before him and said, Chan Bei. The man in front of him smiled in an enchantingly devilish manner and grabbed Chan Bei's outstretched hand before he introduced himself as well, Yi Wuchen. When both men shook hands, they suddenly felt as if they had known each other all their lives. Because they could see themselves reflected in the other. Your powers are rather substantial. In all these years, this is the first time I have met someone that I can consider as my rival. Chan Bei put his hand away as his silver hair fluttered in the wind. Yi Wuchen smiled enchantingly. An exchange of blows may lead to friendship. Doesn't that apply to us? Since you're from this world, I'd like to ask you about someone. She's my daughter and her name is Zuer. Zuer. Chan Bei shook his head. I've never heard of this person. If you have any need, I can send people out to look for her on your behalf. May I know how old your daughter is? Yi Wuchen was shaken and he pondered for a moment before he replied. It's hard to say how old she is now. She wasn't that old when she left us, but it has been 10 years since. 10 years. Chan Bei's gaze sharpened as a wave of light overflowed in his eyes. That's to say, your daughter should have reached maidenhood. That nice because I happen to have a son. Why don't we marry them once you've found your daughter? It was likely that not even Chan Beizun would think that his own father would be so impressive and had sold him off to his future father-in-law so quickly. Damn it, I was so hoping that this would be the case. Chapter 1793, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 36. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's not a bad idea. Yi Wuchen followed suit and descended from the sky. His handsome face lit up with an enchanting smile as he continued, however, I need to ask my daughter's permission first. Of course, I certainly want to unite our families in marriage. I will help you to find your daughter, but I need to attend an old man's birthday celebration first. I wonder if you'd all like to come along. It was rare for Chan Bei to meet a rival that he respected, so he would not let go of this good opportunity so easily. Yi Wuchen thought for a moment before he turned towards Mu Ruyu and asked, Yue, what do you think? Mu Ruyu nodded gently. It isn't much use for us to search blindly here. Why don't we join the birthday celebrations with them? As for searching for Zuer, it shouldn't be a problem with their help. Mother and daughter were connected by heart. She has a feeling that her daughter was not too far away in this world. As it was Master Dongfang's birthday celebration, the Dongfang family home was now filled with many visitors. Also, due to the Dongfang family's current level of prestige on the mainland, everyone had to lower their head even to the Dongfang family's footboy regardless of how powerful their organization was or how famous they were. In the Great Hall, Master Dongfang was busily looking everywhere until even his vision had turned vertical, yet he could not see the figures he wanted to see the most. A disappointed light flashed in his eyes. Just as he was sighing in lament, a familiar voice suddenly rang out and caused his elderly figure to freeze instantly. "Great-grandfather, I'm back." There was a smile in the youth's voice and Master Dongfang turned around. His gaze landed upon the youth's handsome and beautiful face. Master Dongfang opened his mouth and was about to speak when he saw the magnificently beautiful young girl who was next to the youth. He was immediately slightly dazed. "Zunsa, who's this?" "Great-grandfather, this is my wife." Chanbei-zun ignored Feng Chanhuan's protests and dragged her into his arms. The corners of his lips curled into a smile as he continued, "I had come here today to introduce her to all of you." "Wife?" Master Dongfang was dumbfounded. This kid, Chanbei-zun, had moved so quickly. He was able to entice such a devastatingly beautiful woman into his arms. Lan Yuge was able to recover herself the fastest and stepped forward to grasp Feng Chanhuan's hand. She then smiled and said, "Little girl, has Zunsa caused you any trouble?" Lan Yuge knows Chanbei-zun's character very well. This fellow has a short temper and was very domineering. She was worried that he would bully this little girl. Feng Chanhuan looked at Chanbei-zun and smiled as she replied, "He hasn't caused me any trouble. He has even helped me out several times. If it had not been for Chanbei-zun, Chen's life might have truly been at risk. Haven't my maternal grandfather and grandmother as well as my parents arrived?" Chanbei-zun looked around the great hall as he furrowed his brows. "They should be on their way and should arrive very soon. Co Zunsa, once your parents see that you've found a wife, they will certainly be very excited." Lan Yuge's gaze was tender as she spoke with a gentle smile on her face. Despite the many years that had passed, Lan Yuge's looks were still well maintained. She was as beautiful as a 20-year-old woman. No one could have noticed that this woman was already nearly 100 years old. Just as Chanbei-zun was about to speak, someone made an announcement outside the hall, "Master, Madam, the Honorable Sir Tianqi of the Strud sect has arrived with gifts." Chapter 1794, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 37. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Honorable Sir Tianqi. Lan Yuge was overjoyed when she heard this and she hurriedly rushed out the door. A grey-robed figure could be seen in the far distance from the Dongfang family courtyard. Lan Yuge paused in her footsteps and smiled at the old man who was walking quickly towards her. "Big brother, you've arrived." The Honorable Sir Tianqi laughed. "I had run into some issues on the way over, so I had arrived a little late." "Oh, that's right, let me introduce our Strud sect disciple, Yan Zichen." A few days ago, the Honorable Sir Tianqi had received Chanbei-zun's request for him to bring Yan Zichen along to the birthday celebration. However, the letter had not stated any specific reason, and though the Honorable Sir Tianqi was confused by this request, he had brought Yan Zichen along. Yan Zichen put on a humble front when he faced Master Dongfang and Lan Yuge and seemed modest and polite. "Master Dongfang, may your fortune be as boundless as the East Sea and your life last as long as the South Mountain. I also wish you and the Madam perfect harmony and to be blessed for the rest of your lives." "Big brother, this little fellow from the Strud sect is quite the sweet talker and is also very polite." "He's not bad." Lan Yuge smiled as she spoke. Her first impression of Yan Zichen was quite favorable. At least this kid was very polite in front of her. "Oh, that's right. Has that niece and great-nephew of mine arrived?" The Honorable Sir Tianqi seemed to remember something as he asked. Lan Yuge was just about to answer his question when she suddenly heard Yan Zichen's surprised voice, "It's you." She then noticed that Chanbei-zun and Feng Chanhuan had stepped out from the great hall. She looked at Yan Zichen again and her eyes flickered as she asked, "Do you know each other?" Yan Zichen was quick to figure out the situation. Only those who have an exceptional identity could participate in the birthday banquet. Hence, regardless of how angry he was feeling, he had to force it down and smile. "Madam, I had met this silver-haired youth in the Imperial Palace not too long ago and a dispute had occurred. However, it's not too much of a hindrance. Our fight is one between men and should not involve her. Don't worry, Madam Dongfang, I won't spoil the occasion over selfish matters." By saying this, he had divulged his personal enmity with Chanbei-zun but had also displayed his high principles at the same time by promising not to disrupt the banquet because of their personal issues. Based on Madam Dongfang's good impression of him, she would certainly chase this damn kid out. He has long heard that Madam Dongfang was very defensive until she would discard all decorum just to shield those who were in her favor. Yan Zichen, who was lost in his own thoughts, missed the change in Lan Yuge's smile which gradually transformed from warm and inviting to distant and courteous. It goes without saying that Yan Zichen had been overthinking things. In the beginning, Lan Yuge had indeed had a good impression of this polite fellow. However, that impression had only stemmed from their first meeting. Which great-grandmother would chase her own great-grandson away just for the sake of an outsider whom she had just met? No one would ever do anything like that. Based on the meaning behind your words, it seems that you have a dispute between the two of you. Can you tell me what that is? Lan Yuge clearly does not want to let this go as she stared at Yan Zichen with a smile. Yan Zichen had assumed that Lan Yuge wanted to stand up for him and secretly glanced at Chanbei-zun. He then turned towards the woman in front of him who was as gentle as calm waters. Chapter 1795, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 38. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Madam, it's not really a big issue. This mister here has stolen something which I cherished and taken my woman away. I can deal with this matter discreetly and I don't want to trouble you." No matter how Yan Zichen thought about it, he never would have guessed the relationship between Chanbei-zun and Lan Yuge. After all, young Master Dongfang Shao's, had never taken a wife, so this fellow could not possibly be Lan Yuge's grandson. As for Gu Ruoan and the others from the East Peak mainland, Why should Gu Ruoan's son take notice of a princess from a small country? Even if he had, knowing Gu Ruoan and Chanbei's power, they would not possibly agree to let their son marry a princess from such a small country. However, Yan Zichen had clearly overanalyzed this. Not everyone would prioritize a marriage between families of equal social rank, and not everyone would want to separate a pair of lovebirds from the younger generation. Has something like that happened? Lan Yuge replied indifferently and spoke in an apathetic manner. Big brother, is this fellow the most remarkable disciple out of the Strid sect's younger generation? I don't think that he's all that. Yan Zichen's smile froze in place as he stared at Lan Yuge in disbelief. He blinked in astonishment. He could not understand what had just happened. Didn't Lan Yuge have a good impression of me? Why did things suddenly turn out this way? As Yan Zichen was still working through his astonishment, the Honorable Sir Tianqi chuckled. I have overlooked this matter as well. I too, never thought that Yan Zichen would have been such a two-faced person. Since that's the case, I will have him dismissed from the Strid sect. At that moment, the Honorable Sir Tianqi finally understood why Chanbei-zun had wanted him to bring Yan Zichen here. This fellow had actually wanted to snatch Chanbei-zun's woman away. Besides, he had even vilified Chanbei-zun in front of Lan Yuge. Knowing his sister's defensive nature, how could she tolerate this? The Honorable Sir Tianqi's words struck Yan Zichen like a bolt of lightning. He was dumbfounded as he asked in a trembling voice, Honorable Sir, what have I done wrong to cause you to dismiss me from the Strid sect? If you do this, wouldn't it draw the ire of the sect elders and the sect master? After all, he was the #1 disciple in the Strid sect. What right does the Honorable Sir Tianqi have to dismiss him? When the Honorable Sir Tianqi heard this, he swept an indifferent gaze across Yan Zichen's face as he replied, the pills from our Strid sect are supplied by the mother of the kid whom you have accused of robbing you of your cherished item. Isn't that enough? The pills from the Strid sect were all supplied by this beastard's mother. Doesn't the Strid sect's pills come from Gu Ruoan? Could it be? Yan Zichen's body shook as he thought of something. His legs nearly gave way and he almost fell onto the ground. At this moment, his face has turned pale as he stared at Chanbei-zun in horror. His heart was gripped with such intense fear that he could not say a word. This kid is the son of that famous #1 cultivator. Impossible. This is simply impossible. If he really is that person's son, why should he have noticed Fang Chanhuan? After all, Fang Chanhuan was only a princess from a small country. Chanbei-zun did not seem to notice the fear in Yan Zichen's eyes as he lifted his chin and spoke cockily. Great-grandmother, can you make an announcement for me that I want him ostracized from the mainland? If any organization were to take him in, they would immediately become enemies of the Cloudy Wind Empire, Red Lotus Territory, and the Secret Order. The Cloudy Wind Empire was Gu Ruoan's organization and Gu Chan was the Grand Lord of the Red Lotus Territory. As for the Secret Order, Dongfang Yu had inherited it several years ago. Chapter 1796, Side Story, Zuer and Zunsa, 39. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fang Chanhuan did not even bother to look at Yan Zichen the entire time. She had stayed by Chanbei-zun's side from the very beginning and her blood-red eyes were filled with smiles. The space between her brows was also filled with pride. Let's go. Chanbei-zun slowly turned around and wrapped his arm around Fang Chanhuan's waist as they walked back towards the Great Hall. Yan Zichen finally returned to his senses after the two of them had left. He then threw himself down and knelt in front of the Honorable Sir Tianqi before begging with a frightened look on his face, Honorable Sir, I was wrong. I was really in the wrong. Please don't do this to me. The Honorable Sir Tianqi scoffed coldly as he swept his cold and distant gaze at Yan Zichen. Do you understand your mistake now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Yan Zichen, you have offended someone whom you should never have offended in the first place. Otherwise, you would not have ended up like this. Men, take him away. Yes, Honorable Sir. Hearing this, two Strid sect disciples immediately stepped forward and grabbed Yan Zichen without giving him a chance to fight back. They then forcibly dragged him away. His face was the color of dead ashes and he clearly understood that he would be ostracized from this mainland for the rest of his life. Lan Yuge was still feeling a little bit angry after they had re-entered the Great Hall. She spoke fiercely, Big brother, how does the Strid sect select the disciples? How dare he claim that he was the #1 member in the Strid sect? He had the audacity to fight with my grandson over his wife. You actually had the courage to accept someone like that. A bitter smile formed on the Honorable Sir Tianqi's face as he shook his head in exasperation. Yan Zichen had performed very well while he was in the Strid sect. He was modest and polite and his talents were exceptional. Who would have thought that he was actually that kind of a person? I had misjudged him as well, but you can now rest assured. Someone like Yan Zichen would never have the ability to fight Xiao Zunsa for a woman. Even if he isn't capable, I'm annoyed by his attitude. Lan Yuge replied irritably. However, when she looked at Fang Chanhuan, her expression changed and the corners of her lips curled into a tender smile. Oh, that's right, I haven't asked you about your name. Fang Chanhuan was about to reply when Chanbei-zun interrupted her. Great-grandmother, you can call her Zuer. All right, Lan Yuge smiled gently as she softly grasped Fang Chanhuan's hand and asked, Zuer, where are your parents? I want to discuss your marriage with Xiao Zunsa with them. Fang Chanhuan's body froze as a complex look flashed across her blood-red eyes. They're in a faraway place. They were so far that they were not even in the same dimension. That's no hindrance. You only need to tell me where they are and I will immediately send someone to fetch them over. Lan Yuge clearly had no idea about what Fang Chanhuan had meant as she continued to ask with a gentle smile on her face. Fang Chanhuan gently pursed her red lips and wanted to explain things when a voice suddenly chimed in from outside the Great Hall. Lan Yuge shook when she heard the voice and her eyes filled with excitement. Grandfather, grandmother, Xiao Yi and I are here to celebrate your birthday. A green-clad figure quickly walked into the Great Hall and appeared in Master Dongfang and Lan Yuge's line of sight. Zunsa, why are you here as well? The green-robed woman was about to approach Lan Yuge when she suddenly noticed Chanbei-zun who was next to her. She paused in her footsteps and looked a little bit embarrassed. After all, she and Xiao Yi had abandoned Chanbei-zun all on his own in the Cloudy Wind Empire. Now that the youth they had abandoned has found them, how could she remain aloof? Indeed, an aggrieved look appeared on Chanbei-zun's handsome face when he saw Gu Ruoan. It's great-grandfather's birthday, how can I not be here? As for you two, you're finally willing to show yourselves. Chapter 1797, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 40. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The youth's words were filled with resentment, but most of his anger was gone. After all, if he had not gone off to search for Gu Ruoan and Chanbei, he would never have met Fang Chanhuan. Co Zunse, this young lady is. Gu Ruoan noticed the young girl next to Chanbei-zun and she gently raised her brow as she asked. Your future daughter-in-law. Chanbei-zun pulled Fang Chanhuan into his arms. He then lowered his gaze towards the young girl in his embrace as he said, Zuer, this is my mother. You can call her mother just like me. However, Fang Chanhuan did not react to Chanbei-zun's words. Her eyes were instead fixed upon a couple who had just entered the great hall with Chanbei. Her blood-red eyes were filled with excitement. Zuer. Chanbei-zun was shaken and he followed Fang Chanhuan's line of sight. At that moment, a handsome-looking man and a beautiful woman entered his gaze. He furrowed his brows and was just about to ask some questions when the young girl in his arms struggled in his embrace before she broke free and rushed madly towards the white-robed woman. From the moment they had entered the room, Mu Ruyu's eyes had been drawn towards Fang Chanhuan. With one glance, she was immediately able to confirm the young girl's identity. When Mu Ruyu returned to her senses, the young girl was already in front of her and shot forcefully into her arms. Mother, you're here, you're finally here. The young girl hugged the white-robed woman tightly. Her arms were trembling and even her voice was no longer haughty and egotistical. They're here, they're finally here. Fang Chanhuan no longer held back as all the grief and hurt she had suffered over the past few years exploded out into the open. Her arms were clasped tightly around Mu Ruyu, unwilling to break apart. Yi Wuchen's demonic eyes gazed at the two most important women in his life as his handsome face lit up with a smile. He then stepped forward and pulled his wife and beloved daughter into his arms. No one knows the incomparable emotions they were feeling at that moment. It has been 10 years. 10 years have passed since Zuer had left them. During these past 10 years, they had searched relentlessly for her day and night. They never thought the day would come when they would be reunited again. Chanbei-zun narrowed his eyes as he stared at the white-robed woman who was hugging Fang Chanhuan. A nearly undetectable light flashed across his handsome features. Is this woman Zeus's mother? According to Zeus's own words, her parents were not in this dimension. Where had these people come from? Looks like your daughter and Zunse have already met. Gu Ruoan stared at the family of three who were hugging each other as a smile lit up her face. It seems that we were really fated to meet. We were just saying that we wanted to ask you to matchmake your daughter with Zunse, yet I never thought that they would already be acquainted with each other and have decided to marry. When Chanbei-zun heard Gu Ruoan's words, he turned to look at her and said, Mother, I didn't think that you would be so impressive and decide on marrying me to Zuer. With this, I can forgive you for the offense of abandoning me. He never expected to have such a strong fate with Zuer. Even if he did not meet her now, she was fated to become his wife sooner or later. Chanbei-zun's lips raised into a brilliant smile at the thought of this as his black eyes gazed quietly upon Fang Chanhuan. An unusual look of gentleness appeared in his eyes. Chanbei walked towards Gu Ruoan's side and pulled her into his arms. There was a charming smile on his face as he said, Yunse, looks like Brother Yi's daughter is destined to become our daughter-in-law. Once Master Dongfang's birthday celebration is over, let's hold their wedding ceremony. Chapter 1798, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 41. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoan nodded softly and turned her gaze towards the family of three. Her beautiful features lit up with a smile. Zuer. Zi Chanjing stepped forward and his eyes gazed upon the young girl's absolutely beautiful face. Have you seen Yi Sawang? The man's voice brought Fang Chanhuan out of her initial excitement. She shook her head and said, I haven't seen second brother. Why, is second brother here as well? Zi Chanjing nodded. Wang Er had come here to look for you first. I didn't think that we would end up finding you first in the end. That's why I had asked you if you've seen Wang Er. That fellow, Wang Er, who knows where he has run off to? Fang Chanhuan furrowed her brows. She was just about to speak when Chanbei-zun approached her. His handsome and beautiful face was lit up with a smile as he said, if you want to find someone, I can send people out to help with your search. His eyes were fixed upon Fang Chanhuan the entire time and his words were filled with tenderness. Fang Chanhuan nodded. All right. She never had the need for courtesy when it comes to Chanbei-zun. The entire great hall was filled with jubilation and the remaining banquet guests have all arrived. Grand Lord Hong Lian, Dongfang Yu, and Gu Shangshao had prepared a gift for Master Dongfang, so they had arrived a little late. Once they had arrived, the birthday banquet truly began. Gu Ruoan walked slowly towards Master Dongfang and placed the pill in her hand in front of him before she spoke serenely. Grandfather, this pill will allow you to instantly break through to the exceptional state. However, you would no longer be able to make any more progress in your cultivation from now on. This is a pill that I have managed to refine after many years of research. Master Dongfang's heart was filled with excitement. He then burst into laughter and accepted the pill which Gu Ruoan had given to him. Yunse, your pill is the best present I've ever received. Of course, there's another gift here that I like very much as well. That gift is the fact that my great-grandson has finally found a wife. It won't be long now before I can hold my great-great-grandchild. To have 4 generations in one hall, nothing was more exciting than that. At that moment, Master Dongfang was radiating with smiles. He was grinning from ear to ear as his eyes glanced across the crowd before him with a gaze bathed in a gentle light. After the birthday banquet had progressed for a while, the sound of people fighting was heard from outside the great hall. The noise caused Master Dongfang's expression to sink and everyone else began to dive into a fervent discussion as well. Who would be so bold as to cause trouble in the Dongfang family? However, just as Master Dongfang was about to send someone to investigate, a voice filled with excitement rang out from up ahead, "Zuer, I've finally found you." A man quickly rushed into the hall as his blood-red eyes stared at Fang Chanhuan. However, when he noticed Niu Ruyu and the others who were next to her, his peerlessly beautiful face was astonished. "Father, mother, big brother, how did you manage to find Zuer before me?" He had compared auras to trace her and had used nearly 1 month's time to find Fang Chanhuan's aura. He never thought that his parents would actually manage to find her before him. Could it be that this was the definition of mother and daughter being connected by the heart? Second brother. An excited light gleamed within Fang Chanhuan's eyes as she threw herself forcefully into Yi Wang's arms and held the man before her in a tight embrace. Her voice was choked up with sobs as she said, "I finally found you. Now, our family is reunited." Chapter 1799, Side Story, Zuer and Zunse, 42. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Wang did not speak as he hugged the young girl in his arms tightly. His blood-red eyes were shrouded with a gentle light. Master Dongfang released the sharp aura from his body and burst into laughter. "So, he's also family. Since we're all family, I won't be calculative with him over his crime of intruding into the Dongfang family home. Alright, it's almost time. Let's continue with the beginning of the banquet. Once the banquet is finished, we will hold Zuer and Zunse's wedding ceremony." After Master Dongfang's declaration, the entire great hall returned to a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Gu Ruoan took Fang Chanhuan's hand and pulled her aside, wanting to bond with her daughter-in-law. Chanbei Yi and Yi Wuchun would not bond unless they were fighting, so the pair stepped aside and drank and ate merrily. As for Chanbei Zun, he was put to the test by his 2 older brothers-in-laws, Zi Chanjing and Yi Wang. Lan Yuge observed the members of the younger generation as the corners of her lips curled into a gentle smile. Suddenly, she sighed. "Xiao's, look, Zunse is going to have a wife soon. As his great-uncle, you still haven't taken a wife one." Just as Lan Yuge said this, Master Dongfang immediately turned his gaze towards Dongfang Xiao's. The look in his eye caused Dongfang Xiao's to jump in fright and he hurriedly slipped away, afraid that he would have to endure Master Dongfang's ceaseless nagging once again. 10 years later. In the Cloudy Wind Empire's imperial palace, an absolutely beautiful woman dressed in crimson robes was seated on the phoenix throne. Her children were circled around her knees as she gently raised her phoenix-looking eyes and turned towards the man next to her. "Zun, I'm going to visit my mother's home in the next few days." Her mother's home was, naturally, the godly mainland from a different dimension. "All right." Chanbei Zun pulled the woman into his arms and smiled tenderly. "I'll go with you. However, my father had just sent a messenger over several days ago bearing a wedding invitation. That stupid girl, Gu Wanbai, is getting married." "Oh." Fang Chanhuan's eyes flickered. "Who's managed to tame her?" "Guess." Chanbei Zun grinned. "Actually, you might not be able to guess it at all. That person is Zhao Chen. Bet you never thought that those two would have hidden it so carefully." Zhao Chen. That name had shocked Fang Chanhuan to the core as her eyes widened in surprise. "Did you just say Chen? He's going to marry Gu Wanbai. Why was I not aware about this?" Ever since that year when Gu Wanbai had stripped Zhao Chen of his clothes in order to save him, Zhao Chen had sworn that he would get his revenge. Therefore, ever since that moment, Zhao Chen had vehemently pursued Gu Wanbai and vowed to make Gu Wanbai his. He had even begun working hard in his cultivation because of this. Now, his powers have improved by leaps and bounds. However, because Zhao Chen was younger than Gu Wanbai by 9 years, Gu Wanbai had found the little kid's pursuit largely annoying. Who would have thought that Zhao Chen would end up being successful and had kept this from Fang Chanhuan? "I have a whole new level of respect for this kid, Zhao Chen." Chanbei Zun narrowed his eyes and smiled. He actually has the courage to marry that little witch, Gu Wanbai. "When are they getting married?" Fang Chanhuan asked with a raised brow. "In half a month's time." "Half a month." Fang Chanhuan rose to her feet. She held her children with one hand as a smile bloomed on her magnificently beautiful features. "Come, let's be on our way. I want to interrogate Chen on how he had managed to touch Gu Wanbai's heart." After Fang Chanhuan had said this, she immediately left the room. Chanbei Zun looked at Fang Chanhuan as she left. His black eyes were filled with happiness and contentment. Having a wife like this in this lifetime was truly a blessing. He has no regrets. Show menu. Novel bin. Novel list. Latest release. Hot novel. Completed novel. Most popular. Genre. Action. Adventure. Anime and comics. Comedy. Drama. Eastern. Fan fiction. Fantasy. Game. Games. Gender bender. Harem. Historical. Horror. Isekai. Josei. Lit RPG. Magic. Magical realism. Martial arts. Mature. Mecha. Military. Modern life. Mystery. Other. Psychological. Reincarnation. Romance. School life. Sci-fi. Seinen. Shoujo. Shoujo I. Shonen. Shonen I. Slice of life. Smut. Sports. Supernatural. System. Thriller. Tragedy. Urban. Video games. War. Wuxia. Xiangxia. Xuanwan. Yaoi. Yuri. Options. Background. Font family. Font size. Line height. Full frame. Yes no. No line break. Yes no. Login, sign up. Novel. Action. Evil Emperor's Wild Consort. Novel info. Evil Emperor's Wild Consort. Reading. Plan to read. Completed. Dropped. Evil Emperor's Wild Consort. Rating, 8/10 from 2,335 ratings. Alternative names. Good for Nothing Overturns Common Sense, Evil Emperor's Wild Consort, Fei Sai Myoning Dich Thien, Ma De Quang Fai, Fei Chao Yao Ni Tian, Mo Dai Koang Fei. Author. Xiao Qi Ye. Genre. Action, Fantasy, Josei, Romance, Xiangxia. Status. Completed. Publishers. Killian International. Tag. Amnesia, arrogant characters, beast companions, beautiful female lead, calm protagonist, clever protagonist, cold protagonist, complex family relationships, cultivation, devoted love interests, doctors, doting love interests, dragons, family conflict, female protagonist, genius protagonist, handsome male lead, love interest falls in love first, loyal subordinates, magical space, medical knowledge, mysterious family background, mythical beasts, persistent love interests, pets. Phoenixes, poisons, politics, popular love interests, possessive characters, power couple, reincarnation, ruthless protagonist, sister complex, slow romance, special abilities, struts, strong love interests, strong to stronger, summoning magic, time skip. See more. Year of publishing. 2015. Read now. Latest chapter. Chapter 1799 Side Story, Zua and Zana, 42, end. 4 years ago. Description. Chapter list. More from author. Comments. She has come a long way. Orphaned, born a weakling, and being the infamous good-for-nothing of Azure Dragon Country. Gu Ruoyan was the shame of the proud Gu household. Falsely accused of a crime she did not commit, she was betrayed by her family and beaten to death by her own grandfather. But life took a fateful twist on that very day. She was revived. Newly awakened, she is now the master of an ancient treasure that resides within her body. Precious cultivation pills, treasures beyond her wildest imagination and spiritual beasts, all within her grasp. She is the apple of the eye of all under the heavens, including that of a mysterious, handsome man. Now she only has one goal, to conquer the world. Chapter 1, Shameless Man 1. Chapter 2, Shameless Man 2. Chapter 3, Shameless Man 3. Chapter 4, Good for Nothing 1. Chapter 5, Good for Nothing 2. Chapter 6, Good for Nothing 3. Chapter 7, Good for Nothing 4. Chapter 8, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi 1. Chapter 9, Ancient Phoenix, Zixi 2. Chapter 10, Refining Pills 1. Chapter 11, Refining Pills 2. Chapter 12, Refining Pills 3. Chapter 13, Refining Pills 4. Chapter 14, Refining Pills 5. Chapter 15, Refining Pills 6. Chapter 16, Refining Pills 7. Chapter 17, The Stern Crown Prince 1. Chapter 18, The Stern Crown Prince 2. Chapter 19, The Stern Crown Prince 3. Chapter 20, The Stern Crown Prince 4. Chapter 21, The Stern Crown Prince 5. Chapter 22, Who Are You Calling a Good for Nothing? 1. Chapter 23, Who Are You Calling a Good for Nothing? 2. Chapter 24, Who Are You Calling a Good for Nothing? 3. Chapter 25, Who Are You Calling a Good for Nothing? 4. Chapter 26, The Cunningling Family Meets Danger 1. Chapter 27, The Cunningling Family Meets Danger 2. Chapter 28, The Cunningling Family Meets Danger 3. Chapter 29, A Handsome Man Said, Wife 1. Chapter 30, A Handsome Man Said, Wife 2. The Divine Physician's Overbearing Wife. Full 2,272 chapters. Ghost Emperor Wild Wife, Dandy El Dismiss. Full 2,262 chapters. Enchantress Amongst Alchemists, Ghost King's Wife. Ongojing 2,388 chapters. Adorable Treasured Fox, Divine Doctor Mother Overturning the Heavens. Ongojing 2029 chapters. What do you think? Total responses, 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. Sort by, latest most liked oldest. Add a comment. Smile. Post comment. Loading comments. Load more. Times. Reply to. Submit reply. Hot action novel. 1. Shadow Slave. Action, adventure, fantasy, romance, supernatural. 2. Follow the Path of Tao from Infancy. Action, adventure, martial arts, Xiangxia. 3. Reverend Insanity. Action, adventure, fantasy, mature, mystery, psychological, Xiangxia. 4. Myriad Paths of the Dragon Emperor. Action, adventure, fantasy, martial arts, Xiangxia, Eastern. 5. Cultivation Online. Action, adventure, comedy, fantasy, harem, romance, sci-fi. 6. War Sovereign Soaring the Heavens. Xiangxia, martial arts, Xuanwan, adventure, action, harem. 7. Super Gene. Action, adventure, comedy, harem, martial arts, mecha, school life, sci-fi, Xuanwan. 8. The Alpha's Bride. Action, drama, fantasy, romance, supernatural. 9. Dimensional Keeper, all my skills are at level 100. Action, adventure, fantasy, harem. 10. Having children earns benefit, start competing for dominance in the world by marrying a wife. Action, adventure, fantasy, historical, romance. Novel bin read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, read light novel online, read online free light novel online. Contact, 2s.